Based? Based?
Yeah, tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really wanna take it down. If you want my future, forget my past. If you wanna get with me, better make it fast. Now don't go wasting my precious time. Get your act together, we could be just fine. Tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really wanna take it down. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever, friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, do it then together. Take it is too easy, but that's the way it is. So what you think about that? Now you know how I feel. Say you can handle my love. Are you for it? I won't be hasty, I'll give you a try. If you really love me, then I'll say goodbye. Tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really wanna take it down. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever, friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, do it then together. Take it is too easy, but that's the way it is. Here's a story from A to Z. You wanna get with me? Gotta listen carefully. We got M in the place who likes it in your face. We got you like MC who likes it on a day to day. Doesn't come for free. And not for me. You don't see. Slow your body down and wind it all around. Slow your body down and wind it all around. Slow your body down and wind it all around. Slow your body down and wind it all around. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you have got to give. Taking is too easy. That's the way it is. Slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and wind it all around.
Incredible. You guys are wild.
마시마시?
Spicy fire, me so my spicy fire every night. Jealous fire, villains fear, Robin Man is always there. You're a red Spider-Man is shooting on his rubber set. See a sign up in the sky, Robin Man will never Open your eyes, make it wide. Rebel man signs across the sky. Let's go in life, let's say Joyride. Coloring lights, let's collide.
If it could break the sound barrier, falling out of a window shouldn't be able to break it. I told you not to touch it. You built it all wrong. Did you even read the directions? It didn't fly for 1 second. It's not my fault if you made a plane that can't fly. I told you not to touch it.
Ahem. What's up? I'll get out the best song. Wow, yeah, Demon Scuff. I was gonna come in here hot. Gonna come in here just thrilling. Whatever the hell that means. And then I thought of a cool video game music to put in the background, and it all went downhill. Oh my gosh, we had such fun with that last stream, I tell you what. The DSA conference, or the DSA convention meeting of their delegates, same with the NPD and the... I would like to use a point of privilege. Those people did nothing. They wasted the electricity in that fucking convention that could have gone to, I don't know, bringing back the dinosaurs. They all wasted time on this fucking earth complaining about things. And then we gotta complain about them complaining. And then they complained about them taking too much time. It was just a cycle of errors. Nothing got done for fucking democracy that day. It was a shame. But we gotta, as fun as it was to chuckle at all that, this has always been a Fate Grand Order stream. Since the humble days, my roots. Since we got Jolter. Do you remember? Remember Jolter? Do you remember how I didn't get Berserker Castoria though? How fucking pissed I was? You mean it fried your brain cells. It was hilarious. Oh, we even seen Occupy Wall Street. But then they cleaned the streets, so they had to leave. It's how good all the good protests end, I suppose. I don't remember. But anyway, check this out. I'm gonna have to get the little... Yeah, we don't look at this fucking weirdo. I was watching that earlier. So, this is the Fate Grand Order 2026 kickoff. I had to update. A lot of things have gone on. Don't pay attention to ads. Those are bad. Whoa. I got 30 leaves of evocation. They said I got 6 Saint Quartz. We're ready to play. And another. And a 10? Guys, we're ready to hit the gachas for sure. With this shit, Oh, they're just giving me things away. I need to watch this anime. It's coming out finally, I heard. Oh, limited time. Oh, and all these Apology Saints quartz. Oh man, we're gonna be swimming in it, folks. Who is this? I could roll on this person. I don't know yet. I just feel Calamity Jane and Ishtar, these two both look cool. I wouldn't mind either of them, honestly. Yeah, that's what I do. I just don't play forever, then I come in and I have Saints Quartz. It's a fucking amazing system. Miyu is good. Actually, I have both of these on my personal game. Where the true Fate Grand Order shit goes down. Oh wait, I do have paid Saint Quartz. Nah. But I think Miyu's good. I do like her ability. I don't like these people because they are ugly. These people are ugly too. What the fuck is this? Who designed this? If I summon them, I can look it up in their summary, I suppose. I don't mind, but I like that Lolly Paul Bunyan has grown up. I like this design a lot, actually. Actually. That's pretty cool. I like that. These people, ugly. Ugly. Overrated. Okay, he's kind of cool. He's not. He's a snake boy. But we should all just do the story summon in all truth. What about Gilgamesh? What to do? What banner should I just throw it all away on? Edmund? That'd be pretty good. Hi, speedrunnist.
Officers are called to a water park about a...
No, I don't want that. Why?
A couple days ago.
Why do you guys do this? And by that I mean things not working right on my computer. It's quite annoying. Okay, so Dante's Chad. Miyu would be cool, but I would rather... I just don't know. It's a hard decision. But before I can make a decision, we gotta check on our affairs, honestly. Because what the fuck's the point in throwing all of our resources away on a gacha if the goddamn world's gonna end tomorrow? There's drama in the streets, folks, and I'm not talking about Ian and Anissa Jomha. They're dead to us. This is about Kit Kats. Candy. The original gacha. I think I'm gonna go on Space Ishtar too, honestly. Think I'll do Space Ishtar.
A couple days ago, a horrifying tragedy struck the heart of Europe when hundreds of thousands of chocolate bars were stolen in a criminal heist. The news devastated millions on Twitter, with the announcement post receiving 400,000 likes, with Kit Kat announcing that 12 tons of their bars were stolen from a truck. Mr. Beast claimed,
We're gonna figure that shit out. Mr. Beast is a fucking suspect because he's a competitor. Beastables actually taste more similar to the fucking Mars stuff, I guess.
he wasn't responsible. But can we really believe him? Welcome to the internet versus the Kit Kat heist. It starts when Kit Kat tweets out, regarding recent press coverage, official statement, we can confirm that 12 tons of Kit Kat.
Okay, though, but why is he fucking doing this to us? Is it so I purposely do this? So I purposely up the playback speed? I can't.
Products were stolen while in transit between our factory in central Italy and their destination in Poland. We are working closely with local authorities and supply chain partners to investigate. The good news, there are no concerns for consumer safety, and supply is not affected. Thank you. And Mr. Beast replies, it wasn't me. Amber replies with this edited image of the Joker burning all the Kit Kats with the caption, it's not about the chocolate. It's about sending a message. Nobody gets a break.
Now that's a funny meme.
Cereza quote tweets Kit Kat by saying, the CEO of Nestle believes that water isn't a human right, by the way. Cut the Rope quote tweets it by saying, official statement. We can confirm that Om Nom had nothing to do with this. Thank you. Joe Schmo quote tweets it with this edited image from Breaking Bad in the caption,
Isn't it cool, guys? Isn't it cool that I have advertising on BlueStacks? Isn't it cool that you have to upgrade a plan on Netflix to not have advertising on the subscription you pay for? Isn't that awesome that there's advertising at your gas pump? Isn't it so cool that on social media, all these companies and brands get it advertised to us in a fun meme? Great. I love it. Wasting our times on this earth. Ha!
Meanwhile, Hitman quote tweets the post by saying, good evening, 47. I hate to interrupt your break between contracts. A shipment of delicious snacks has gone missing under suspicious circumstances. Your target is an unidentified individual with a sweet tooth. For now, we are calling them the Snacker. We believe they deserve to have a break permanently. I'll leave you to prepare. Eric Nathan quote tweets Kit Kat saying, can a supply chain expert explain how losing 12 tons worth of Kit Kat bars doesn't affect supply? Are the Kit Kat factories that efficient they can just whip up a new 12 tons worth overnight? And Rad Brad replies, 70 million Kit Kat bars are produced globally every—
Fuck, check the back room of, like, the Kroger I used to work at. There'd be that much back there in the fucking drug GM room. They got it. You haven't missed anything, Mercury. We're solving the mystery of the Kit Kat heist, and then we're gonna roll. You're here. I'm glad. We can't roll without you.
every week. 12 tons is approximately 414,000 bars, or 0.6% of 1 week's production. The amount stolen is just a rounding error. Domino's Pizza tweets out, official statement. We would like to share our thoughts and condolences with Kit Kat following their recent sad news. On a completely unrelated note, we're pleased to announce we'll now be selling a new Kit Kat pizza. And Lisa quote tweeted by saying, brands got real bad at social media in the past year or two. The better joke to make here would be to directly imply your brand is behind the heist, and hence the Kit Kat pizza, creating with it some kayfabed animosity. But they'd rather spend 5 mins in Canva writing 2 sentences. Benny Boy tweets out, to be a fly on the wall in the room where they planned that Kit Kat heist. Shout out to our tier 3 members, internet representatives. Eco.
So that was the internet versus...
A horrifying tragedy struck the heart.
Stop, Connor. Let's get back to business. Mercury's here. Mercury, what do you think? What banner are you feeling? What feels hot to you? Do you think we should fucking throw it on Yoko over here? Am I watching a video? I want Space Ishtar, though. I like her look. You know I love Rinto Saka. And Calamity Jane, she's my favorite Deadwood character. If you check the shorts I published, I did a lovely review on her. But Mercury's our good luck charm, you see. So we gotta follow his wisdom. We also gotta figure out what song's gonna get us where we need today. Da-da-da. Mario Judah. Should we go? I mean... I think this will help. Fuck it, dropping 30. I got an anime known as Soul Eater, that one that's drawn weird with the guy. Whoa, Reality Marble. I love 3-star CEs, they're my favorite pull in all the gachas. Whoa, I don't have that one yet. I like the art on that, that's cool. Oh, what's it gonna be? Whoa! 5-star CE! I don't care what it is, I would rather have a servant. Well, I don't have that one yet, but I don't appreciate how they're dressed. The 3 towers, no! Will this be it? I already do have a winter crystal, though, at least. That'd be helpful for something, I suppose. You think it's a good start? Why'd you come in here all dramatic, Mandy Ricardo? This wasn't a good start at all. This was actually kind of a trash. What does this even do? Increases arts card effectiveness by 8% and Buster card effectiveness by 8%. There's 17 other cards that do this. I don't care. Whoa. I don't know how, okay. No, that sucked. That was a bad pull. Alright. This is Mercury's fault. He wasn't being active no more. He stopped chatting, and then we didn't get any good buy the monthly tickets from the shop. Yeah, not yet. We're milking this.
In doing research for this channel,
we have to look into something else very quick. I put a symbol in the thumbnail. Like, so Mysterious Hero and X is there, but there's also dolphins. Why are there dolphins there? I don't know. Let's find out.
in doing research for this channel, it's sometimes hard to figure out what was a me thing or what was a cultural thing. Like, was I just being a little weirdo, or did we all do this? And when it comes to my obsession with dolphins, I kind of thought this was probably a me thing. My first AOL screen name was Dolphin Girl, spelled without the I in girl, because obviously that would have been so uncool. I had dolphin statues in my...
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I better put this at normal speed. I had all this stuff. Was I also a dolphin girl? I need to know. It's very important. Oh.
room. Dolphin posters on my wall. Dolphin necklaces. A dolphin lamp. Except then I saw this Reddit thread, Loving Dolphins in Your Childhood Starter Pack, and I was immediately like, oh my god, it was not just me. You guys, I have found my dolphin-loving people. I think it's safe to say, after conferring with the internet, that loving dolphins was sort of a trend in the 90s and early 2000s, so obviously, we've got to figure out where all of our love for dolphins came from and explore the fantastically weird ways we expressed our love for this marine animal. First,
I even had that lamp that she has back there. My people.
First up, we got to talk about the merch, because loving dolphins was not something that you kept hidden. In fact, besides my screen name, my love for dolphins was sort of just all about the stuff.
That's not funny, Justin. Don't say that. Good. We're the good liberals around here. Well, I am. We don't say those things. Problematic.
I had that was covered in dolphins.
Because we love
like
the Japanese.
Stationery, lamps, clothes,
And
jewelry,
dolphins.
posters. When I was TikTok researching for this video, I was hit in the face with essentially a bunch of millennial women sharing their dolphin hauls who I swear filmed in my childhood bedroom in 2003. Honestly, how did you get in there? I thought I was so unique. And it turns out we're all the same, but at least we were on trend. I don't actually need to prove to you further that dolphins ruled the 90s. That has been established, but we need to dolphin dive into why. Because I am now beside myself with curiosity. Did Big Dolphin run a PR campaign that decade? How did we all just collectively decide that dolphins were going to be our special interest for like a 5-year period? The first 5 reasons I found are fascinating, but the last reason on my list is truly for you nostalgia nerds out there, so keep watching if you're wondering what in the world a basketball team's uniform has to do with the dolphin lamp in your room as a child. And actually, it doesn't have to do with the Miami Dolphins. Okay, so reason number 1, environmental consciousness in the 90s. So in the 90s, environmental consciousness was becoming a trend in a good
Did the gosh dang climate people like hijack our minds by just throwing dolphins in our face? Who's the biggest victim of the plastic bottle caps in the ocean? The dolphins, because it goes into their blowhole and then they choke and die. This is like my one hippie thing. I don't like the plastic in the ocean. I don't like the plastic, period. I feel like people need to get more to work on more biodegradable things, which seems possible. There's a lot of those restaurants. It's like, this is biodegradable. They say the container they put it in. And then hopefully that's true. That's like the one thing I'm into. I can't do fuck else about anything, I guess.
way, particularly as it related to marine life. There were lots of news reports about dolphins being accidentally killed by tuna fishing and movements to protect the dolphins, as well as other animals in the sea, including tuna being labeled as dolphin safe to indicate that it was compliant with laws regarding minimizing dolphin fatalities as a result of the fishing industry. This was brought about by the U.S. Dolphin Protection and Consumer Information Act of 1990, and organizations like the International Marine Mammal Project and the Marine Mammal Fund were instrumental in pushing to save the dolphins. This obviously spilled over into pop culture, with specific dolphin-centered apparel and information being pushed to Americans due to this environmental movement. Number 2, the nature aesthetic. So on a related topic, some people refer to this.
That would be a very DSA thing to do, though, is to push a message push a environmental message while doing it pushing fucking merch.
This time period as having a nature vibe. Think about what was popular among kids at the time. Animal Planet was having an absolute heyday. That's what some of us exclusively watched, and if we didn't, then we at least had our favorite shows that we would tune in for. I was obsessed with Zaboomafoo and The Crocodile Hunter with Steve Irwin. Then there was the
Zaboom. I love that little lemur. That's all. You do gotta be sensitive in this current climate. Save the dolphins.
Syndicated wildlife shows like Jack Hanna's Animal Adventures that kept kids hooked on learning about animals, zoos, and the wild. And of course, you have Captain Planet, created in the 90s, where pollution-fighting superhero teenagers band together to help save the planet when it comes to environmental resources. This cartoon ran during the first.
Hi, Scott. We're learning about dolphins, so that way the next roll on the Gacha, like, Mother Nature will be on my side, as I use electricity to have all these apps in the background.
First half of the 90s, setting the scene for this environmental push to come. You also have Fern Gully, an animated movie featuring fairies who band.
Oh my god, it is true. This was the generation to save the fucking rainforest and save the ocean, but I watched a South Park video, not on stream, that was like evaluating the TDS Matt and Trey seem to have nowadays. And they went back to like episode 3 in season 1, if you can recall, where the kids all join the choir and they're going to the rainforest to go save it. And the guide's like, the rainforest is amazing. You got all these tribal people fucking savagely killing other people with spears. Oh, that's just their culture. This place is great. Giant fucking bugs and insects trying to eat them. That's just how it is. And then, I fucking hate the rainforest. Fuck this place. It can burn is how it goes. Eventually. I don't remember why they were comparing it to the Trump shit. But now I understand why they made that South Park episode.
Together to protect their rainforest home from loggers. This was a huge hit in the 90s, and I remember vividly watching this at sleepovers, although I was also terrified by one of the scenes. I cannot remember which one, but I'd have to leave the room every time it came on. Let me know if you know which scene I'm talking about, because I only have a snapshot memory of being at my friend Rachel's house in her
It's probably Tim Curry oozing into the thing.
Kind mom having to comfort me. Now, the producer of this movie was blatantly and deliberately trying to push an environmentalist viewpoint, as admitted by him. So it's no accident that the theme is all about protecting the rainforest from the bad guys. And then we have even more aquatic-themed media, with Free Willy being released in 1993 about a young boy who befriends a captive orca and saves him from death. Almost everyone from my generation remembers Free Willy, and it just furthered the interest in marine life in general. And finally, in our nature aesthetic category, we have the Sega game Echo. Echo the Dolphin was released for Sega in 1992, featuring a bottlenose dolphin who travels through time to fight aliens in Earth's oceans, obviously. It was a bestseller for the
Okay, though, so anti-environmental messaging. I loved Free Willy. It had the Michael Jackson soundtrack. I just loved everything about that movie. I had that VHS and I watched it all the fucking time. Then Free Willy 2 came out, and now in Free Willy 2, I don't remember what the issue is, but they were trying to save Free Willy's kid or something. I don't know, but the ocean caught on fire because there was like an oil leak. Oil leaks are bad, but I was like, whoa. But it's the ocean, and the ocean is wet, but there's fire. Makes sense now, because, you know, oil and water doesn't mix, but ever since that movie is when my pyromania fucking phase as a kid began. And then I went camping, seen a real bonfire and how many cool things you could just throw in there and burn. And then I went around with the hairspray can and the matches, and then I got in trouble and grounded for a long time. Fucking Free Willy.
Genesis console, and a sequel was made in 1994 called Echo: The Tides of Time. In the intro to the game, Echo also meets an orca. Seeing as how this was released in the early 90s, which was the time in which many of the dolphin girls I'm talking about were born, I'm not suggesting that people played the game and then immediately ran out to buy dolphin merch. But it's just another example of where the trends were heading, creating an atmosphere in which our weird dolphin statues would eventually thrive. Next on my list is Lisa Frank. You know Lisa Frank's stationery if you're a 90s kid because it was everywhere.
Lisa Frank, in case you forgot, this is very important. She was the one who believed in unicorns and that unicorns could touch all souls. But the evil Clintons, they seized power and they hated fucking unicorns. They said they want them all stripped and tied up on their plantations or some bullshit. I don't know. So Lisa Frank hid in the fucking attic where she then did psychedelic mushrooms and she drew all these notebook covers of fucking unicorns and dolphins and shit. It was nuts.
Frank is an actual person, but the brand itself, called Lisa Frank, was basically what got us all through elementary school. And Lisa Frank stationery was legendary. They did everything from binders to folders to pens to stickers to actual envelopes and paper to write on, all in bright neon color with whimsical touches and often animals, and not just any animals, but you guessed it, dolphins. Often when I'm researching for these videos, I have memories of things that I then go searching for, but for this section, it was the opposite. I looked up Lisa Frank dolphins and immediately was shown pictures of like 5 different items I forgot that I had and loved. For example, this dolphin folder, this dolphin stationery that I for sure wrote on with a gel pen, these dolphin stickers which date back to
I had those.
1998. And the internet seemed to agree, with comments like, "You're 11 and looking at stationery, and this is the best thing you've ever seen in your life," as well as, "This was magical to me." This is one of the times where actually the prevalence of dolphins on Lisa Frank stationery is a bit of a cycle, where they created lots of dolphin stuff, which made us want dolphin stuff, which made them create more dolphin stuff to satisfy our dolphin craze. Which came first, the dolphin craze or the Lisa Frank stationery, is a hard question to answer, but suffice it to say that we were primed and ready to love all things dolphins. And the number 4 reason we were also into dolphins was the beach aesthetic of this era. We have the nature aesthetic, but then why didn't something like lions or tigers or bears become this preteen girl cultural obsession? We went for marine mammals, and that's partly because this period of time was influenced by beach vibes, which in turn gives us ocean vibes. It was a time of bright colors and bleached hair and beach brands like Billabong becoming popular in the mainstream. For sure, little kid me had Billabong shirts that I got from Ross Dress for Less, despite the fact that it was a surfer brand and I had never surfed in my life or done much more in the ocean besides boogie boarding. There was also Rip Curl and Quicksilver included in this mainstream surf brand vibe. And then you've got shows like Baywatch that may not have been watched by the Dolphin Girls, but it was on through the 90s and was one of the biggest TV shows of all time at that point, feeding into the obsession with surf, sand, coastline, and the animals that lived.
Imagine, if you will, a fucking show comes out on NBC or CBS or whatever, and it's about lifeguards and a chick with tits just hanging out and being Pamela Anderson. You'd all be like, that's fucking stupid. This fucking TV is sexist, appealing to the male gaze, and they have nothing more to fucking talk about. Dumb plot. But this was just like standard back then.
There. Now, in the video game world, you had video games like Sonic that started on a beach with a beach setting. Because
I've never fucking heard of that shit. Video games like Sonic? In the dolphin times? Nah.
the 90s was a time of prosperity and optimism within the United States. It fed into the success of the beach aesthetic, which was hopeful, filled with sunshine, and pretty chill. Now, number 5 is SeaWorld. The SeaWorld theme parks today are a completely different beast to what they were back then. And if you aren't old enough to remember when SeaWorld was seen as the best thing ever, then here's a little history lesson for you.
Oh yeah, I can say from experience, when I went to SeaWorld, I know I was a tiny, but this shit was like end-all fucking be-all. They had dolphin shows, orca shows, fucking seal shows, a show every fucking minute, all the like just everything. Everything that you could imagine at like the zoo, like the shark tunnel and all that times 5,000. And they had rides and stuff. And then that Blackfish documentary came out and it was on Netflix or some shit, and everybody had Netflix, and all society said, SeaWorld isn't cool. But that woman kind of did deserve, well, no one deserves to get assassinated by a whale, but, like, it's called a killer whale. Who the fuck is shocked when it kills somebody?
Tied against SeaWorld and its animal practices didn't really take place until around 2013 when the documentary Blackfish came out. SeaWorld parks in the United States, including in Orlando, San Diego, and San Antonio, were founded back in 1964, but they didn't really hit their stride until the 80s and 90s. Anheuser-Busch bought SeaWorld in 1989 and revived the parks with new entertainment, new animals, new restaurants, and a new audience of kids who were desperate to see the animal shows and get as close as they had ever been to dolphins and orcas. Seriously, despite how society has moved forward now into questioning the practice of keeping marine animals in captivity, SeaWorld was cool in the 90s and early 2000s to parents and kids alike. It was a popular destination for field trips, for schools that were located close enough, and this was a time when the trainers got in the water with the animals and showed off tricks that really wowed the audiences back then. The Anheuser-Busch takeover had given new life to the parks, and while SeaWorld attempted attendance wasn't at its peak until 2008, the peak of its cultural relevance and cool factor really was the late 90s and early 2000s period. Now,
I do know in like Florida or South Carolina, I don't remember where I was, but like megalodon poop is a thing, like fossilized poop from the huge sea creatures. That is something you can buy, and let's just say it's very fucking big. You know, it costs like $600, but it kind of looks like the shiny black, like when you have like, I don't know how to explain it, just very shiny black rock. But it's poop.
last factor on my list, playing into the rise of the dolphin girls, is a little off the wall, but hear me out. It's not about the animals themselves, but the color they're often portrayed as. Teal. Ignore the fact that dolphins are a gray color in real life, that's besides the point right now. In media and in dolphin paraphernalia of this time period, they're often portrayed as a teal or bluish color. And teal had been on a rise of its own. This post calls it the unofficial color of the 90s and gives us loads of examples that bring back memory of how popular teal really was. Teal worked for the 90s because
I'm drinking from my teal coffee cup right now. That is actually like a vintage fucking version of whatever it is. Stupid Rubbermaid shit. But cool.
it's a sort of chill,
the
beachy
cup,
color,
a
which
white
fit
woman
right
with a
in
cup.
based on what we've already talked about. But it was also made popular by sports teams like the Charlotte Hornets that brought out their teal jackets in the early 90s.
I gotta find it. Somewhere there is a photo of me wearing my Charlotte Hornets fucking starter jacket. I loved that motherfucker. Those were cool jackets. They like stitched the fucking thing into the back of them. I have my Toronto Raptors one somewhere. Like I literally pledged my allegiance to an NBA team because I liked the colors.
90s. This became a cultural sensation with everyone wanting one. More sports teams adopted the color, and teal, along with purple and fuchsia, provide.
There it was! Going frame by frame, dude. You can't miss it. There! That beautiful motherfucking thing! I wore that every day in the 3rd grade. I was so cool.
And teal, along with purple and fuchsia, provided a departure from the colors of the 80s. It's important to note that the 80s are often depicted in popular culture as another colorful decade, but actually much of the 80s were dominated by the dark earth-toned colors of the 70s. Wooden paneling everywhere, rust-colored carpets, brown. That's not to say there wasn't color in fashion design or marketing in the 80s, but the adoption of brighter colors and home decor, like our iconic dolphin lamps and colors like teal, was part of an overall trend away from the muted colors that came before. And yeah, dolphins fit right in with their depiction as a teal color on our folders and statues and necklaces. Many other animals are more earth tone colors with black or brown or light colored fur, and it really wouldn't make sense to our eyes to depict them in drawing as blue or another color. But dolphins live in the ocean, and thus they can be painted with those teal colors without criticism and easily fit into our 90s love of teal, even if they're actually gray in real life. It's sad in a way because I thought I just really loved dolphins without realizing all of the cultural waves that brought me, a suburban teenager, to my love of dolphins. So in that
Wow, so it was kind of problematic for you to be into dolphins because you didn't really care about them. If you were just like cool having them teal washed like that to fit into the culture and sell merch. Wow. I didn't understand what a problematic fucking racket we were in. You know? But then, really, what the problem with the dolphins is... The dolphin Beanie Baby was the first Beanie Baby that I got. And then that's when I lost my mother. Because that's when the Beanie Baby trade began. And she co-opted all my hobbies to make a profit.
That way, I was not unique at all, and millions of other millennials out there have the same fond memory of adorning our walls with dolphin posters and buying dolphin knickknacks at garage sales that your mom dragged you to. But now you know.
Oh my god, I think she lived the same life as me. I collected fishy pillows, but then I woke up one day, Christmas Day, my mother thought it'd be cool to get us a dog. A husky Samoan, actually, with blue eyes, pure white, and what's the first thing it did was destroy one of my fishy pillows. Just killed it. Ripped its guts out. Terrifying. Alright, so... back to the gacha. What if I use... I have 9 paid Saints Court, supposedly. Fuck it. We'll do a onezo. This is Sonic music, so... Sonic music did absolutely fucking nothing for us. Who is shocked? Who is surprised? No, I don't got nothing! How dare you! How fucking dare you? This is a fake Grand Order channel, and you're coming in here like you don't know how this works or something. We always get the card we fucking want, the servant we want, and when I don't, I will throw a fucking fit. This needs to be known, and I have not gotten what I wanted in one pull. I've been suggested I should buy summoning tickets. That's a good idea. I agree. So I'll go do that. Where the fuck is Mercury? Yes! He is gonna get sacrificed for real this time. We're not playing around. I can exchange his Saints Courts. I don't care. Boom, there's another 10. Another 10 for the games. The games! I came here to do something very... not buy Saints Courts. We want to buy the tickets. Oh, that's mana prisms. Do I even have mana prisms, or am I poor? I am! When Mercury appears, summon him. Actually... let's see if this works. Well, 5-star CE off the bat with this awesome strategy. Yes, I am. I gotta concentrate. This is very hard. Ooh! Shot. Shock, shock, shock. Shock, shock, shock. Change. Fuck off, Blue Boo. Okay, last summon ticket. Of course we got an animal. Four summons until bonus. Justin, pick a song. No, actually, I'll pick a song. Hassan didn't help us. It's very important. Calamity Jane's here, so we gotta do it for America. Do you guys know that Johnny Appleseed? Ooh, I don't know what that one does. There's our 5-star guess. Johnny Appleseed was a sovereign citizen because he thought he had, like, claim over all the land. Or he was a squatter. One or the other. Well, there's an American card. Yeah. Nobody cares about Zufu! My boy? Imia? Is that you? No, just Calamity Jane. But it worked. It worked. I played America and I got her. Woo! Woo! Well, I mean, I wanted Shiro Imia as well, but... Maybe this will summon Ishtar. What's high? Welcome to my fake Grand Order stream. Check this out. I'm Calamity Jane, the universe's shining star of an archer. Woohoo! I guess I finally got something, so my complaining can stop. But now it's gambling though. We don't stop. We don't stop when we're fucking ahead. Here, America got Calamity Jane. This should get Ishtar. Space Ishtar. For real, for real. Look, I've been pulling in all the CEs today. That one looks cool. Everyone's fave. Space Epstein, don't you dare. They do have space lasers, don't you know? Just lancing it up. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for that beat to drop? Doesn't seem to be happening. The church is ruined. That person again. Essence distracted. Is this it? No, it's this fucking bitch. I'm so sick of this card. It looks like it's something cool, but it's not. Cool, you have a hamburger. I ate McDonald's tonight. I'm not gonna lie. Well, oh, this is a 4-star CE. What does this do? That's just this shit again. I don't care. I'm not gonna do whatever this event is. All right. Cool, I have Calamity Jane, but what the hell ever. She's just a 4-star anyway. It's not like she's fucking rare. Who gives a shit, you know? It's like, I'm here for the good stuff. I want more. I'm not afraid to fucking say it. I don't ask for NP5. I'm not a spoiled brat like some of these fucking gacha streamers. But all I do for being humble and only spending like 20 bucks a year, all I gets for my ways is punished. Anyway, so there were dolphins in the thumbnail.
Okay, we're gonna bring you to southern Utah.
But we have to check the news again. Why do we have to check the news? Because we have no business fucking rolling in gacha if the world's in danger. We've been through this.
We're going to bring you to southern Utah now, where an Iron County farmer is dealing with thousands of dollars in damage after someone targeted his equipment, he says. Our southern Utah correspondent, Cannon Seacrest, has more.
When Rannon Reber first showed up to his farm yesterday, he thought he was dealing with a couple of flat tires. But after taking a look around, he quickly realized that this was much worse. In total, 16 tires were slashed and spray paint left on 2 tractors read, "Meat is murder" and ALF.
That son of a bitch. That alien has come down to fuck with our crops. And he probably ate their cats, too. Disgusting.
Believed to stand for the Animal Liberation Front.
We got here and got looking, and we had realized that they had actually been drilling holes through the sidewalls of the tires, breaking off the valve stems and stuff, and just causing problems.
Reber says the damage could cost upwards of $40,000 with each.
Why wouldn't you go, like, fuck up the kill line at meat at a butchery or something? Why are you fucking with their farming equipment? That has nothing to do with the meat. I'm confused.
Tire costing around $2,500 to replace, but he says
Baby boomers
he got
are
lucky because the timing could have been much worse.
It would have been very catastrophic. Not being able to get your crops put up in a timely manner could cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending on the scenario.
In a small town like Burrell, Reber says he never expected something like this to happen, but now he's planning to install cameras, something that he never thought he'd have to do.
You'd like to put more trust in people than that, but unfortunately that's kind of where we live at today. So that is something we've thought about, probably a little late to the draw on this one.
The Utah.
Look at this poor farmer just trying to make a living. He had trust in people. And then here came them liberal animal lovers. I just don't see why you'd go after the fucking corn farmers. What the fuck did they do?
Farm Bureau says incidents like this are rare but concerning, especially in an industry already facing tight margins.
For these producers to have to go out and spend money to fix this equipment, replace the tires, it's really hard because they just can't absorb losses like this where we already have a tough economy.
This is as bad as coming through the front door of my house. You come onto my place, you come and terrorize and cause problems. This is a serious deal. It's something that needs to be taken care of and followed through with.
Reber tells me that this is a major setback, but he's hopeful that those responsible will be held accountable. And the incident has been reported to law enforcement, and anyone with information is asked to come forward. Reporting in Burrell, Cannon Sechrist.
I don't think this would be tolerated in Indiana. I think if you did this to the Amish folk as well, like, you will be hunted down. Same for Ohio over there. You don't fuck with their corn and soybeans, motherfuckers.
ABC4 News.
Alright, I don't know if the Gacha waters are safe after that. I don't know if Space Ishtar cares about that. But there is this strange woman in the thumbnail who isn't Mysterious Heroine X. She's the star of this next
There's
video.
a lot going on in this.
From Midwest Safety, speaking of practical people. Utah? Utah is where all those fucking Mormons live, dare I say. No, that's mean. Mormons are cool. Just not the gross ones. The extremist cults with their polygamy stuff, ew.
There's a lot going on in this one. Some loud, some subtle, but if you really listen to the words, the story starts telling itself.
I'm not showing you my news!
Hi, hon.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. I just had a cop here. I've already talked to them about the situation.
Okay.
So I'm good.
Okay, yeah, that's what they just said that you guys called back.
Yeah, if I'm going to continue to be harassed by officers because of this girl, I'm going to file charges. Because it's wasting your time and it's keeping me and my family up.
Okay.
I'm going to get her for some, if you want to come in, I'm going to get her for some charges already. Apparently, I'm being accused of hacking into her account. I had her Facebook information. I never did nothing. It was a little like, change the name, change your password, be done.
Pay attention to what she just said. That's what courts call an excited utterance. When someone blurts things out during stress before they've had time to plan a story, sometimes those statements become stronger evidence than anything found later. And there's clearly history here, probably former friends.
I'm not one to break the law.
Okay.
And then the Facebook situation, I did that because I'm finding out that she's coming here to beat my ass. Now, I am logged off of her account now. They're accusing me of having her nude pictures on my phone, which I never had any pictures of her on my phone.
Okay.
Accusing me of taking money and making...
So, if you've been around to these streams, especially the game development ones where we discuss important things, like that time user Pixie Locks got banned from Facebook for looking for Lolita pictures. And she made a whole 1-hour video of it that had no fucking point. Yeah, like, if this is basically what that is, but the Hilljack legal version. I'm excited.
Accounts like Cash App and ordering things off of Amazon and so on and so forth on her stuff. That's never been done. I don't even know how to do that. They're saying that I'm using her social security number. Never had her social security number. I am 22 years old. How do I, in the right mind, have that sort of power? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not techie.
I was just coming to make sure that you're okay. So.
Oh, no, I'm not okay. I'm completely paranoid and I'm looking out the window.
Okay, which I understand. But if anyone comes or anything like that, just give us a call. We're literally right there. Just give us a call. We'll show up and take care of whatever.
The officer now heads back to the police station across the street. An hour later, the other half shows up to tell her side of the story.
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good, I guess.
So, what's going on?
Well, I've been waiting 2 hours for somebody to come talk to me.
Well, you told us you're on College Street.
No,
and that's
no.
We said.
Stop!
Oh, fuck, Logan Paul's here. It's over.
I'll talk to him.
She said that's where the people that are doing this shit is.
Okay. You need to calm down.
Stop!
I need to calm down?
Yes.
Get in the car. Please don't start your shit. I know you're pissed off. I know you're pissed off, but shut your mouth for a second. Shut the fuck up. You're too pissed off to talk.
Not my fault.
I know they're ignorant, but it's not my fault. It's not his fault either. No, I was calling about the people who live right there because she's hacked into my Snapchat. She's hacked into my Google account. She's made a Cash App with my name. She has taken my personal pictures. I've taken nudes for myself because I am an obsession with my own body and there's nothing wrong with that. And she has taken...
You know what? At least I don't know what crime she's done yet. Hopefully nothing too fucking terrible, so I don't have to take this back. But 10 times a better human being than Anissa Joma, because she would never admit such things. That's great.
Something on her phone where she can take stuff from my phone and get it on her phone, and she made a Meet Me app and she's trying to send my inappropriate pictures to other people and pretending to be me and order stuff from Amazon under my name.
She's got something on her phone that lets her know.
And my friend, it was her boyfriend used to cheat on her, so I let her do her thing and she found all this out for me and she was sending me all the information.
Yeah, I'm not sure how any of that works, and I don't know how they would be able to mirror your phone.
So he was like cheating on me with her, so like whatever, so I had her like look at his phone and that's what they were doing. What? What the fuck? Where is this? I'd believe it if it were Southern Indiana.
For anything other than
I don't
they'd have
know,
to have your
but
passwords, everything.
She hacked my.
I don't know
she
how that's
hacked my
possible
Google.
because we
She had my email.
Listen to what I'm saying.
She had my email. You can hack somebody through their email with their fucking email. You're not listening to me. You're listening to what you think is right, which I understand. But I have all this proof. I have, and she's hacked into my phone.
Really?
She's into my phone. I can't get her out. She's actually physically on my phone. She can watch everything that I do, whoever the hell I text, and every.
I mean, I don't think it's unheard of because in that show, it was kind of convincing where he could just copy someone's cloud data on his phone and he had a complete copy of theirs, so he would get every text message and all that. Don't think it's unheard of.
Everything else, and that's all you can tell me to do?
Yeah.
I've changed my and she's hacked onto my phone.
So people.
And she's throwing my away and she's sending people my fucking news, and she's got a Cash App. You want to see it?
Clear back in the car,
Look, I'll show you. I don't give a shit.
I don't want to see anything.
No, you're gonna see it. No, you're gonna see it. No, your badge, your little camera can see it. Look, I don't give a. I don't give a.
I'm advising you, do not show me any pictures.
What? Because you don't want proof? You don't want proof?
No,
you don't want proof?
I don't.
He doesn't want to see the fucking pictures. You ain't doing this. We ain't doing this today. This poor cop. He didn't ask for this when he woke up and went to work that day. No one would.
I don't want to see any pictures of you inappropriate. No, I don't want to see.
No, I'm not talking about inappropriate. I'm talking about the Cash App.
Okay, I'm done. You guys have a good day.
I'm talking
Listen, I was trying. Stop.
Let me get your name and badge number. We're allowed to be upset.
I'm 44. Guess what? No.
I don't give a shit.
Your job is to try and calm us down.
You are yelling at me and not let me explain myself.
Move.
Okay.
Move.
I can't explain myself. I try to explain myself.
I try to explain myself too.
You're screaming at me.
Because you're not listening.
Okay.
You
guys have a good
refuse
day.
to listen. You think
have a good day. Let me get you. card, please.
I don't have a card. I don't have a card.
The officer deactivates his body camera but is forced to reactivate it immediately as he tries to walk away, but these two people keep approaching him.
It's your job to remain calm. Now you turn around.
It's been on. So go ahead. You called me a bastard. Go ahead.
It's your job.
Go ahead.
To try and calm her down.
No.
Yes.
Nope.
Obviously,
Yes,
you don't
because
know the law.
somebody-
Nope.
Now I have to ask, is that a Chad thing to say to the cop? I pay taxes, you are the law, you're supposed to keep my girlfriend under control, you're supposed to calm her down? I don't know about this. Oh. Ah.
Back to
And
school,
you're saying
bro.
just change your shit.
Have a good day.
Right?
You can't do nothing
Have a good
because
day.
they made a cash app in my
So you're saying just-
name, and
That's
you're
right, I'll
telling
handle
me
it
you
myself.
can't do
Go ahead.
nothing, bro.
Have a good day.
Since you can't.
No, I tried to explain. You screaming at me and won't let me talk.
No,
Have a
you
good day.
think I'm trying to show you inappropriate, dirty pictures? You stupid motherfucker! I'm not showing you my fucking nudes, dummy. I'm showing you the fucking Snapchat that they made. All I'm trying to show you all the proof, but you don't want to see proof
You won't let me talk.
because you don't care.
Let him talk to him.
No, I'm done.
No, you don't
I'm
want
done.
to talk.
That's what I thought. Because you don't want to do your fucking job. You don't want to uphold the law and protect citizens.
This is a secure parking lot. Step out.
Nobody,
I'm not-
Goodbye.
You're a fucking
Goodbye.
I don't give a shit. You're
Okay.
letting them
Have a good day.
I'm calm.
Have a good day.
You're saying it's okay that they post my nudes.
I didn't say anything. You wouldn't let me talk. You wouldn't let me talk.
Yes, you did.
You wouldn't let me talk.
You can't do anything about it. I'm supposed to change my shit.
44
That's
miles.
all I'm supposed to do. F you, worthless piece of shit.
The caller's being very uncooperative. You can go ahead and clear it out. 10-8. Have a good day. If you continue to yell in my parking lot, I'll arrest you for disturbing the peace. Do you understand me? Leave or go to jail. Leave or go to jail. You keep yelling. Leave or go to jail. Leave or go to... Get in your car or go to jail. Get in your car. No, I don't have to go anywhere. This is my building. Yes, you do. Leave or go to jail. Are you yelling?
Yeah, I have every right to video.
You do. I've been videotaping the whole time. So leave or go to jail.
We're on public property. Now we're not yelling or disturbing the people.
Leave or go to jail.
No.
For what?
Obstruction.
Now you're coming to harass
You're gonna keep cussing and yelling at me?
You're harassing.
This fucking loser. I'm sorry to say. And of course, he knows everything about losing. He's wearing a Notre Dame sweatshirt. Anyway. First, the cop wouldn't control her. Now he's sitting here, this smug fucking look, telling that cop he's lazy, not doing his fucking job. What a loser. And being all smug, we're not yelling now, so we're not disturbing the peace. Ha ha, you can't threaten us with arrest no more. And just like, leave. And he's probably gonna be like, motherfucker, I can't be smug. He can't be smug anymore. It's gone. Away. Or will he?
That's disturbing the peace. Disturbing the peace is disorderly conduct.
I'm asking a legit question now. How are we
Harassment.
obstructing anything?
Because I asked you to leave.
We were getting
But we're
in
not
the car, and
You
you
are.
came harassing
Obstructing
us.
is me telling you to leave. You're not leaving. Obstruction. Leave.
We were
Doing your
trying
job
to.
would be good.
Leave.
If you
Doing
could do
your
your
job
job,
would
I'd
be
be
nice.
satisfied.
Are you still yelling? This is still disorderly conduct, disturbing the
You
peace.
won't listen.
I'll take you both to jail.
You won't listen.
Okay, so do you want to go to jail?
We were going to our car,
Are you
and
gonna
then
turn
you
around again?
came out. I'm
Okay.
not doing shit.
So get in your car or go to jail.
I'm not doing anything. So
Right to a jail because you don't want to do your job.
I'll do my job. I'll put you both in jail.
you're
Disorderly
not
conduct.
doing. That's not your job,
Come here, come
bro.
here.
Dude, that's not
Put me
your
in jail
job.
for what? I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. Record him. I'm not doing anything. I was leaving. Get off of me.
No, you're... Are you going to resist?
I'm not doing anything.
Your job was to try and help.
Hey, Adam.
Stop helping me.
Stop.
Stop helping me.
Stop.
Is the reason people know they think that this will be so antagonizing to the police is because imagine, if you will, someone came to your job and then knocked the dick out of your mouth and said, you don't do it good enough. You suck. You're actually horrible. You didn't suck that dick good enough at all. And like, you have a fucking degree in that shit, you know, and someone who doesn't know shit just said, you're not doing your job. That would suck no matter who it is, but the only people who ever get that are like people in service and law enforcement. That kind of sucks.
Stop.
No.
40-foot Martinsburg, I got one resisting.
I'm not doing nothing.
I guess
Stop.
Retail and fast food employees get it.
Put your arms behind your back. Put your arms behind your back. The parking lot outside. Put your arms behind your back. Put your arms behind your back.
Behind my back.
Then stop pulling away.
She's not.
Stop. She's pulling away.
No, I'm
Yes, you are.
When they're behind her back.
No, I'm not, bro. My up.
You're pulling away from me.
No, I'm not.
It's on my body cam. Stop pulling away from me.
Yourself, bro.
Come
Get
with me.
off of me.
You're
No.
under arrest. 95
You're
with a
not
female.
taking me. I didn't do anything.
I am taking you.
I didn't do shit.
You're under arrest.
Hey, grab my phone, please. No, that's your phone.
Still resisting.
Baby, it's in my pocket. Come on.
Get her phone, please.
Baby.
Negative. Because I said it.
Get the fuck up.
You're going to jail. Stop. I don't give a fuck.
Touch my phone and I'll punch you.
Okay. Give me your phone. No, her phone comes with me.
No, it doesn't.
Her phone comes with me.
Piece of shit.
Can I get another unit here, please?
My phone now. I'm allowed to
It's his phone. It's in his name.
and not let her release property.
Is there anyone close to him? I'm not doing anything. Get the hell off of me.
You're going to jail. You're
I didn't do anything.
You're under arrest.
I didn't do
You're
anything.
under arrest.
Huh?
You're under arrest.
For what?
As I said.
For what?
You didn't
Obstruction.
do
Come here.
How am I obstructing? There's
Come here.
nothing. It's her fault.
Come here.
She has to be.
Come here.
It's her.
I see no problem with this. I'm gonna come out on Team Unbased, I guess, because, you know what? I think you should just go to jail for being an asshole in this circumstance.
Property.
Come here now.
Dude, she has to.
You're under arrest. Come here now.
For what?
Keep recording
Obstruction.
it, babe.
How am I obstructing? I got her
I got
phone.
it's fine. I got you.
He's allowed to have my
Yep,
phone.
I got you.
Learn the laws. You can't arrest me. I didn't do nothing.
Cuff
I
him.
didn't do anything. I didn't do
Cuff him.
anything.
Cuff
I
him.
swear to God. Baby, watch out. We tried to talk to you.
What did I do? Really?
No, please get off of him.
Stop.
Get the off of
Down.
me.
Get the down.
Get the off of me. We didn't do anything. Why can't he have my phone, bro? They're selling my news.
Shut up.
They're selling
Shut
my
your
news.
mouth. Thank you.
They're selling my news.
Shut your mouth.
Y'all don't care. F you.
Obstruction. Him. Let's go. I told you to give it to me. You pulled it and ran away. You're under arrest.
He grabbed it after I threw it on the ground.
I told him not to.
Well, I'm glad you guys don't care about people having
Nope.
my
Care.
news.
Don't care.
Pedophiles. All of you sick twins.
I guess she's a freshly 27-year-old. Well, now we know why that other person, because I don't think they're the same person, the first caller, right? Like, this person probably drove her to mental illness.
We're secure.
Stop!
Stop pulling away. I told you from the
I'm
get-go.
trying to walk with
Quit
you
pulling
guys.
away and quit
I'm
yelling.
not. You guys are.
You are.
You guys are pulling me sideways. You're hurting my shoulder.
I got it.
Please, can you let go? You're hurting me.
now.
You're hurting me. You're hurting me. You're hurting me, bro.
Stop talking. Stop resisting that.
I'm not. I'm coming with y'all. Stop pushing. God damn. You don't need to be abusive. That's not your power.
Stop talking.
Get the f off of me, you f***ing slime ball.
Stop.
You.
Stop. Sit down.
You. You want my news. You want these people to have my news, so f you. Y'all don't care about my news being sold to them.
Shut up.
You.
Are you okay?
You liar!
Yeah. We'll take care of it. You're good. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
And I'll talk to you guys.
I'm good for him. Give me a minute.
I was leaving the station for 4 minutes to get gas.
All right, we're gonna go straight through here.
Now, how does this?
Sit back there for me and have a seat. I'm gonna type some stuff up real quick.
How the hell does this work? Because I know every place is different. Because tomorrow's Sunday.
There should be a magistrate, from what I understand, should be coming in. Like, they come in every day.
It didn't take me long to calm down. Like I was just upset because we were there for f***ing ever.
The prior shift, he's the one handling the investigation. So I was trying to explain to you guys, any questions, you can contact Pew and he'll be able to give you more information. When we say something, she went berserk.
Crazy though.
Yeah. And like I told you, don't touch the phone, just don't touch it.
I didn't think picking it up would get me f***ing arrested though.
I didn't want to arrest you. I was arresting her because she wouldn't stop yelling. When we arrest someone, their property immediately comes with us. That's why I said, don't touch it. I'm going to grab it and bring it.
I mean, I'd have given it to you.
Yeah, well, I asked you and you said no.
Well, yeah, because you were dealing with her. I'm not going to give it to you and risk you f***ing dropping it or risk her f***ing doing something and completely breaking it. That was my thought process.
My phone now. You did not let her release property.
If you'd have just let her get arrested, you'd have been good. Because I wasn't planning on arresting you at that time. I mean, it's a misdemeanor. Everybody learns from this, hopefully. Hopefully she learns.
The male suspect, Gary, was charged with obstructing an officer. While he pleaded not guilty at first, he later took a plea deal, pleading guilty in exchange for being given no sentence. However, he was ordered to pay $179.19 in court costs. The female, Anna Rose, was charged with obstructing, 2 counts of felony battery on law enforcement, and disorderly conduct. While she pleaded not guilty at first, she also later took a plea deal, pleading guilty to 1 count of battery on law enforcement and disorderly conduct in exchange for the other battery on law enforcement charge and the obstructing charge to be dismissed. She was sentenced to 30 days of home confinement.
So what was learned that day? Absolutely nothing. And that's why we gotta roll for Ishtar again. What song? Ishtar, Rento Saka. Okay, Matt and Trey Parker's already done it for us, so we'll rely on them again.
Bombs are flying, people are dying, children are crying, politicians are lying too. Cancer is killing.
Are we all feeling super, everybody?
The whole world's gone to hell, but how are you? I'm super! Thanks for asking. All things considered, I couldn't be better.
This is the last one. I'm not doing another.
No, nothing bugs me. Everything is super when you're. Don't you think I look cute in this hat? I'm so sorry, Mr. Cripple, but I just can't feel too bad for you right now because I'm feeling so insanely super that even the fact that you can't walk can bring me down.
What? Something no.
All things considered, he could be better, he must say. I'm super, no, nothing bugs me. Everything is super when you're. Don't you think I look cute in this hat? These little pants, this matching tie, I got it firm. I'm super. In the barracks and the trenches as well. Stick 'em up.
Not impressed yet. Not feeling super yet.
Okay.
Everything is super when
I don't care anymore. It's not cool anymore. Lame. Ooh. I'm already checked out. I'm already a sad attitude with the rolling today, folks. What's up, Ushikamaru? the kid was a fucking shitty murderer anyway. I wanted Space Ishtar. That's what I wanted. You think I'm gonna actually play this game to get more Saints Courts or something? No. This is a Stardew Valley channel now, don't you know? We've changed our ways. Close out of this fucking BlueStack shit. Who does this? Plays gacha games? God. What are we? Nerds? Losers? I don't think so. We're better than that. We watch people getting arrested and screaming a lot. That's pretty funny. But soon we're going to talk video games, the Oregon Trail. But before that, we need to learn about the true war.
This does not deserve Captain's Log introduction, because this is dead serious. The inside and outside tour I did a few months ago of my house, everyone unit, my mother and my father are angry at me. They're blaming me. It's my fault. I admit it's my fault. I want everything about my house off the internet.
Autism is all the rage these days. Around 3% of children are diagnosed with an autism spectrum disorder. The fight for some sort of cure, with the cause being attributed to acetaminophen or circumcision. It seems like we're in some sort of autism epidemic. Now, I'm not qualified to get into the science of what causes autism and whether there's some sort of cure. We'll leave that to the professionals.
That's called a bird grasshopper. Here he is.
This video isn't about diagnosis or science, it's about what the internet does to autistic people in the spotlight, for better or for much, much worse. And there are 3 cases that highlight what happens when online attention, trolling, and lack of safeguards convert neurodivergence into a public performance with real emotional and life consequences. And I think a good place to start is with somebody whose story is still unfolding to this day, and that person is Joshua Block, better known online as World of T-Shirts. As a kid growing up during the TikTok boom, it's no surprise
I actually don't know anything about this guy or the TikTok people. Those people seem weird.
That Josh would gravitate towards making online videos with the dreams of becoming famous. Like most TikTokers, his content consisted of silly little dances, lip syncing, and exploring the beautiful streets of New York City. Pretty harmless stuff. Okay, maybe not all harmless. This arc, dubbed the Coffee and Boba arc, was pretty good, all things considered. In came the Cancun trip of 2021. In November of that year, Josh would take a trip to Cancun, Mexico, and since the drinking age is lower there than it is here in the US, this is where Josh would get his first experience with alcohol. Live streaming his entire drunken ordeal, with chat pushing him to drink more and more, until eventually blacking out and even losing his phone. Since his father isn't in the picture, his mother passing in 2014, and his current guardian being his elderly grandfather who may not have the stamina for the constant day trips to New York City, has left Josh alone to his own devices. There isn't anything wrong with a young adult exploring the city or doing solo trips outside of the country, even if they are further on the spectrum. But with Josh's growing internet popularity mixed with his escalating dependency on alcohol, Josh's 21st birthday, allowing him free reign to drink whenever he wants, would send him down a dark path, especially without somebody to help keep him in check. Around 2022, a man named Michael Quinn found Josh online due to his growing popularity and began his move in leeching off this vulnerable autistic young adult. Quinn took on a sort of managerial role for Josh, encouraging him to start an NYC tour illegally, and more notoriously, pushing Josh further and further into alcoholism by supplying him with as many drinks as he wants. While Quinn did enable Josh's alcohol dependency, all the blame can't be put on him since at the end of the day, Josh is an adult and does have agency. But the way he inserted himself into Josh's content made it clear that it was
I mean, it does sound shitty right away, but I agree, and I say the same thing for all the people put on personal finance put on there. The fucking people that applied to be on there. They're their own people. Let them take charge in their life. And I actually think them taking charge to put themselves in that situation where they're criticized, ridiculed, used for everyone's fucking amusement, that's the worst thing that could actually happen to some of those people living in those small towns, or even like in Austin, their coworkers, all that shit, seeing that. But I bet you it makes them fix their fucking finances, because then that's not so bad. They've already seen as bad as it could be. But in this case, almost blame the fucking people that kind of enjoy it, I guess, that lets it happen, but I would each their own. I don't know. The world's a crazy place. I don't think there is anyone to blame in the world of lolcowdom. It's kind of like how Earth got created, a ball of space that just went, a ball of gas and space or something that just went, pew, and then space dust. That's what all these people are kind of like.
Out of mentoring and taking care of
You mean chibi necademics. I gotcha.
Josh, but to scrape up any money or clout he could get.
So the only way you can see Josh live on TikTok is if you follow This Is Michael Quinn. But that sucks, you know, because
I know.
I feel bad about that.
And you can see how he would prop himself up as some sort of role model, protecting him and teaching the young kid how to drink responsibly. But then he would go on to record Josh during drunken meltdowns or go after other TikTok accounts that were detractors of Quinn's actions. Now, if it was just Michael Quinn being a clout goblin, then things wouldn't be so bleak. But around this time, Josh would ramp up his live streams on TikTok. Since he posted so much and was live for hours on end, it wasn't that hard to track him down, leading certain members of his audience to find him out in the wild and begin harassing him, all leading to the fateful hat-stealing incident. Josh wears a captain's hat. That's his whole, shtick. This became the mission to so many. Find Josh, steal his hat, and watch the crash out commence without anyone there to stop it. At a certain point, Quinn and Josh stopped being friends, as Michael puts it, but
like I said, teach their own online, but oh, look at these cool people. They made an autistic mad in the streets. That's great. That'll really make him want to go into the streets and be a productive member of society, all that. Sorry, I'm being a real judgmental lib again.
Josh was still doing what he was doing. Still wandering New York, still drinking anything with a percent, and his drunken outbursts would get worse and worse. The term, "put the fries in the bag," began being used to insult Josh, sending him into an absolute frenzy anytime he heard it. People didn't need to steal the hat anymore. They just needed to drive by Josh, yell, "Put the fries in the bag," and get an easy crash out. And once again, while Josh is autistic, leading to a lack of certain social skills and impulse regulation, the constant push for him to drink more alcohol, which inhibits a person even more, is a recipe for disaster, which only gets worse with Josh's next manager. Jason Itzler, also known as Mr. Based Online, is an underground streamer and former prostitution ringleader with a criminal history including drug trafficking, money laundering, assault with a deadly weapon, burglary, and stalking. Makes Michael Quinn look like a hot dog salesman. Oh wait. While Josh did have experience streaming on TikTok, that is nothing compared to kick streaming. This cesspool of degeneracy is where the most famous World of T-Shirts clips originated from. Base would get Josh even more booze, introduce him to cigarettes, zins, have the kid almost fish out on Galaxy Gas, and who knows what other drugs. They'd be outside even more, leading to even more people approaching Josh, leading to even more dangerous outbursts. And due to TTS, this didn't stop when they were in the safety of Mr. Based's apartment. When someone donates on TikTok, they get a rose or a silly little hat, but on Kick, the donator gets to leave a message that plays out loud for everyone to hear, so people would spam donate, put the fries in the bag, leading to Josh having more meltdowns even when he wasn't in public.
Mr. Based, how does it feel to exploit a young disabled person like Josh for abuse?
Disabled!
Just go to rehab, just go to rehab, Josh, go to rehab,
Disabled!
And here you can see Mr. Based pulling the Michael Quinn card and allowing this to continue. Based has the option to turn off TTS, but he knows that
Like I said, at what point is it up to him to make the decision to, oh, hey, what I'm doing isn't healthy and it's benefiting this other person? When, like, is he able to make that decision? That's the deciding factor here in whether it's right or not.
if he keeps it on, people will keep donating to get a reaction out of Josh, and he'll make more money. Even when they're in public, if someone comes up to Josh, Base will just sit there and stream the whole altercation. The only time he would step in is when he would be threatened with getting in trouble, or even worse, banned. Even after Josh got diagnosed with pancreatitis, a deadly disease caused from alcohol abuse, Base gave minimal pushback on Josh with cutting back his drinking. Someone actually talked to Josh's grandpa, and here you can see his grandpa talk about how bad of an influence Based is and how worried he is for his grandson.
Believe me, it is not the family. We worry sick about him. His grandmother's just destroyed by the situation.
But in Josh's mind, I'm sure he sees this as his grandfather trying to ruin his fun, when in reality, I think he just doesn't want his grandson to fucking die. Eventually, Josh would leave Based in the dust, but things still haven't gotten better, falling into the hands of Jack Doherty. Maybe not as criminal as Based, but definitely somebody who doesn't have Josh's best interest in mind.
My nose! I think it's fractured!
And that's where we are with Josh. He's getting tossed around from shit tier streamer to shit tier streamer, getting pumped full of alcohol, harassed, and put into worse and worse scenarios. Josh does have negative traits that shouldn't be excused by his autism, but I truly believe that if it wasn't for these managers, the people that are with Josh, even when the cameras are off, allowing these bad things to continue, World of T-Shirts wouldn't be this internet crash out lolcow that we see today. Trolls will always be trolls, so there's no way of knowing how much IRL harassment he'd receive, but I guarantee it would be nowhere near the amount he gets today. Everyone feigned care when in reality they were after money and internet fame, all at the expense of this autistic kid, which will no doubt end in tragedy. And the crazy part is, a similar story has already been documented and played out with another autistic individual online. A story that some of you may already know, the story of Christine Weston Chandler. There's a good chance that...
Who? Oh, there's a reason you wore that ugly polo shirt, I see.
That Chris Chan is the most documented person of all time. From news articles, high school assignments, email exchanges, and photos that should never be shared under any circumstances. Anything there is to know about Chris Chan is publicly available for all to see. There is an 85-part documentary series about Chris from birth to the modern era, okay? Chris Christory needs to be taught in college at this point. Growing up, it was obvious that Chris wasn't a normal kid. I mean, he did really like Sonic, kind of a dead giveaway. Thankfully, he did have relatively supportive parents that allowed him to have a normal childhood. I say relatively because while they did fight back against the school system that allegedly abused Chris or supported him in changing his name from Christopher to Christian after an animatronic bear misheard him, yes, that actually happened, there are aspects of their parenting that in hindsight would put Chris onto the path that he would end up on. First up is their spoiling of Chris. From the countless pictures of Chris's room, it's clear that the kid got whatever the hell he wanted. This, mixed with Chris's autism, has led to an almost childlike case of self-entitlement. This greediness for material goods is one thing, but with Chris's lack of social skills, once again due to his autism, shows him feeling entitled to awards, competition wins, and of course, relationships with girls. Anytime he'd meet a girl, he would not lay off of them, even when told multiple times to back off. Chris is the main person at fault here, but don't you think it's all...
I mean, I think he's actually doing a good job summarizing the story, because all I've seen is the 80-part fucking documentaries. And, it's really hard. There's so many things that happen, like that time that Chris Chan stabbed his taint trying to make a vagina. It is like fate. Chris Chan gender-swapped waifu.
Also on the parents to see this behavior and correct it. When Chris was suspended from college or the mall for loitering with his attraction signs, instead of explaining to Chris that maybe this isn't the way to go about things, they would blindly support him and lash out with legal threats. There never seemed to be an initiative from Bob and Barbara to find Chris a proper group, maybe a group of other autistic individuals or social workers that could help Chris in his socializing. I feel like
Other autistic people, okay. They wouldn't have helped Chris, just saying. Just saying.
Like at the end of the day, they either didn't care or didn't know what Chris was getting up to. And the latter seems a lot more likely due to their approach, or lack thereof, with Chris's relationship with the internet. Like most people in the early days of the internet, Chris would have his very own website where he would post newsletters about his special interests and share information about his life, usually in the form of comics which blurred the lines between fiction and real events. Sure, it was a bit in depth, but it's as harmless as anybody else posting blogs about their woes. That was until he was discovered by the fine people over on 4chan, the darkest shithole on the internet. At first, it was light memeing. They would reach out to Chris, sending him fan art of his original characters doing unsavory acts just to get a rise out of him. Chris would obviously respond, and with every email exchange being posted for everyone to see, his audience only grew, and this would open the floodgates to what I believe is the most insane life of trolling ever seen. Trolls were quick to notice Chris's desire for a boyfriend-free girl. It's all he seemed to ever talk about. So individuals would begin crafting these woman personas and reaching out to Chris under the guise of being interested in a relationship. Lori, Blanca, Sarah, Panda Halo, Julie, bro was drowning in bitches. But no matter what, eventually they would end up revealing themselves, leaving Chris heartbroken and embarrassed, especially because their main goal was to have the guy do some insane acts. They had him wear his mother's underwear, create fetish videos, even send his most prized possession, his Sonichu medallion, where the troll behind the character would then make videos of him destroying it in various ways, all just to mess with Chris. But I'd say the cruelest catfish was Julie. Later, in a joint effort between Julie's troll and another who had become a main villain in Chris's world, they had him convinced.
The Blue Frost stuff is the worst, and the Julie. That just feels like another lifetime ago, and it kind of was, because it was like 2009 when all this was happening, right? Here's the thing, though, can you really feel sorry for the poor autistic Chris Chan over here when he sort of kept seeking this shit out because he's a narcissist and would believe that a girlfriend would just fucking message him like that? Would believe, like, he was a narcissist at the end of the day, that's it.
That Julie was kidnapped by Clyde Cash, leading him to drive 400 miles from Virginia to Ohio alone. And lo and behold, when Chris arrived, the address was fake, there was no Julie to be found. While he said that the trip was somewhat of a good experience, this incident could have ended far worse if the trolls really wanted to harm Chris. Shortly after his return, Chris would hop on a call with Julie's captor, where he would essentially torture Chris for nearly an hour. They had the password to Chris's PlayStation Network account and would hold it over his head, having Chris do whatever they want just to get his games back. At first, it was just having Chris say that he's not the mayor of Quickville, the fictional city in Chris's mind. Then they had him do silly dances, and then they had him cut up his Sonichu medallion and shove it up his ass. The call ends when the troll reveals that he was Julie the whole time. The reason he sounds like a girl is because he's a 13-year-old boy. Throughout the call, you can hear other trolls call out Blue Spike and tell him that he's taking it too far.
Oh God, poor Sash.
Blue Spike, no more.
Keep going.
Blue Spike, stop this shit.
That guy thought he was so
But at the end of the day, these other trolls helped facilitate this whole thing to take place. After the incident, there was a split online. Some thought it was time to leave Chris alone and shut down the websites dedicated to harassing him, while others said, no, we're gonna keep it going, we're gonna create new websites and create new characters to mess with Chris for more years to come. More fake sweethearts would appear before quickly revealing to be a troll to Chris's dismay. Others would take Chris's obsession with his own characters and convince him that they're making a real game or a show just to alter the characters and make them gay to trigger Chris's homophobia. Trolls held a singing contest with Chris and a doppelganger to fight over who is the real Chris Chan. I'm not joking, this story is insane.
Dude, Liquid
and while Chris
Chris
by no means is the great—
Liquid Chris is honestly the most wholesome, chungus part of the whole story. Because nobody really gets hurt, do they? It's just Chris with his own ego that keeps fighting him.
Greatest person in the world. Racism, homophobia, ableism being some of his notable traits. It really doesn't feel like the trolls are attacking him because of those, but because he's autistic and it's funny to make him suffer. Chris already had a childlike grasp on reality, believing that any girl reaching out to him is real or that his Sonichu comics are way bigger than they actually are. But then in the later years, we have trolls push Chris even further into a psychotic state, making her, Chris's transition at this point, believe that Sonichu and all of her made-up characters are actually real. She begins spouting prophecies of this dimensional merge where all the cartoon characters are gonna become real and she's a goddess, and even later claiming to be the second coming of Christ. With her father passing, family home—
And they do documentaries and commentaries because Chris doesn't actually care what pronouns you use.
Burning down and exile from public spaces like churches and game stores, combined with her constant trolling for decades, has turned Chris Chan into this internet villain. And I don't want to make Christine out to be this flawless victim without fault. Understanding the cause isn't the same as excusing the actions. Obviously, there's no way of really knowing. But I believe that without this long span of trolling, tricking Chris, and altering her perception of reality, there's no shot in hell that what has happened in the most recent saga of Chris's life would have taken place. In 2021, it would be revealed that Chris Chan was having sexual relations with her own mother. Jesus. This one's really tough because while trolls would goad Christine into doing outrageous acts, this one was done out of her own volition. So was it the autism? Was it the psychosis maybe brought upon by the years of manipulation? There's no way of knowing, okay? Chris knew the illegal nature of incest, and that's all there is to it. Like Josh, the story of Chris Chan is a tragic one, with constant trolls trying to create the next big saga,
Daniel
to the
Larson,
lack
I don't
of
think
real
is very
people
funny,
in her
and that's
life to
probably
bring
gonna
her
be
back
next
to
on this
reality.
Watch
Instead of
Mojo.
taking the bad of Christine and attempting to correct it, they'd instead use it as an excuse to punish her. You can't feel bad for Chris Chan because she's done this and that, and now you really can't defend her because, I mean, she f***ed her mom. But would we have gotten to this point if those online just let this socially awkward autistic kid upload his silly comics and videos online without ever interacting with them? As of 2025, Chris Chan has been out of jail for a few years now. Once in a blue moon, she'll be spotted out in the wild and photos will circulate online like they're the Bigfoot photos. She'll upload here and there, but for the most part, Christine Weston Chandler has been left into internet obscurity, which is probably for the best. A similar conclusion to another online individual, though this person is in a far worse state.
Well, I am interested
Daniel
to see
Larson is
more
like
about
World of
this case.
T-shirts
I
and
don't
Chris
know
Chan
anything.
combined and turned up to 11. Though not as big as Josh, Daniel's rise began on TikTok. Like Chris, Daniel has extreme delusions of grandeur, believing he's this famous singer-songwriter with countless fans, which is amplified by numerous—
I guess I might have to rewatch some Daniel Larson stuff, because that is the thing. He is a fucking narcissist as well. He dines and dashes and does all this horrible shit because he believes he's entitled to it. But that's why I argue, why are all these people trolling and having to play a character and getting security called on him and snitching him and starting fights and doing all this stuff? Let him fucking get in trouble on his own. He doesn't need your help. This didn't need to escalate to where it went.
Trolls. And like both, Daniel has had many unsavory moments both off and on camera. Daniel's early life was already fraught with turbulence. His father left the family, and his mother would later become paralyzed and wheelchair-bound. After that, Daniel would be moved around from different foster homes until eventually his grandmother would get full custody. Mixing that situation with Daniel being diagnosed with autism, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia at a young age paints a picture of a kid with a tough future ahead of him. Daniel did have positive hands in his life with his grandma and Bob Proctor, a social worker at the Tennyson Center, but it really doesn't seem like they were equipped to handle Daniel at the level he was at. Bars. I'm sorry, I had to. Eventually, his grandma would pass and Daniel would be placed into group homes for those with disabilities. With caretakers to watch over Daniel's safety, help him develop and integrate with society, this should have been a difficult but good spot for Daniel to be in. But with the first 20 years of his life setting him up, it wouldn't take much to knock him down. Daniel would begin posting around 2020 with comments jokingly calling him Mr. President since he declared that he's running for presidency that year.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I am planning on running for president in the future. If you think that that's a good idea, please click the thumbs up, give me a like, give me a follow, and give me a comment. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
But like the stories before, things would change when people online would begin contacting Daniel directly, pretending to be record labels and music managers. They'd have him do offensive things, mostly say slurs and such, but of course it would ramp up to Daniel exposing himself on TikTok Live. But where Chris Chan would realize that he's been duped and cut contact with specific trolls, Daniel never did. Time and time again, people would reach out pretending to be the same record labels and management companies, and Daniel would believe it. He genuinely believed that he was this famous, that he had all these fans, that he was actually in a relationship with Grace VanderWaal. Excuse the drama, but for you Larsonians out there, you know the name. Grace VanderWaal is a singer who got popular by winning America's Got Talent at 12 years old. After seeing her on AGT in 2016, this would begin Daniel's obsession with the girl that continues on till this day. Daniel, in his mind, genuinely 100% believes that him and Grace are in a relationship and have been for all these years. Of course, this isn't helped with the many trolls reaching out to Daniel pretending to be Grace, fueling the madness. But even till the end, with Daniel's final troll, the one that's been with him the longest, coming clean, saying that he has never been in contact with Grace, Daniel still believes. And that's the main story with Daniel Larson. He was kicked out of multiple assisted living homes for violent outbursts and property damage, leaving him homeless and roaming the streets of Colorado. He dined and dashed countless times, multiple arrest warrants, and many run-ins with the police. But throughout every incident, Daniel would say the same thing. He's a famous singer-songwriter, he's dating another very famous singer, and he's only getting harassed because of the fans. At the current moment, Daniel is in a federal corrections institution being charged with 7 counts of threats. And while it's pretty obvious that Daniel was never gonna the White House, this is probably the best scenario for him. With claims of pedophilia, assaulting his caretaker Bob, adopting a dog and mistreating it, the destruction of halfway homes and motels, the potential spread of scabies in California, Daniel isn't just a
Okay, he only had that dog for like 2 hours before someone stole it from him and gave it a home. I just wanted to clarify. So maybe it is the best outcome. Maybe the federal government will give him some help or turn him into a sleeper agent.
Threat to society, but to himself. When he'd get upset, he would hit himself, causing physical damage. Being homeless in Colorado wasn't easy either, with the cold winters and the constant travel on foot deteriorating his body. And the trolls constantly in his ear, making him believe anything they want. The FBI is after him, people are following him, his life is in danger. But Daniel would never stop. And I feel like that's the main issue that ties all these people together. The never-ending cycle of posting even after something horrible has happened to them. With all of these scenarios, there comes a moment where they realize that the things they post and the people that watch are hurting them, but they continue anyway. Maybe it's the lack of attention they received as a child. Maybe that attention, even for just a moment, makes them feel normal. Even if the comments are negative, at least they're seen. No matter the reason though, it is a—
I do think it is that. Like, just no cap, as they say. Nothing more to be said there. That is what it is. All attention is attention, whether it be good or negative.
A constant feedback loop of attention that I don't think is healthy for anyone, especially somebody with this level of developmental issues. If they were just left to fall into the never-ending feed of content instead of being put on a pedestal for people to laugh at and harass, without those with bad intentions coming in and manipulating and pushing them to such extremes, maybe they would have just moved on. But at the end of the day, we can blame the trolls, we can say that it's the lack of people in their life or even the system that's failed them. But how do you help somebody who doesn't want to be helped?
True.
What's up, Ewu crew? It's the Raven, here to share another shocking...
Man, remember when everyone was the Ewu crew before they get all fancy with their body cam channels? They're probably doing like horror content, I don't know. Alright, what's next on the agenda? It's our recover from a bad gacha. Fake Grand Order wasn't nice to me, so that's why we had to watch. The video was called Autism versus the Internet. That wasn't a bad one. I will give them a thumbs up.
It's New Year's Day.
We saw the Snapchat thing. It's time for some child abuse. It's been a while since we've had child abuse. Wonder how many horrible excuses we'll see today. Was it an accident? Did they have super autism? Super autism is where you can just like, it's either impossible to do anything like talk and reveal who killed you or abused you, but at the same time you have magical powers to do anything that makes it so your killer didn't commit the crime. It's very complicated. But I am at the 2-hour mark, so I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break and then BRB. I'm just going to have fun, chill, work on that village some more. I think I might have to do a year-end game. I just want to make sure to set up... I'm setting up a little jelly factory. It's like the King of the Hill cult with Luann. That's what I'm trying to set up. So that way we can force Mike to work it. That's the plan. If he wants to be good. Aw, you gave me a thumbs up too? Yay, thank you. BRB, everyone get their coffee.
Voices in my head again, trapped in a war inside my own skin. They're pulling me under. Myself like a fever of veins. I've come to the militia, but still feel the pain. If I showed you my soul, would you cover your eyes? If I told you the truth, would you dare me to lie? I keep it all inside because I know the man is everything but kind. Voices in my head again, beating me in a war I can't win. I can hear them now, swept in a game inside my own skin. I don't know myself anymore. They're pulling me under. As I walk through this valley of shadows and death, I curse not the wicked, I praise not the blessed. If I told you the truth, you beg me to change. If you are a currency, you own the bank. Voices in my head again, beating me in a war I
what you want, what you like, it's okay. I'm a little curious too. Tell me if it's wrong, if it's right, I don't care. I can keep a secret, kid. You got my mind on your body and your body on my mind. Got a taste for the cherry, I just need to take a bite. Don't tell your mother, kiss one another, die for each other. We're cool for the summer. Take me down into your paradise. Don't be scared, 'cause I'm your body type. Just something that we wanna try. 'Cause you and I, we're cool for the summer. Tell me if I won, if I did, what's my prize? I just wanna play with you too. Even if they judge, get out, do the time. I just wanna have some fun with you. Got my mind on your body and your body on my mind. Got a taste for the cherry, I just need to take a bite. Don't tell your mother, kiss one another, die for each other. We're cool for the summer. Take me down into your paradise. Don't be scared, 'cause I'm your body type. Just something that we wanna try. 'Cause you and I, we're cool for the summer. We're cool for the summer. We're cool for the summer. Don't tell your mother. Got my mind on your body and your body on my mind. Got a taste for the cherry, I just need to take a bite. Take me down into your paradise. Don't be scared, 'cause I'm your body type. Just something that we wanna try. 'Cause you and I, we're cool for the summer. Me, yeah, we're cool for the summer. Don't be
Okay, sorry for that bit of silence. I had to recorrect and fix some things around here. Yes, we're gonna do one more cop slop. I hope it's one of the good ones. I don't know. And by that, I mean, I'm ready for some crazy excuses to explain this one, I think. And then we're gonna learn all about that Oregon Trail, which is all about letting your children die of dysentery. See, it all does have a common thread. I put on a real variety show for you people, for free. One day they'll let me host one of those bad talk shows that I hate so much. That's the goal here. Oh, the cops are out there in real life right now.
It's New Year's Day at an apartment complex in Daytona Beach, Florida, where police are called over an unresponsive teen who was reportedly found severely emaciated.
Probably second stairwell.
What's going on? Are you the mother?
Police identify the woman seen here as 43-year-old Talia.
Well, she looks very sad and horrified by what happened, so I don't think she's to blame, officer. Not at all.
Nelson, the teen's mother.
So 5 hours ago you saw him for lunch, for a late lunch. Since then you haven't seen him since.
I've seen him,
But I mean,
he was fine.
Oh, even since then?
Yeah,
so less than 5 hours.
Oh, he was fine.
This had to happen about 2 hours.
He was fine.
Inside the ambulance, medics and officers take note of the 14-year-old's alarming condition.
How old?
How old?
They said 14. Mom said 14.
14? 14 what? 14 months or 14?
She said 14 years old.
She's 14 years old. She's right there.
Yep, we got it. They're just working them right now?
Yeah, she looks like she's like 6, not 14. 6 years old.
I'm allowed to go to the hospital.
What happened before we got to this point?
He was fine. He has a rare bone disease.
Oh, rare bone disease. Not autism yet.
It's just me.
Okay.
Can you just go sit?
How did you come to find him?
When I went, they were taking his dinner.
Okay.
And he was laying there.
How long had it been since you saw him up and moving and
About
talking?
2 hours.
About 2 hours.
Yeah, he has a rare bone disease. He's short in stature, and he has
Okay. No other health issues other than the bone disorder? Food allergies?
It's just us.
Did he eat anything that he's not supposed to? Anything
I
he's
mean-
allergic to?
As far as his allergicness, it just hurts his stomach a little bit.
Nothing that he has like anaphylactic shock or anything
no,
over? Okay. All right. What was he doing when you saw him 2 hours ago?
He was up, just chilling.
Like watching TV?
Chilling like a villain.
Okay. He wasn't acting funny or anything like that?
No, he said he just started about a day ago saying his leg was hurting, so I was going to make him an appointment with his doctor, but other than that, no.
What's the bone disorder? Is it osteogenesis
It's a rare-
imperfecta?
They never gave me a name.
Okay.
They just said it's a rare bone disease.
Okay.
Has this ever happened?
Oh my god. So fucking rare. Dude, are you guys hearing this? This is like, this is a patient from House motherfucking MD. Gregory House couldn't even solve what was wrong. They just said it's a rare bone disease. They didn't give any type of fucking name or nothing. This poor woman, she dealt with the rarest of fucking childs. Oh no.
Before? No. Is this mom?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, very, very small because of the
Rare bone.
bone disorder. He looked like, in the ambulance, he looked like he was 6. But he's what, 14?
14. Okay. He's short in stature.
Because she doesn't let him smoke cigarettes. She's a good mother.
He's short in stature. Okay. And the bone disease is on there.
Does he, the bone disorder, does it like result in frequent breaks and stuff, or? It just, his bones don't grow the way they're supposed
they're not grow the way they're supposed to, and he does self-induced vomiting.
Okay.
So it's like he's not holding his food down.
Okay.
So it's just like I give him a lot of protein stuff, vitamins, and stuff like that.
Oh, she feeds him all the time. That's what they often say.
About 3 years now.
Okay. Any medical concerns in the past, or is this a first time thing?
Well, when we first found out about the rare bone disorder, he was going to a lot of doctors in Orlando and stuff like that, but his pediatrician said he's healthy, he was fine, that I could stop taking him because it was a lot on him. Because he was getting tested and bent this way and bent that way and stuff like that. And his pediatrician said that he was fine and healthy, so I could stop taking him to the...
So let's recap. She feeds him all the time. He's got a rare bone disease. There's no name for it. It's just called the rare bone disease. And... oh, I think we're just... I think there's... they all twisted him this way and that way. That's going to be a breadcrumb for when she explains how it did gymnastics John Wick skills to put themselves in this situation, I'm sure.
Specialist.
Never changes here on Child
Talia
Abuse
rattles
Channel.
off a laundry list of ailments she says the teen boy suffered from, but investigators would later learn that she allegedly had not taken the 14-year-old to a doctor since 2020, according to the state attorney's office.
And when you found him, where was he? I'm sorry?
He was laying on the floor, in his room on the floor. Like
on the floor in his room?
Yeah.
Where had he been prior to that? When you saw him normal?
In the living room. He was
He was
fine.
just hanging out in
Watching
the
TV,
living
yeah.
room? Okay.
Does he go to school?
No, he's on online. He does into online school.
Okay. Okay. So what's his learning ability like?
He's
is he high school?
No.
No.
He's still in middle school.
Middle school. What grade would be he?
He's
would
in
he?
seventh.
Seventh?
Yeah.
Okay. And no food allergies.
Yeah.
And
Peanuts, wheat, soy, milk.
And do we have any of that in the house?
I mean, no. I mean, I eat it, but not.
I mean, is there a concern that maybe this is an allergic reaction?
No.
No.
I'm not sure
Officer Martin had already spoken to you.
no allergic reaction, no.
Okay.
As far as I could think of, unless he got into something and ate it himself, but...
what made
but
you go
you're
to
just
the
the
bedroom?
parent, so why would you know that? That'd be
You were taking
insane.
him what?
His dinner.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes he likes to eat.
Okay.
Officials said the teen weighed just 33 pounds, had fresh bruises on his face, linear scars across his back, legs, and torso, and sores in various places, suggesting long-term abuse and neglect. He was pronounced dead at a hospital a short time later. A medical examiner said Talia's son was severely malnourished and dehydrated.
This should be happening.
Yeah.
And she's not like... He's got... There's nothing that would...
Watch him, you know.
Right.
And he doesn't like that. He complains and puff, you know.
Okay.
That's why I went right. So I was going to circle around.
So for right now, until we find out his condition at the hospital, we do have to secure your apartment just to make sure that nothing's tampered with, moved, anything like that, okay? And basically that's, with situations like that, we just have to do so just in case it turns out to be something that it's not, okay? It's not.
Investigators later enter Talia's apartment. And note disturbing conditions, including a strong odor of urine and feces in the teen's room.
I'll talk to you later.
So she's wanting to go to the hospital, but I mean, obviously we have to secure the apartment until we get.
This shit is, I shouldn't have to say why it's all fucked up, because usually this is done to babies and little children because it's easy to do to them. When only other case I've really seen where it was a teenager, they all get all messed up and have the brain of 6-year-olds and are like super skinny and it's just scary, but This is the first time I've seen one die. Oh.
Condition update.
Yeah.
We could, if we need to just keep an eye on mom, she could go to the hospital.
Yeah,
We could send
and that's-
62 to follow her just to make sure
Yeah.
she doesn't disappear.
And I'm thinking,
Let her go. Alright, so ma'am, if you want to go to the hospital, you can. They're at Halifax. Alright. I'm sorry.
Does anybody know if he's responsive?
Not yet. They just the ambulance just got there and they're still working on him, okay? So but if you want to go ahead and go to the hospital and then
One officer escorts Talia to a hospital where we'll catch up with her later. Now, officers get a chance to talk about the situation.
this kid, I'll tell you, in that ambulance, looked like he was 6. Good. He was extremely small, very skinny, like basically a skeleton. Stand by, 1 second. Looked like maybe even, and she's saying basically he's bulimic, I guess.
yeah, she said self-induced vomiting.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it's. I watch too much TV.
First 48.
You know, like is he living in a cage and she's not feeding him? You know, like is it?
What'd you say he looked like?
This kid looked like he was a 6-year-old that hadn't eaten in a month, laying in that stretcher. I mean, just skin and bones.
So, I mean, I just don't think it's medical, and we're just gonna.
Yeah, no.
I know. I've never been in CID.
Just
but...
yeah, I think just because of the conditions of the kid and everything.
Yeah.
I think
So on the sergeant level, are you thinking like neglect at this point?
That's in my mind. It's
potentially.
Yeah. That would be my concern.
Who was the other?
That was her other son, I guess.
Next, investigators speak to 2 family members who say they were both staying in the apartment at the time. Let's see what they have to say.
Then I get off her work. I come home, play the game, watch TV, take a shower. She's cooking food for the new year. He's out in the front room watching TV. Then he goes back in the room for like another 2 hours, I guess. Then she went to go give him his food. Then I guess that was it for there.
When's the last time you saw? It was your brother, right?
No.
When's the last time you saw?
When I got off.
Okay. So a couple hours before, something like that. Okay.
Can he walk and everything, or do you guys have to carry him around?
So because the bone disease was taking over his
That
hands.
bone disease
So we had
again.
to start it.
So you have to move him.
When did y'all know about the bone disease? Like since he was born, we known about it. Do you think?
Guess so. I think so. Yeah.
Like how long have you had to, help your brother around?
It started like a couple months ago. Like his legs started getting weak, so we started knowing.
So this person who may or may not, this teenage victim. I'm sorry, I don't intentionally forget the names of the victims. Obviously, it's not like that. It's just a lot of these videos. And I kind of actually get up in the way that their own fucking parents talk about them, which is terrible. But let's throw them in the box. As that Asmongold said, I don't agree with him when it comes to people with differences of opinions, but all these people, bye. Well, not the son over here. I don't think he did anything, but yes, clearly once the stomach aches began, probably from hunger, crazy, that's when the rare bone disease turned up. Weird.
Helping him out, pushing him around, but we still tried to motivate him to say, because he still could have walked, but he just got lazy and just stopped.
Oh, he's just fucking lazy.
Your mom said something about he makes himself throw up.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen him do that?
Yes. It's a habit to him, because I don't know, we don't know where he gets it from. He just, every time he eats, he throws it up, like,
He's never made any comments about, like, oh, I'm too fat or anything like that? Because that's usually like an eating disorder kind of thing.
He does. Every time, if it's something like he likes to eat, and if it's gone, he's gonna keep throwing it up for since.
Yeah. What does he like to eat?
Everything. He tries to eat stuff he can't eat, but my mom doesn't let him, so he gets.
Okay, Okay, this person's in on the fucking lie, because I am sure, yep, this is one of those that eats everything, eats all the food all the time, yep. We've seen it all the time, folks.
Ain't good like that. But
Motherfucking Kirby.
What were those things that like he likes to eat? But is it like junk food or?
It's like any food, rice, chips.
She won't let him eat those things.
She lets it eat. That's the thing.
What's the stuff she doesn't let him eat?
Like he doesn't let him drink milk, like pies, like chocolate.
That's the stuff he's allergic to.
Yeah, like chocolate is the main thing.
Yeah, okay.
It's the same exact story that mom gave, like to a T.
I didn't
like
I didn't hear mom's story.
almost exactly to a T. Got a bone disorder, doesn't, the self-induced vomiting, stuff like that. I mean, it's almost the
It
exact
must be
same
true
story.
then.
If he's not eating, then yeah, the bones are gonna be messed up.
Do you know if, can he walk on his own?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so.
Have you seen him walk on his own?
When he
Ever?
was younger.
Huh?
When he was younger.
When he was younger, but not recently?
No.
Does he eat a lot?
When I'm there, he do. Like when we cook meals, he eat the meals. But he's lactose intolerant, so can't eat milk. But I think they recently started giving it to him anyway because he wasn't gaining weight and stuff like that.
Okay.
Back at the hospital, other family members have gathered around Talia in a waiting area.
So you're gonna have to come to the hospital, okay?
I'm gonna put at what? No, really?
Listen,
Really?
we don't need this
Really?
Okay.
Just see me.
Can you go talk with our victim's advocate real quick?
Uh-oh. There's a drama, isn't there? The most replayed.
Back at the hospital, other family members have gathered around Talia in a waiting area.
So you're gonna have to come to the hospital, okay?
I'm gonna put at what?
No,
Really?
listen, we don't need this
Really?
Okay.
Just see me.
Can you go talk with our victim's advocate real quick? I just want to talk with her.
All right.
And then I'm gonna come talk to you.
You ain't got to worry about it. All right. Later. I gotta go. They talking to me.
Miss Smith.
They just clearing out because she's about to get cuffed. That looks like Carver from The Wire over here.
Miss Smith. So.
Nelson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Miss Nelson. So normally what we do, in something like this, what we want to do is go and take photographs of the apartment and make sure everything is okay. Would you give us consent to go in and just photograph your apartment? And we're not going to take anything out of it. We just want to go in, take photographs. Are you good with that? Okay, so what this officer is going to do is I know you're shaking your head yes that you agree, but you'll just have to.
Oh, sign something.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll have to get your phone real quick.
And then I'll talk to your sister, and we're still waiting for the.
While Talia does paperwork, an investigator pulls one family member aside.
The thing is, we're looking at this young man who was 14 years old, and you said you hadn't seen him in 10 years. He looks like he might be 6 years old. He is very much malnourished. He probably weighs 40 pounds. Probably. He looks like he has not walked in a very long time. And I say that based off of what I've been employed here for 16 years, and I can tell you I've never seen a child in the manner this child is at his age, but in the manner this young man is, it looks heavily upon neglect.
So I don't know everything. When I speak with her,
and asked about my nephew. So he's fine. He's small. She told me he was diagnosed with a rare bone disease. She feeds him. I'm going to say I assume she feeds him because my sister before said she likes to eat. So they eat, so I'm told. He grows up a lot. So I don't know, from what I understand from when he was in school, he would do weird things like sometimes eat off other people's tray. I'm not sure. So she took him out of school.
How long ago was that?
I want to say since COVID started.
So before COVID?
Since COVID, yeah.
Okay.
That she took him.
You heard that right. The victim's relative says the teen was taken out of school after eating off of other students' lunch trays. Furthermore, Talia told police earlier that her son was switched to virtual school, but during a search of the home, detectives found school-issued laptops that, quote, appeared unused, according to a police report.
And she could be a person who just really doesn't keep records of everything, maybe not thinking that it's that important because not thinking that, his health at this point was that serious.
Yeah, because she was thinking like, okay, well, they told me he's not nervous, so I just got to give him insurance. We keep blowing it up. And, so I don't, as far as, to my knowledge, unless she never told me, he's never been in the hospital.
But even if he went to the health department, that's great because somebody saw him.
Yeah, exactly. But
what did they document?
Yeah, he's never been admitted to the hospital. He's never been to the emergency room, as far as I know, for any issues like that.
Okay.
The next day, in a phone call with an investigator, Talia allegedly said she had not brought her son to his primary care physician since 2019 and admitted she, quote, dropped the ball. Over a month later, the case was ruled a homicide after an autopsy, and an arrest warrant was issued for Talia, who was quickly located at her place of work.
LS 64. Thank you.
I mean, I guess these people think they got away with it. Or maybe they really just aren't like you took the kid out of school because they were stealing from lunch trays or something. You're a bad. I'm surprised they actually don't try to flee. Try to skip town. Try to skip the law, because I would be ashamed to get arrested for letting my child starve to death, personally. But I guess I just have morals.
We're gonna talk to her over here. Okay. Do you have any property or anything with you? Yeah. Can you go grab that? Yes, sir. Oh, sorry. Where is she going?
Around to the back.
Oh, and arrested at work? That sucks.
Alright, let's go right outside here. Keep your hands down. Alright, we're gonna go over these cars over here.
So you guys are detaining her?
Yeah,
she's going to jail. She's going to jail.
Okay.
Yep, she's got a warrant.
We're gonna be arrested here. I will tell you in just a second. I'm gonna read you your rights.
Just because if you don't want to talk to me, you don't have to, because anything you say can be used against you. So.
Talia is read her Miranda rights before further questioning.
These rights of mine, are you willing to talk? Okay, so.
Okay. Is that okay?
No, she's not talking to anybody right now, but you can tell them that she's going to the Volusia County Branch Jail.
This is my mother. They're arresting her.
Thank you.
Can one of y'all talk to her mom?
No.
No.
She'll be at Volusia County Branch Jail.
They just said that she'll be at
Hi, this is Sergeant Bernardi. How are you? Is that in the system?
The warrant? I don't know. You want to go to teletype and call her?
Yeah.
Put her in?
She's already ran in the call.
Not yet. But she's ran it. I linked the original, so you'll be able to just pull that off.
I had a warrant?
You have a warrant, yes. For your arrest.
For what?
We'll explain that in a minute. You don't have any idea?
No.
No?
Well, got right back to work for the parent after the passing away of her precious child, whom I'm sure she loved so much. Billy pulled herself up by the bootstraps, I see.
Please smoke a cigarette.
They do not like her. No leeway for her.
Do you have anything in your pockets?
Oh, yes, my cigarettes, my phone, my money.
Talia is searched and seated in a patrol car before one official lets her in on what exactly is going on here.
You have a warrant for your arrest, charging you with charging you with the death of your son. The medical examiner concluded her investigation and ruled his cause of death complications of neglected abuse. She ruled it a homicide. You realize your son weighed 33 pounds, right?
33 pounds.
Not according to his doctors.
I wish I had classes.
Last time you brought him to a doctor was in 2020, Halifax Hospital. And according to the doctor in the emergency room, he was healthy.
You need me to do anything? You need me to tag anything?
Talia was charged with aggravated manslaughter of a child and aggravated child abuse after prosecutors alleged.
Okay, so like manslaughter for DUI because you weren't in your... Yeah, sure, you're an asshole and got fucking drunk, right? And someone's dead. But you didn't choose to kill someone. You did it because you were under the influence. Under the duress of the alcohol in your brain, right? So that's when we bring in manslaughter. What the fuck is manslaughter? I'm gonna starve my 14-year-old. That... You kind of have to intentionally starve your child that's under your custody. Intentionally be, I am not feeding that motherfucker. This food goes to me. Manslaughter. Okay, fucking court system.
She physically abused and ultimately murdered her son.
Can you do the warrant, 707? Okay. Jason Wallace is on his way now to have it entered, so it should be entered within like 15 minutes. Okay.
Talia, what's that for? Huh?
If you look in there, it's another necklace.
Court records show the 43-year-old later pleaded no contest to the charges and was sentenced to 32 years behind bars.
She let her child starve to death 32 years? I'm sorry. It looks like she can hold a job, so she'll probably get out and have... Boo, Florida.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Alright, let's move on to some video game. Everybody loves video game lore. And I was wanting to look up things for video games that I'm like, whoa! But actually, I should go look into the lore about video games I don't know shit about. That way I can be more informed, you see. Therefore, I want to look at the history of Oregon Trail. It's farm-related and letting your child die-related. As I said, everything here is amazing. And it's an hour and a half long. It's like a whole movie. So this is where we just sit back, relax, and vibe in video game lore. Fun time.
In 1869, German-American painter Albert Bierstadt, known for his landscapes of the American frontier, completed one of his most famous works. He called it Emigrants Crossing the Plains, but most people refer to it as the Oregon Trail.
And he painted a lot of pictures of the Rocky Mountains, which in those days, there was no photography or not much. So it was best for an artist to go out and paint pictures of what he saw. And he brought those back to the East Coast, and it created an interest in people moving out west. You see the beautiful sunsets, you see the idyllic setting of the cows eating the grass under the trees. Artists are often the leaders in new ideas and new ways of thinking about things. So in some sense, I guess Paul and Don and I were artists drawing a picture of what could be in the educational computer software.
In 1971, 3 student teachers in Minneapolis, Minnesota created an educational simulation game.
Boo! Boo! Can't be true. Tell me they moved out.
About traveling the Oregon Trail. Multiple generations of children played the game at school, thanks to the rise of the personal computer and its incorporation into classrooms. More than 50 years later, the Oregon Trail series has sold more than 65 million copies and has been inducted into the World Video Game Hall of Fame. The game is now a permanent fixture in pop culture. But for the original creators, the game's success did not translate to financial wealth. They made the game for themselves and, more importantly, to help teach their students.
We were not creating the program to be, entrepreneurs. We were just trying to do good teaching. We're certainly enjoying the fame that we've gotten since then. And
wow, are you telling me that something that was made out of passion and love to better things in the world turned out a successful product? Whoa! It's almost like you have to really be into the thing that you're making.
it's nice to tell our story, and the fact that I don't own some island somewhere, it's not a big deal.
More like just lucky coincidence that I happened to be at the right time doing something that nobody else had done. It's interesting, I've worked hard a lot of different things, but instead I get a lot of recognition for something I spent 10 days on and was having a ball doing it.
This is the story of how a little computer game about westward expansion in the United States made learning fun, and how it changed the software industry, computers and education, and the lives of millions of students. This is the story of the Oregon Trail. "40 miles south of Minneapolis, on the banks of the Cannon River, is the town of Northfield, Minnesota, home to Carleton College. It's a small, private, liberal arts college, often considered one of the top schools in the Midwest.
Carleton I knew was a good school. I applied to it because a friend of our family's had gone there, and Carleton had 300 to 400 in each year. So maybe there were 1,600 or 1,500 students there. So it was a small setting. The classes were small. They had seminars that had small groups of people. And it was a very socialistic school. Once you paid your tuition, everything else was free. They kind of equalized everybody there.
I looked at a bunch of different colleges. I applied to Princeton, but I didn't get in. I looked at Northwestern in Illinois, but I did not like the campus at all. I looked at Carleton in Minnesota, which was a kind of a high-powered school, and that looked like the kind of environment I wanted, which was a little bit not in the city, kind of a rural setting. And everything was contained on campus, and I kind of liked that. At the time, I think the tuition for Carleton was $3,000 a year, which sounds like a real bargain now.
In the fall of 1971, Paul Dillenberger and Bill Heineman were seniors at Carleton College. They were math majors, hoping to become teachers after graduation.
Well, it seemed to be the subject that I did the best in. I remember looking at my high school teachers and thought, it'd be kind of fun to be a math teacher.
Well, I always liked math when I was a kid. I had an older brother who was 5 years older who was into math, and he would teach a lot of things to me about math before I got to them in school. I think part of why I wanted to be a teacher is I had seen it done, and I enjoyed learning, and I wanted to make it enjoyable for other people to learn.
I met Bill Heineman in a math methods class. We had a professor who would try to teach us what to expect in a class, how to teach a lesson. We'd practice on each other, how to design a lesson. Bill's a nice guy. We got along right away.
I first met Paul my freshman year when he was on the same floor as I was. He was an interesting character. He had real long hair at the time, and that was new to me. And he also played a guitar in a rock band or something.
Dillenberger and Heineman were on their way to becoming math teachers. But there was a new, up-and-coming field that also caught their interest: computing and programming. And in Minnesota, it was thriving. Between the 1950s and 1980s,
Didn't know there was the fucking tech world out there in Minnesota, actually.
Minnesota
Would have rather all that money had gone to making Oregon Trail games.
had a bustling computing industry. Author Joy Lacey Rankin described the Twin Cities as having a computer identity. Companies such as Honeywell, Control Data, IBM, Univac, and more all had headquarters or offices in the area. Some companies partnered with the University of Minnesota and made the state a central hub for research and manufacturing.
So back in the early 70s, computers were quite different than how we think of them today. There were no personal computers. A typical computer might cost $1 million. It would be huge, it would be taller than a person, it would occupy a big room, often in the basement of the building. It would have a whole team of people attending to its needs. So quite a different thing.
Despite the high cost, the possibilities of computing seemed endless. People were finding new ways to integrate computers into their everyday lives, and soon it made its way into education. Organizations popped up around the state to incorporate computers into the classroom. In 1967, 18 Minnesota school districts formed a new organization called Total Information for Educational Systems, or TIES. Their goal was to get students and teachers familiar with computing. Administrators could input schedules or process payroll. Teachers could incorporate programs and games in.
Look at all this stuff getting automated with this fucking programming shit. Do you know how many jobs were probably lost due to this shit? In no regard at all.
To their lessons. Students could use the computer to keep track of sports scores and statistics. Carleton College also caught the computer bug that was going around Minnesota. Students used computers to keep track of batting averages in the softball league. There were computer science courses and lectures on programming. Carleton even had their own programming language, Focarl, a modified version of Focal.
At Carleton, the thing that was nice about that compared to the high school class was that you worked on what was called a teletype, which is a big clunky old typewriter, and you would phone up the mainframe computer, which was at Carleton. You'd type in your computer code, then you could type run, and it would follow the statements that you wrote, and you'd get immediate feedback. This is really nice, because now I can debug in real time rather than having to keep waiting a week, waiting another week, and so forth.
But one of the more popular uses of the computer was gaming. And students not only played games, they made them. One student created a pinball game that was eventually banned from the computer lab because staff kept having to repair the joysticks.
And that was kind of a neat interactive game. That was probably the best game that was on the computer lab.
My school had the problem where everybody was stealing the balls out of the mice so they could use them as bouncy balls. That was an ongoing problem. I guess we really are rude as fuck as children. We think we could just destroy things. I did get in trouble for just destroying rulers and shit. I was a bad person. Middle schooler.
I don't know, one of the other Carleton students wrote that, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what I mean by
program
we, just
that
me,
captured
really.
my imagination. It was a
Heathen.
program called Eliza. It would try to initiate a conversation with the person at the computer. It really wasn't very intelligent, but it gave me the possibility that, hey, you could do things with computers that aren't just numbers. You can do things with sentences, interacting with the person. You can ask them a question, they can answer, you can pick up that answer, you can do something with that answer.
For Bill Heineman, computers were a revelation.
And I spent a lot of time in the computer lab because having a computer at your fingertips to do your bidding, whatever you tell it to do, it does it, and it's like you have your own servant to do things, and you can command it to do whatever you want it to do. They had only a 5-week programming course, and I took that. And I really enjoyed that and thought that was one of the easiest classes I had at Carleton. So this logic and computing was where my talents were. And I took a game theory course, and I wrote a program that analyzed the game of Kala, the game with the pits and the stones. And I wanted to find out what the winning first move was, if there was such a thing. And I programmed it so that it learned. It was a heuristic program that as it played, it would learn how to play and improve. And I watched it for, it must have been 2 or 3 hours. And I saw that it's not anywhere close to the end yet. So I put a sign on the computer, in use. And I went back to my dorm, went to sleep, got up the next morning, hurried over to the computer lab to see if it was done or what was going on. And it said out of memory.
Oh no!
So I never did figure out what the first right move was, but I had a program that would figure it out. But at that time, the computer just didn't have enough power to do
Wish I
that.
could get money so I could upgrade some tools.
But programming on the computer would have to wait. In the fall of 1971, Paul Dillenberger and Bill Heineman began their student teaching assignments.
The student teaching experience that we had was a 16-week program where you would live up in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. Carleton is a good hour south of Minneapolis. And so they actually rented us an apartment, and there were 5 of us, 2 social studies teachers, 3 math teachers that lived in this apartment.
There were 2 bedrooms. There were 2 of us in each bedroom, and 1 slept on the couch. We did our own cooking. We kind of took turns. I think maybe after I did my turn cooking, they said, well, you don't have to cook anymore, Bill. So the 5 of us would go off and do our student teaching, come back, and then just share the experiences that we had teaching and problems that we encountered and successes that we'd had.
One of their roommates was Don Rawich, a history major from Homewood, Illinois. Rawich originally wanted to be a math teacher, but when he arrived at Carleton College, he quickly realized that math was much more advanced than he thought. He switched over to history, thanks to his love of nonfiction books.
I knew Don just because everybody knew Don. He was the Rotblatt Czar, which was the softball league that almost everybody at Carleton participated in.
We lived on the same floor, but at different ends of it. But I didn't really get to know him until we lived in this apartment and this student teaching experience. Don's very methodical. He's a good leader. He has good ideas. We got along very well as well.
Dillenberger and Heinemann were assigned to do their student teaching at Bryant Junior High, near downtown Minneapolis. Rawich taught at Jordan Junior High, about 20 minutes north, and was assigned an 8th grade American history class. For Rawich, it was a somewhat challenging environment. The students, quote, didn't sit still for anything, and his supervising teacher taught in a very traditional way, reading mostly from a textbook. At Carleton College, Rawich learned the importance of finding new ways to educate students, incorporating creativity into the curriculum. He put those ideas to the test. One time,
I mean, not to be as sappy to say the obvious, but like, everybody remembers what they learned, shit they learned from their teachers in a certain grade or whatever. Like, these people do have a ripple effect and touch lives for the better.
and a fellow student teacher dressed as the famous explorers Lewis and Clark and told the students about their travels. Another time, Rawich had a teacher pretend to shoot him with a starter pistol in front of the class. The students put on a mock trial and learned how people observe an event differently.
I was excited and maybe a little naive. I really wanted to do something in the classroom that the students were not necessarily used to. Don Rawich.
By November of 1971, Rawich had mostly been observing the classrooms. But now it was time for more responsibilities. His supervising teacher assigned him the unit on westward movement in the United States. He would have 2 weeks to prepare. Once again, Rawich looked for creative ways to engage the class. He came up with the idea for a board game, where students would be assigned roles on a wagon train and make their way through a frontier trail. As he brainstormed how the game would work, Dillenberger and Heinemann arrived home from student teaching.
Don had this big roll of butcher paper or something rolled out on the floor, took up the whole length of the living room. And I said, "What is this?" And he said, "Well, it's a game. I'm teaching a unit on the westward expansion, and I want the kids to play this game."
He had lots of cards, I remember, that had different things that could happen to you along the trip.
And he described a little bit more of what the game was like, and he was going to have the kids shake dice. And I thought, this is actually a perfect application for a computer program. And Don was like, "What in the world are you talking about?" And I said, no. I could have the computer keep track of what supplies you have, and instead of shaking dice to see how fast you go, it could be dependent upon how much you spent on your wagon. The more you spend, the better wagon you have, the faster it goes. The more you spend on your oxen, the faster.
See, this is the type of person I need. Take my crazy ideas and make a game so I don't have to do anything with you computer programming genius.
It goes. I could have it figure out how much stuff you had in your wagon and how much weight that was. The lighter the wagon, the faster it went. We could have you eat, and when you eat, you could decide if you want to just eat a little bit to try to just barely stay alive, or do you want to eat a little bit more substantial meal? And depending on how well you ate, it would consume your resources, your food faster, but you would have a better chance of staying healthy. So all these ideas came flooding into me, and he said, "Well, "Sounds great, Bill, but I need this by next Friday." And I thought for a little bit and said, "Yeah, I can have something working by Friday. Can't we, Paul?"
I looked at him and I looked at Don and said, "Yeah, I think we could do that."
I don't know if he understood what my question was. What my real question was, "Paul, is it okay if we stay at school from the time school gets out to 9 o'clock at night for the next 7 or 8 nights?"
As the trio discussed the possibilities of their new game, one question remained. Which frontier trail would they use as the base of their game? For Rawitch, there was only one choice. It was the longest and most traveled trail of them all, the Oregon Trail. Between 1836 and 1869, more than 400,000 people made the 2,170-mile journey to Oregon. They were farmers and ranchers hoping to acquire more land, business people starting new ventures, missionaries wanting to spread the word, miners hoping to strike gold, and families seeking a better life.
I find this episode of American history fascinating, this westward migration,
Same.
particularly the Oregon Trail aspect. This was a bit of history written by ordinary people. So much of what we read about history is all about famous names. The presidents who did things, the religious leaders who did things, the captains of industry who did things. And here was something where we don't worry about the names. We worry about what these 400,000 people did. And we treat each of those 400,000 people as being heroic in their own way, making this very difficult 2,000-mile journey to Oregon in order to try to have a better life. And that's why this episode in history is particularly well adapted for a game. You don't have to change history. You can just be one of those 400,000 people making that journey.
Over the weekend, Don Rawitch, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger laid the foundation for their new game. Rawitch, admittedly, knew nothing about computers. His role was to, quote,
Oregon
bring the
Trail's
history into it and suggest the various things that could happen to settlers traveling the trail. Heineman was the main programmer. He drew up flowcharts for the game and wrote the majority of the code by hand on paper. Dillenberger was essentially the debugger. He wrote up subroutines,
On paper.
cleaned up the text,
On
and tested the
paper,
game.
you all couldn't
After
dare.
talking to Don about what was done, I started imagining the things that I would do and started asking Don, and we had a lot of feedback. If I do this, is that going to work? How many turns? How long do you want this game to last? And then I asked Don, well, how long did it take the wagon trains usually to get where they were going? And so we discussed this, and I finally decided on that each turn would represent 2 weeks.
You'd have so much money, you could buy oxen and supplies and food, and you type in these numbers. And so I would say, today is March 24th, 1841 or something like that. And then depending on where you are in that 2-week period, certain things could happen to you.
My favorite part of the game was actually coding some of the probabilities into it. So it was not just the probabilities of the luck things, but like the probability of getting attacked by a rider was low at the very beginning. They're too close to civilization, but it spiked in the plains where you weren't far enough away from civilization that you didn't have some characters coming after you trying to take your possessions.
We tried to figure out what probabilities that something would happen. And so we would figure, well, the probability is pretty high in the mountains that your wagon wheel might come off, or you might be too cold.
One of the things that you could do was stop to go hunting. There was a timed input so that we could record how long it took for them to respond. So if they spelled bang wrong, they didn't get anything. They were a terrible shot. If they took too long, they didn't get anything. If they took a reasonable amount of time, they got a reasonable amount of meat from hunting. And if they did it very quickly, then they were rewarded even more.
I remember coming up with the idea as, well, if they're going to die, let's ask if they want a gravestone, or do they want a priest, or whatever.
When we were programming this, Paul and I were confined to the computer room at Bryant Junior High, which was actually a janitor's closet. was about as big enough to hold a ladder and a bucket, and that was about it. And instead they'd taken the ladder and the bucket out, and they'd put a teletype and 2 chairs, one at the computer and one on the other side of the doorway.
The computer was in kind of a closet. We would spend time after school working on it, and I believe one weekend we even took the darn thing home to the apartment and called, via our phone there.
What'd you learn about pseudoscience?
Over the course of 2 weeks, Don Rawich, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger had created an educational computer game. It was one of only a few at the time.
There were a few, I don't want to call them educational. There was a Civil War simulation, which basically the only thing you educated there is if you give your soldiers enough cigarettes, you win. And it wasn't very interesting at all. And as soon as we started writing this, we said, this is way better than anything that's out there.
It's so cool.
We were young. We were 21 years old. It was a fun thing to do. And Don.
Okay, one, Myers-Briggs isn't pseudoscience. Don't have it confused with psychology from liar Freud over there. German doctor, are you kidding me? So no, it's not pseudoscience. But actually, a white woman, it's pseudoscience. You're right, never mind.
Don put his trust in us that we could get this done. He stopped what he was doing and said, okay, go ahead and do this.
With the programming complete, Heineman and Dillenberger did what any good game developer would do. They put their game to the test.
We put it on the Brian account first, and we named it Oregon. Bill and I tried it out with our kids before Don's class tried it. The first time we had students play the program, they got really into it. There'd be one kid at the keyboard, and there'd maybe be 3 or 4 kids standing behind that person watching and reading what's going on.
The words quickly spread through the school that there was this cool program you could play Oregon Trail, and so kids were bringing their friends, and pretty soon there was a long lineup before school, after school, lunch. The computer was constantly busy for the rest of the time we were there.
Okay, I have never played the classic Oregon Trail when I say I don't know anything about Oregon Trail, but we played like the Oregon Trail 2 or 3 or whatever it was in the computer lab. All everybody did was get their stupid Microsoft Word work done so everybody could play Oregon Trail 2. Because, like, if there were trivia questions and you gotta name your family members, and, like, it was like this, there was a farming, you had to buy wheat and sell wheat and stuff. It was a homesteader game. It wasn't a Oregon Trailing game. So shout out to anyone who's played that. It was pretty rad.
Figured out that one of the students that was there at the time was Prince. And I remember one of the teachers saying, there's a kid in the school here who has his own business. He's a musician, and he writes his own songs. And I figured out later who that was.
We knew there was something to this game because of the way the kids were attracted to it.
Both students and faculty were enamored with the game. But some staff members had concerns.
I remember that when we first put it up there, the people from Bryant Junior High came over to us and said, you can't say that somebody was tomahawked. There was an Indian population in that area, and I thought, well, they're right. You want the Indian kids to enjoy playing this game too. You don't want them to always be fighting against themselves and portrayed as the bad guy.
We would say things like, Indians ahead, they look hostile. We changed it to riders ahead, they look hostile. I grew up in the 1950s and 60s, and I watched, Westerns. And in the Westerns, the Indians were the bad guys. So, like I said, we were a little naive about that, but we learned quickly and we made changes and kept it that way.
See, these people of this generation, an old enough generation where they did programming on paper, learned that the attitudes towards Native Americans was problematic, and they worked on it and changed back then. So why do people keep telling me about Native Americans like I didn't learn all that in school? I mean, does our country really try to hide most of the bad stuff it did? I feel like I said, I'm learning about the Holocaust in 2nd grade.
With the testing phase complete, it was time to debut Oregon in a classroom. On Friday, December 3rd, 1971, at Jordan Junior High in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Don Rawich introduced his lesson plan on westward movement in the United States. He split the classroom into groups of 5 and had them rotate through various activities, including textbook readings and worksheets. One of those activities was the Oregon game. For the majority of the students, it was their first experience using a computer.
He would have the kids in groups and he'd assign each person a different role. So they would kind of go as a team and make decisions as a team. Depending on what the computer decided, each run ended up being different, which was, I think, kind of nice about it. I think one of the things that the program was successful is because there were so many different things that could happen at different places along the trail. So it wouldn't always work out the same way every time.
If I sat 5 students down at the teletype device and told them to follow the instructions, I was interested to see how they would solve the problems of group decision-making. At first, it was chaos, but the clock forced them to create a democracy to make decisions. Don Rawich.
And it put the kids in the driver's seat, so to speak. One of the things that maybe it wasn't intentional, but I realized right away that when we put this program out there, that it was gonna not only teach history, but they were gonna have to do math to figure out how much money they had left and what they were gonna spend it on. The other thing is reading. Some of the kids, even though they were in 8th grade, we were in the inner city of Minneapolis, some of the kids, their reading skills were not very good. So the kids learned how to read, how to do math, how to plan ahead, and a little bit of history on the side too.
Rawich used the Oregon program for 1 week, teaching 3 or 4 classes a day. He estimated about 100 kids experienced the game. And just like at Bryant Junior High, the students at Jordan Junior High were obsessed with it. Kids came in after school or skipped lunch to play the game again. But with the fall semester coming to an end, the buzz over Oregon was short-lived.
Since it was on the Bryant Junior High account, we had to give Don our passwords so he could use it at his school, which was Jordan Junior High. So I remember talking to the district computer person, and they were looking at their records to say, now wait a minute, Bryant is signed in 2 different times. How can that be? So they kind of figured out what we had done.
Don Rawich, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger collectively decided to remove the Oregon game from the Minnesota Public Schools' high-priced mainframe computer. They printed off copies of the game's code, then deleted the program. They jokingly referred to their pages of programming as sacred scrolls. After completing their student teaching, the 3 friends headed back to Carleton College to finish their final semester. The Oregon game was officially
Now that's how you do some work back then. They're still in college learning how to be teachers. This was just them being teacher's aid. They created a whole fucking video game.
playable. For now. In the spring of 1972, Don Rawich, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger were preparing to graduate from Carleton College. But the feeling was not all sunshine and rainbows. A war loomed over their heads.
Okay, wait, Ian Jomha wasn't alive yet. I like that guy. That guy's got some swag going on here.
Since 1965, the United States military had been fighting in the Vietnam War, and as the conflict dragged on, the American public's support for the war dwindled. It was one of the first conflicts seen at home. Images and videos were broadcast to televisions across the country, and the soldiers who made it home were often traumatized by what they experienced.
When I was a freshman, there were a lot of protests on campus over the war in Vietnam. I did meet with some of them. I had similar ideas to some of the hippie-type people that normally I wouldn't have associated with at all. But they were opposed mostly on the grounds that this was not a just war.
The Vietnam War, I was very much against the war. I couldn't even imagine myself shooting at anybody and anything like that. My situation, they had a draft lottery where you got numbers from 1 to 365, depending on your birthday. And my number, I remember sitting there watching them pulling the numbers, and my number was 33, which was pretty low out of 365. And I was sure to go, and I was on a student deferment. That fall that we wrote the program, I went home for the holidays at wintertime, and my mother said to me, you know, you might be interested in this newspaper article. So I started reading it, and evidently the selective service system expired that year. And so they got a temporary law in to extend it to March 31. And they said, well, if you declare yourself 1A, like fit to go, before December 31, and since the year is extended to March 31, if they don't call you by March 31, then you go into the next category, which is 1H, which means that they have to go through all 365 numbers before they would even think about getting to you. I knew that if I didn't do that, I would get.
And then the Zoomers had to do it. Finally, so we didn't have to listen to them no more. All of them shipped out.
Drafted in June. I was my senior year. No more student deferment. I dropped my 2S, my student deferment. I sweated it out January, February, March, and April 1 came, and I got my 1H card, and I didn't have to go. So thank you to my mother.
We were kind of listening to the radio all night long, and they would announce a few numbers at a time. And we thought, oh boy, it's getting up there. We haven't been called. We're going to be one of the last ones to go. And it got up to around 340, but it turned out that I was around 345 or something, and my roommate was 365. So we never got called.
Don Rawich was also against the Vietnam War. As a freshman, he assumed the war would end by the time he graduated from Carleton College. But now, Rawich faced a harsh reality. His number had been called in the draft lottery. So Rawich declared himself a conscientious objector. He laid out his reasons for opposing the war and collected letters of support from fellow students and friends back home. The local draft board accepted his proposal. As an alternative to serving in the military, Rawich had to find a job that was in the public interest. Through a connection from a Carleton College professor, Rawich met with a man named Dale LaFrenz. LaFrenz had a background as a math teacher, but he was also on the ground floor of the computer revolution in Minnesota education. He helped launch and grow the Minnesota Ties computer project, and worked with Honeywell to implement instructional time-sharing systems in schools. But now, LaFrenz was doing consulting work. The Minneapolis public school system was conducting a research project, studying different models of instruction.
Yeah, just to make it clear, war is terrible. What I mean is I need them drafted to the war to keep us safe from fucking Canadians like Anissa and Ian. Not coming back.
Through various local schools. LaFrenz met with Rawich to see if he would be a good fit for the project. He found the young man bright, energetic, smart. He was a nerd before the word was around. So, LaFrenz hired Rawich to collect data, write up reports, and help analyze outcomes. The research project lasted 2 years, ending in June of 1974. By then, the United States' involvement in the Vietnam War was over. With his public service requirement fulfilled, Rawich looked for teaching jobs. Unfortunately, He couldn't find any. He went back to his old boss, Dale LaFrenz, to see if he had any suggestions. Rawich was in luck. A few years earlier, Minnesota Governor Harold Levander noted that the state's computing expenses were out of control. In order to bring costs down and increase efficiency, 5 agencies, including the University of Minnesota and the State Department of Education, came together to form the Minnesota Educational Computing Consortium, also known as MEC. According to LaFrenz, MEC had only one thing to do in life, and that was computing services for education.
Basically, it was a state-funded program so that computing wouldn't just happen in the cities, but would happen in the rural areas of Minnesota or little towns and so forth. They wanted computing to be accessible to all of Minnesota.
LaFrenz had been hired as the assistant director of this new organization and was looking for help. So in October of 1974, Don Rawich got a job with MEC. According to Rawich, it was an exciting time. He said, "We were the first wave of people working in the educational computing business. There was nothing else like it in the world. MEC held workshops to get teachers comfortable using computers in the classroom. They created a software library accessible to every school across the state. They bought teletype terminals in bulk, resold them to schools at a steep discount. MEC even helped with infrastructure. They collaborated with telephone companies to help bring down the costs of rural schools connecting to the network. Before MEC, only 14% of students outside of the Twin Cities area had access to computers. By 1975, that number had tripled to 46%. When Rawich first arrived, co-workers showed him the collection of educational computer programs available to schools.
There wasn't a lot. In those days, the math departments really were in charge of the computers. There were like math games on it. It could ask math problems and things like that.
Rawich noticed there was a severe lack of social studies programs. And that's when he remembered Oregon. It could make a great addition to the MEC software library. When he asked his superiors if he could add software to the library, they replied, "Yes, as many as we can find." So over the 1974 Thanksgiving break, Don Rawich took home a teletype and retyped Oregon from his printed off copy of the game's code. But he didn't stop there. He also made updates to the game. According to Rawich, he got a, quote, "crash course in programming."
So he cleaned it up so it was a lot more accurate. And I know he did a lot of research. He read a lot of the diaries of settlers that took the trail to Oregon. He got more realistic probabilities. I mean, when we first wrote the program, we were guessing at a lot of it. And he was able to find out more about how likely you were to die or get sick or something to happen.
But some changes required some additional programming expertise. For that, Rawich turned to his old friend, Bill Heineman, for help.
I remember him asking me if I'd be willing to make some changes to the program. And I said, sure, that sounds like fun. Don soon discovered that kids will try to stretch the possibility of answering questions. So when it said, how much do you want to spend on your clothing? They just figured out they could enter a negative amount in there and essentially get money back. So they'd enter a negative, real high number, and they'd get tons of money, which they would buy tons of bullets and tons of food and whatever. So that was an easy fix, just to make sure that the number was positive. If it was negative, it would say you can't do that, and it would go back, loop back and ask the question again.
Later, Heineman also updated the hunting minigame.
Kids soon learned that, we're going to have to type bang, and they would get their fingers set on the keys for typing bang, and then they would say, okay, somebody press return now, because they didn't want to take their fingers off to press return. On the scroll here, I've got my pencil scratches on the back that has 4 choices: blam, wham, pow, or bang. So they didn't know what was going to come up. So they couldn't get their fingers on the keys and just wait until somebody pressed enter. They had to actually read what came out. When you're doing it quickly, you don't always think of doing devious things like the kids think of.
In 1975, the updated version of Oregon was made available to Minnesota schools statewide. Rawitch also wrote up a teacher's guide. It not only explained how the game worked, but provided learning outcomes, historical documentation, suggested readings, and ideas for integrating the game into the curriculum. Once again, Oregon was a hit with students. For the next 5 years, it was the most run program on the MEC software library.
When I was hired in Minneapolis, I then had access to the game, and I managed to include it in my math classes. Sometimes it's just a reward. So I was fond of it, fond of the game.
I got a job at UNIVAC. And interestingly enough, it was while I was at UNIVAC that UNIVAC put in a bid for the mainframe to run the TIES system or the MEC system. I wasn't on the project, but one of my co-workers was, and he was saying that he couldn't figure it out. There's this one program that's using up all the resources. And I said, let me guess, Oregon Trail. He says, yes, how do you know? I said, I wrote that. He said, well, what in the world is it doing? It runs all day long, every day, and never stops. He was not impressed.
With the game taking off across Minnesota, Rawitch wanted to share Oregon with the rest of the world. So, with permission from Bill Heineman and Paul Dillenberger, Rawitch submitted the game for publication in a popular computer magazine. And with it came an unofficial new name, popularized by the students who played it: Oregon Trail.
Creative Computing asked for permission to print the code in their magazine, which was a hobbyist's magazine. At the time, there was no such thing as software that could be purchased. So they printed out 10 pages of code or something in the magazine, and you could type it out, and as long as you didn't put a period where there was supposed to be a comma and got every parenthesis and every number exactly right, it would work. But we gave them permission, and I realized at the time that, okay, I'm giving them permission to do this. It's public domain software now. I won't get a penny from it ever, but it'll spread like wildfire.
But it wasn't until the introduction of a revolutionary new piece of technology that Oregon Trail would truly begin its cross-country journey.
One of MEC's instructional coordinators went to California and came back saying, you know,
not gonna lie, I am computer dumb, so I don't understand all this. But indeed, I think making a public domain game that is super popular and we'd be in schools is cool. So I think I should make the Pokemon catching clone that's like the 50 states in their capitals, which are their shadows that they have to fight, like Persona. Like the nice little Michigan mitten comes and fucking approaches Detroit, the murder mitten, and it goes, I'm not you, you are me. You have a bad crime rate or something like that. I think it's cool, and then you make a sequel and charge for it. Even though I think it was like the Reading Company or Sierra or something that wound up buying this.
I went out to this conference in California, and I saw a little thing about so big, about the size of a small box, that does everything that huge computer out there on the floor does, except it does it in color. He was talking about the Apple II microcomputer. Dale LaFrenz.
In 1977, Apple introduced a new personal computer, often called microcomputers. It was aimed at the everyday consumer. They called it the Apple II. For around $1,200, a user could have a computer that fit on a desk in their very...
This is when they were born. Much easier to do their rants.
Own home. And Apple wasn't alone. That same year, Commodore released the PET, while Tandy Radio Shack offered the TRS-80. It was the beginning of a new era in the computer industry. MEC quickly took notice. They recognized that the affordability and power of a microcomputer would make it a great addition to the classroom and would allow them to slowly phase out their large, expensive telecommunication network. MEC decided to set up a statewide purchasing contract for one particular microcomputer brand. So they solicited bids from multiple hardware vendors. But Apple had the winning offer. Between 1978 and 1979, MEC sold more than 500 Apple II computers to Minnesota schools and became one of Apple's largest hardware dealers. Other states followed MEC's lead and acquired Apple II computers for their own schools. The microcomputer industry boomed. Steve Jobs, founder of Apple, would later claim that one of the things that built Apple IIs was schools buying Apple IIs. The rise of personal computers was also good news for MEC, thanks to their growing educational software library. As schools in other states acquired computers, they turned to MEC for educational software. So, the organization converted their software library, written in BASIC, to Apple II BASIC, and sold the games on discs. Oregon Trail, their most popular title, was one of the first games they converted.
So this original Apple II version was primarily a port of the original text-only game, but it was no longer 100% text. It was mostly text, but the main difference from the original was that the shooting activity had been put into a graphical context. So if you were hunting for food, a little deer slowly moved across the screen and you could press spacebar to shoot at it. You could be attacked by wolves in this game, or you could be attacked by bandits, or you could be attacked by what they called hostile riders. And you could shoot at any of these too. Otherwise, the game was pretty much a direct port from the original time-to version that Don Rawitch and his colleagues had created, with a few small tweaks here and there that were important.
MEC's conversion team worked their way through the back catalog of software and began offering software compilations to schools. Oregon Trail became one of 5 titles in the Elementary Volume 6 Social Studies collection. MEC sold these discs to schools around the country. They even offered them for sale to consumers through magazines like Creative Computing.
But after MEC started producing these Apple II discs, there was a potential for them being used outside the state. We started getting inquiries from other places, particularly from Iowa. Iowa wanted to be able to license all of the MEC discs at once for the Apple II. This led to a new business model where MEC was no longer relying entirely on state funding, but was getting an income stream by selling the product outside of the state to other individual school districts or entire states as a site license. For a school or a district that got a site license, they would pay an annual fee, and they could make unlimited copies of MEC software for its own use during those 12 months.
Thanks to software licensing and sales, MEC made a lot of money. So much so, in fact, that the higher-ups at MEC made a proposition to the state. MEC proposed that they would turn themselves into a company, wholly owned by the state of Minnesota. This would remove all government subsidies, but allow MEC to hire more staff without strict government regulations. They could offer bonuses, commissions, higher salaries, and more. In addition, MEC would still provide hardware and software at a steep discount to Minnesota schools. All of these changes would help MEC compete in the fast-growing software business. In 1984, the Minnesota State Legislature approved the measure, and MEC became known as the Minnesota Educational Computing Corporation. Dale LaFrenz, who was now the Vice President of Marketing at MEC, was ready to lead the company into new territory, the home consumer market. And for their first wave of retail products, one title stood out above the rest: Oregon Trail.
There were 2 primary reasons that MEC decided finally in 1984 to create a new version of the Oregon Trail. The first reason was that the product was now out of date. The world had really changed a lot in 4 years. Products that were appearing on the market in 1984 looked so much better than the ones in 1980. They were also being created by teams of professional programmers, teams of professional artists, teams of professional educational designers. But MEC had a second reason that was even more motivating for the management. MEC was one of the biggest players in the school market, but had yet to have any real success in the home market. And they figured that Oregon Trail was their best opportunity, but it would have to be a brand new version of the Oregon Trail. It couldn't be the old one. So that was my mandate.
In October of 1984, MEC tasked Philip Bouchard, a full-time programmer on staff, to create an updated version of Oregon Trail for the home market. Bouchard had been at MEC since May of 1981. During his first few years on the job, he witnessed the meteoric rise of the software industry.
When I first started at MEC, the microcomputer group was really tiny. We had about 5 full-time people in that group. As MEC grew, the microcomputer software group got bigger and bigger, and we started working for more different kinds of computers, not just Apple IIs, but a variety of other ones like the Ataris and Commodores and so on. The rest of the company started shrinking and shrinking. The timeshare system was shut down. Pretty soon, MEC was all about creating educational computer software.
Now, Bouchard was in charge of updating MEC's most popular game. Upper management was mostly hands-off on the project, but they did have 3 requirements for the new game. First, Bouchard had to preserve what made the original game so popular.
I was aware of Oregon before I even got to MEC. I didn't get to play the game, though, until I arrived in Minnesota. I thought they were exciting, I thought they were innovative, but I also saw opportunities for improvement and opportunities for growth. And I thought, there's more we can do here.
Second, the game had to appeal to the home market.
Now, I was told not to worry about the school market. I did. I decided I want to create a product that can.
Like I said, I didn't play this old version of Oregon Trail. I played Oregon Trail 2 or 3 or some shit. And I think it does belong in the school, because Mike had a good point. Was this really a hype game, or were they just happy not to do homework and read from a textbook? That's an important question. I don't know how well this does on the home market. I played the Amazon Trail at home.
Go both ways. Let's look for the ideas that have the most potential for being both entertaining and educational. And let's emphasize those ideas.
And finally, the game had to be built for the Apple II computer.
So that was a big challenge. The Apple II has got this tiny little 64K RAM. It's got these tiny little floppy disks that hold 128K or something. How do we get it all fit?
With those objectives, Bouchard assembled his team.
There were 5 of us at first. So I was the team leader and lead designer. Shirley Karen was an experienced teacher. She also ended up writing all the manuals. John Krenz was named the lead programmer. Sherilyn Kaplinger was the lead graphic designer. That meant she did virtually all of the artwork that appears in the product. And then finally, we had Bob Granvin. He assisted with programming, and he created the first prototype that we did for the hunting game. So at the time that our team first got started on the Oregon Trail, I was very interested in speaking with Don Rawich. He was still on staff, so I went over to his office and spoke with him. I wanted to get his take on, well, what did he think about this? What were his thoughts as to where it might go? Would he like to be involved in weekly meetings? He kind of demurred. He said, you know, he wanted to really respect the boundaries between the different divisions of MEC. And since he wasn't in the software division, he was just going to stand back and let us take it over. But he said, you know, I think you've got a good team. I think you're going to do a great job, so I'm not worried.
To begin, Bouchard and his team got feedback from their target demographic, children. They wanted to know what made Oregon Trail so special.
Why do you like the Oregon Trail? What is it that most appeals to you? And the boys would enthusiastically answer, hunting, hunting, we like hunting. That was the universal answer. Girls, interestingly, we found that half the girls didn't much care for the game, and half of them did. Then when we started observing the kids playing, we could see it wasn't just the shooting that was attracting them. 2/3 of the kids actually cared about getting to Oregon. So we could see that the resource management aspect was a key part, making sure that you kept an eye on your supplies, that at no time you allowed anything to run out, because that would be certain death in that game. The other thing was the fact that after every 2-week period, some random thing would happen that was usually bad. And it kind of kept them on the edge of their seats, like, what's going to happen this time? What's going to happen this time? So those two aspects turned out to be what I thought were also crucial. This goal of surviving all the way to Oregon, watching your resources, and wondering what's going to happen on the way.
With the feedback, Bouchard envisioned a new foundation for the game.
The original game was based on a 2-week structure where 2 weeks would pass, a couple of things would happen, 2 weeks would pass, and so on. This particular structure did not facilitate the inclusion of any actual geography because you couldn't know where you would be at the end of these 2 weeks. I wanted a game that was heavily based on geography. I wanted it to be as much geography as history. This ended up being the idea of going from landmark to landmark, that I would include a bunch of different landmarks along the way, dividing the trail into about 16 segments, each ending in a landmark. On one side, I presented this idea of a landmark-based game structure to the team. The team all bought into it. Shirley and I, we both started coming up with lists of different things that people would anticipate along the way. But there were forts, of course. There were a lot of different river crossings. But there was a lot of geographical features that people would anticipate, like Chimney Rock being the most famous. But there was still an issue because I wanted the player to be able to react immediately if they ran out of food or if something happened. I wanted things to...
I enjoy that Donner Party game. It's a board game. You got to play with other people. And, yeah, they should have made a sequel with that. Try to fucking... Do you buy the 50-cent pamphlet that says just cut through the country and you'll get to California? I know, I swear I heard of it somewhere. Or do you take the slow route to California? What do you do? And then it's like, you're gonna wind up getting eaten no matter what you do, unfortunately. Draw on the straws, that's gonna be the challenge.
...be able to happen between landmarks. So the first step in solving that problem was that in addition to the landmark to landmark cycle, I had a daily cycle going underneath it. And all of the formulas would be recomputed every day. How much food do you have left? What is the current health of every member in your party? What's the current weather on this particular date? But the next problem was now I had 150 possible stopping points along the trail. That's too many times to ask the person, what do you want to do now? Finally came up with this idea, well, what if from landmark to landmark, it just goes on its own? It goes day after day. All the data is up there on the screen. You can see all the different variables changing, your health, how many miles are left, how much food you have, and so on. But anytime you can stop it and then take an action at that point. But you aren't forced to answer every single day, what do you want to do next?
The new system simulated a day-to-day journey along the Oregon Trail. Bouchard and Shirley Karen also expanded on random events that could happen daily along the trail. A thief could steal supplies, or a member of the wagon party might break their arm. Some occurrences were positive, such as stumbling upon wild fruit. It made the journey more exciting and kept players on their toes. Still, Bouchard felt like things were simply happening to the player in the game. He wanted to give people more agency on their journey to Oregon.
In the original game, as compelling as it was, there wasn't that much opportunity for decision making. Basically, each 2-week period, you decided, do I want to hunt or not? And how much am I going to eat? Otherwise, it was mostly things happening to you. In the new product, I wanted to take that great beginning and expand it, give the users lots more opportunities, lots more decision-making potential. Part of that was adding, including additional resources, additional things that they could decide in terms of how resources were being used. Spare parts is one thing. So 3 different categories of spare parts, because as I was doing the research, I saw how often things broke down on the trail, which could sometimes be fixed, sometimes not.
Bouchard also gave players more things to do while traveling. They could set their pace, attempt to trade for resources, or rest for a few days to recover from injuries. But one player decision became a tense experience: river crossings.
River crossings didn't occur in the original product at all. These are based on actual rivers you had to cross, and these rivers differ.
This was the first episode of Little House on the Prairie. They thought they lost the dog. But it was okay. The dog reappeared at the end. And then I think got recasted with another dog after the pilot.
In their conditions. They differed in how wide they were, and what was the average depth, and during the course of a year, a river could change its depth of water in it. Some had ferries available, some did not. Some had helpful Native Americans who could, for a fee, help you across. Some didn't have that. So there were a lot of variables that you could incorporate into this. What a wonderful opportunity. Let's include this in the game where you have to decide how you're going to cross. The kids really loved it. But once we put in the animations, it became a nail-biting experience. You can see you've made your decision, you're starting across the river, and now you're waiting. Am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? And then halfway across, the wagon turns over, or it gets all the way across to the far shore. So it's a very exciting aspect of the game, as well as being an important historical, educational opportunity.
But for many kids, the most exciting part of Oregon Trail was still the hunting. Bouchard wanted to ensure they got it right.
In the original, the shooting activities were very popular, and that included not just hunting for food, but also shooting at attacking animals like wolves, shooting at attacking people, quite a bit of shooting in the original game. For the new game, I decided to narrow that down just to the hunting, in part because from my research, I couldn't find any evidence of actual attacks by wild animals on the trail, and nor frontal attacks by bandits or Native Americans, anything that occurred with any frequency whatsoever. Then I wanted to make this game similar to a genuine arcade-style game, like you might find on Apple II if you bought an arcade-style game, or if you went to an actual arcade and played an arcade game. I wanted it to feel a lot like that. I worked with John Krenz and Bob Granvin, two of my teammates. The three of us got together and brainstormed hunting idea games. Bob created a little prototype that illustrated our concepts. The problem, though, was that it couldn't be done in AppleSoft Basic. It would have required assembly language programming, which is a bit more, well, considerably more involved. It requires a specialist programmer. But eventually my boss gave me permission to do this, and we brought in another teammate, Roger Shimada, specifically to program this hunting game. When Roger first programmed the game, we didn't have the dead animal graphics ready yet. In his first cut of programming it, he just flipped the graphic upside down to show that the animal had been shot as a temporary measure. Well, it was so cute. We liked that. But we decided, we went ahead and put in the dead animal graphics that we shot it just collapsed into a lump. That wasn't nearly as effective. It turned out that it was far more effective just to flip the animal upside down, and it made for a more entertaining game, and it clearly communicated what happened.
That's cool.
With all of the updates, the Oregon Trail game became more and more interactive. But Bouchard couldn't forget that the game was also meant to teach students about the people who made the journey and the hardships they experienced.
So in the original game, one of the things that really caught my attention was that it almost gave the illusion that you were alone on the trail. Mentions of other people were very rare. I said, I want to be able to have other people in this wagon. It's you and these other people, probably your family members, came up with this idea, why don't we name these people? You as the player not only provide your own name, you provide the name of these other 5 people. And then things can happen to the individual people on the wagon. Sickness was a real problem on the Oregon Trail. A lot of people got sick along the way. Sickness and accidents were quite common and were, of course, the main causes of death. I did research on what diseases people mentioned most often, using the terminology that they used. I found the 6 that were mentioned most often. I took those 6 and put them into the game. All 6 are equally probable. I didn't make one more probable than the other. This worked exceedingly well. We could watch the kids. They would almost always, first time they played, put in the names of their siblings, their family members, and now they were in charge of the wagon. It became very personal for a lot of them, and really motivated them to try harder the next time. But I wanted to have the opportunity to meet other people along the way too. Some of these people would be other immigrants who were maybe in different wagons, or they could be soldiers or traders or trappers who were at a particular fort or other landmark. It could be Native Americans who lived in the area or had come to the area to do trading.
Yeah. Trading. That's all. These 2 men ain't shaking this guy down for the drug money or nothing.
This varied humanity, I wanted you to be able to interact with them and hear their stories.
If players managed to make it to the last part of the journey, at the Doll's Landmark, they were in for one more surprise. A choice on which route to take.
One was to raft down the Columbia River, and the other one was to take the Barlow Toll Road, which was a very rugged toll road through the mountains. And this is the reality. This is the actual reality that the travelers on the trail faced. And I wanted the game to have kind of a big finale. So to make this a big finale, I wanted to have a rafting game where you raft down the river and had to survive. And to take the Barlow Toll Road, I was envisioning some other game. If I want to meet the needs of different students with different game-playing styles, I'd have a puzzle game. So how about a puzzle game in which you are trying to get your wagon up a big mountain and down the other side, which is absolutely true on the Barlow Toll Road, using ropes, levers, pulleys. Again, absolutely true. And this would be a fantastic opportunity here.
But due to time and technical constraints, both games had to be modified or removed altogether.
So I got permission finally to do a really simple stripped-down version of the rafting game, much simpler than before. But at least I got in. But the Barlow Toll Road, it operated in the same way as the rest of the game. We never got in the puzzle game with the ropes, levers, and pulleys.
If players managed to survive the rafting or the toll road, they made it to Oregon, beating the game.
But then when the player got that far, all of a sudden we revealed that there was a scoring system underneath this that had been hidden until they arrived. And they could see that they had made a high score list, and that there were other names already on that list higher than them. So now all of a sudden there was a new motivating factor. Because I was creating this product for the home market, and I needed to have all kinds of different ways to get people to keep playing it again, I wanted to go a step farther still and give you 3 different difficulty levels. It's so much easier to play when you can start with a lot of money. Ultimately, it ended up being presented as, do you want to be a banker, a carpenter, or a farmer? The implication with that, each one came with a different amount of money.
If players couldn't complete the journey, they were given the option to write out their tombstone. A fun yet grim way to show a game over screen.
So the tombstone idea came up rather late in the project. The door had already closed on our being able to put many more new ideas into it. We were instead throwing out ideas. I think it was Shirley Karen, one of our team members, who brought up the idea in the meeting. She had been reading about how people often pass grave sites, and she was wondering if you might be able to include that in the product somehow. We had this idea, well, what if after your entire party dies, you can write your own tombstone? This tombstone that you write would be stored on the disc, and then the next time you played that same game, you could see where you had last died by seeing your old tombstone. Or in a school environment.
Whoa! I should play this game. Look at this Dark Souls ass shit on the Apple II.
Environment where many kids might be using the same disc. The next kid to use that disc could see the tombstone of the previous player if they got as far as that other player had gotten. And kids loved it. It was a big success. And one of the nice things about it is that if you die on the way, you might feel disappointed in having failed to make it. This was a bit of a little boost. Okay, well, I didn't make it Oregon, but at least I get to have a little bit of fun writing the tombstone.
By February of 1985, 6 months after development began, the team was finally ready to start testing an early build of the game.
We decided to test at a school. We went to a 6th grade classroom. It was basically a 1-hour test with each of the groups of kids that we worked with. We paired them up on the computers. I would tell them, we have this product that's not finished yet, and you guys are going to help us find out what's working, what's not working. So we found that they really liked the game. There were a lot of things they did successfully.
Imagine being forced to do QA and not getting paid for it. Forced child labor.
But they were bored by the main travel screen. Now, the purpose of the travel screen is to show time passing. That's where you're going from one landmark to another, and the days are going by, clicking by, the data's changing on the screen. Kids were not interested in just looking at boxes of data changing. Got the team together and said, let's think of some radical ideas. What's something different that would keep the students engaged? While we were doing this brainstorming, another person who wasn't even on our team, a programmer named Bill Away, who was well known for his ability to do cute little animations, he walked up and he said, why don't you include a little animation of an ox pulling a wagon? Yeah, we should try that. Don't know if it'll work, but let's try it. Let's try building a whole screen around this. So we used that as the centerpiece of the screen and built a whole new travel screen around it. It was great. It worked very well. They paid a lot of attention to that screen. Now, they paid more attention to the animation than to the numbers, but they paid some attention to the numbers, and they were very engaged. And interestingly, that became the most famous screen of the product. So thanks, Bill, for giving us that idea.
Thanks to their testing, the development team also found a potential major problem with the tombstones. As Bill Heineman had learned from the original game, during development, sometimes you don't think about the devious things kids will do.
We sent out these beta copies of the product to various schools in Minnesota for them to try out and let us know what they liked, what they didn't like, what were the issues, what worked well. And one teacher wrote back and said, "Oh my goodness, your disc has got profanity on it. One of your QA testers must have put profanity on the tombstone." Uh-oh. So we quickly checked all the copies of the discs. No, there was no profanity. There wasn't even a tombstone. So I reported back to her and said, I'm afraid it was your own students that did the profanity on the tombstones. She said, "No way. My students would never do that." But regardless, I realized that we had a problem now because it probably was going to happen in other
Her
classrooms.
students would never
So finally,
do that.
Okay. We are going to add another part to the teacher interface. There's a hidden teacher face on there in which you can reset the high score list. We'll allow them to reset the tombstone too. So you can just blow the tombstones away. And any that had profanity then of course will go away.
A final bug
Having
check,
to put
which included a
sensors in there.
company-wide contest to find the best issues in exchange for cash prizes, solidified everything. 10 months after development started, the game was finally ready. In July of 1985, Mech released their new version of Oregon Trail for the Apple II.
On this 2,000-mile, 6-month journey to the west, there was no golf service stations, Holiday Inns, or Dairy Queens. All that travelers had to anticipate were landmarks. 102 miles to the Kansas River crossing, 83 miles to the Big Blue River crossing, 119 miles to Fort Kearney, 250 miles to Chimney Rock. Carcasses of dead oxen and mules, discarded belongings, shallow graves, and the ruts of previous wagon wheels marked the way. That's the setting for the Oregon Trail, a simulation discovery game for Apple II computers from the Minnesota Educational Computing Corporation. It's my favorite type of educational game. While playing it, I got so wrapped up in the events that it began to feel as if I were really making the trip. Ross and Stovall.
Oregon Trail was an absolute hit, with students, parents, and teachers. But among all the praise and fanfare, there was a controversy. Mech chose not to include the new version of Oregon Trail in their site licensing package for schools.
This led to a revolt, like all of our customers. Our main source of income was all these site license holders who were in other states who were buying our entire collection each year. And they said, "How dare you create a new version of the Oregon Trail and not include it in the site license?" And Mech said, "Okay, we'll do a school version of it, but you'll have to buy individual copies. It won't be part of the site license." So we created the school version, which is actually the same product. Has a different manual and different packaging. And that's not good enough. We want to include this in the site license. We're paying you a lot of money every year to get all your products. We want Oregon Trail in there too. So Mech agreed, and it was included in the site license. Once it did, there were copies all over North America. This was really crucial because suddenly it became very well known. Everybody was seeing the game. It also turned out to be crucial to success in the home market. Rather than trying to sell this thing through advertising, kids learned about the game in school, loved it, and then asked their parents to buy the home market version. And then we started getting letters from teachers saying how much they loved it and how much they liked playing it on their own when the students weren't around. By that point, I realized, okay, this is a big hit. This is going very well.
But for Philip Bouchard, the greatest compliment didn't come from the press or teachers. It came from his family.
Well, not long after the game came out in 1985, we drove down to Georgia to see my dad, my sister, my siblings. And I brought with me an Apple II computer, and I brought this newly released Oregon Trail game. I set up the Apple II computer, and I spent a few minutes showing it to my family. I thought, look at this cool new game we did. Now, to my surprise, my dad decided he wanted to play it. And he didn't make it Oregon on the first try, so he tried again. Once he got to Oregon, he saw that there was a high score list, and that he was near the bottom of the high score list. Well, my dad was always very competitive, so he said, well, I have to get higher on this list. So during this week that we were visiting, I hardly saw my dad. He was all the time on the Apple II computer playing Oregon Trail over and over. And finally, just before it was time to go back, he said, all right, I've done it. I'm the highest name on the list now. I've beaten Stephen Meek. You can take your Apple II computer back now. And to the best of my knowledge, that is the only time my dad ever played a computer game. But
With the overwhelming success of Oregon Trail, MEC continued to release new products on the Apple II, including Number Munchers and Word Munchers. But among the more than 300 software titles MEC released, Oregon Trail was always their bestseller. The game was so popular that Shingakusha Summit Software Company took a chance and licensed the game for a Japanese release. In the United States, Oregon Trail became a cultural phenomenon, thanks in no small part to its daily use in classrooms across the country. Anyone who grew up in the 80s and 90s most likely played some version of the game in school.
I remember when I went to a track meet that my daughter was running in Oregon. I went out there to watch her senior year, and there were a bunch of girls on the track team there. Suddenly there was this commotion, and they all came running over to me and said, "Did you ride Oregon Trail, really?" They had thought that it was only people in Oregon that played Oregon Trail. I guess when I realized that just out of a random group of kids on a track team that they had all played Oregon Trail and they all thought it was great, maybe this was a little more pervasive in society than I had even imagined up to that point.
But the kids were impressed. Just the other day, I was in a class and he says, "You're the Oregon Trail guy, right?" So they, it's just, I don't know what it is, but I had no idea that it would have such an expansive audience of people who played it. It's to touch that many people is kind of humbling in that way, even though the game is quite different from the original, but
I thought this product would reach a peak of popularity, maybe 2 years, and then kind of fade away. I certainly never anticipated talking about the product 35 years later.
Oregon Trail's success allowed MEC to dominate the school software market. But in the retail world, things were different. While the Apple II was the primary personal computer used in schools, at home, other platforms reigned supreme. There were more and more options available to consumers, and prices were coming down. The Apple II was also beginning to show its age. It was only a matter of time before schools upgraded to new computers. In order to compete, MEC had to start porting their games to other platforms. In 1990, 5 years after the Apple II release, MEC finally ported Oregon Trail and other popular titles to new platforms, such as MS-DOS. But it seemed too little, too late. Dale LaFrenz, who was now the president and CEO of MEC, admitted that the company was, quote, going to get eaten alive. It needed investment capital to develop new titles, port more games to other platforms, and expand their distribution. But the state of Minnesota couldn't provide any additional funding and decided to sell the company. In 1991, a venture capital group called North American Fund II bought MEC for $5.25 million. 3 years later, in March of 1994, MEC went public and raised more than $22 million. It was a huge success. Oregon Trail continued to be a moneymaker for MEC.
Whoa, I thought the story was about to fucking end. But yeah, this is the one I played actually at home a lot, was Amazon Trail. I liked the fishing game where you stab the piranhas with this spear. That was pretty good.
The company worked on sequels and spin-off games that featured the same concepts, such as Amazon Trail. At one point, Oregon Trail games accounted for 33% of MEC's revenue. Meanwhile, the original creators of Oregon Trail, Don Rawid.
Actually, maybe that would be a fun activity to make like a small game jam thing. Is just like take a moment in history that you like, make some kind of game in that world, in that time period, make it educational. And then I don't know, see where it goes. Do schools not need games no more? Maybe people sell app packages, you know, for their school iPads. I don't know. Because learning software has always been an easy way to make money in the video game industry, at least in the 90s. That's how that guy on Shark Tank, Mr. Wonderful, got so fucking rich. He made Reader Rabbit, bro. Let's go, Reader Rabbit. All right, Reader Rabbit.
Bill Heineman and Paul Dillenberger never made a penny
I'll do it. I'm kind of inspired by this, I'm not gonna lie.
off the game.
When you're an educator, you're encouraged.
I could do the fucking sprite work that they do. I just gotta think simple. Simple, not big. Just make graphics like that and just word things.
To write and publish. Paul and Bill and I, when you get right down to it, we were teachers. We have the teacher mentality. And so to get rich off of this would have been nice, but not as important as...
I think, maybe like one of the Jamestown settlements, like, when America was legit just... Well, when America didn't exist. Colonies. Now, colonization might be a touchy subject, but I find that time period quite fascinating because you're literally risking your life to get on a boat, to come to a place you've never heard of, where a legend says, oh my god, there's gold there or something, and you get on that boat, and then you, like, sell your life to the West Virginia company or something. Sell your soul to the company store, and you could just buy a wife for, like, $25. Insane.
Having donated something to the world of education. Don Rawich.
If we had started out as entrepreneurs and we wanted to write something and try to sell it, make money, that's one thing. But that's not what we were about. We were always about good teaching, and there was no expectation that it would go beyond that.
Nobody knew anything about software. There were no people to sell it to. I think people sometimes forget that that was a very different world then, with no screens, just teletypes, and very few people were even acquainted with computers at all. It really wasn't much of a possibility.
But in February of 1995, the original creators of the game finally got some recognition. To celebrate the release of Oregon Trail 2, MEC threw an Oregon Trail-themed celebration at the Mall of America. They invited Don Rawich, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger as special guests. It was the first time they were recognized for their creation of the game.
We were acknowledged as the original writers, creators of the program. We were invited to come, and we were given jean jackets, which said Trailhead on the back. And we were given copies of the CD-ROM, the latest CD-ROM of the game.
And that's the only thing that I ever received from Oregon Trail was the game and the jacket.
8 months later, MEC was acquired by SoftKey for $370 million. SoftKey, founded by Kevin O'Leary, was on an acquisition spree.
Yep, there he is, Mr. Wonderful. He's already fucking made it rich from, like I said, I forget what it is. This is the learning, it's the people who make all the first step in preschool, pre-K games too.
Of educational software companies. It also bought The Learning Company, makers of the popular Reader Rabbit series. After the purchase, SoftKey changed its name to The Learning Company and used it on all of their products, including Oregon Trail. 3 years later, the company purchased Bruderbund, makers of the Carmen Sandiego games. After all of the mergers, the Learning Company became the second largest independent consumer software company, behind only Microsoft. Meanwhile, the MEC offices in Minnesota continued developing games for the Learning Company. But in 1999,
Well, fuck, yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, but Kevin O'Leary is Canadian. Our education system and, the tale of the Oregon Trail and our pioneers and our ancestors have been hijacked by a bald Canadian man. And this is true, because I watched a documentary on him because I find him fascinating, because the reason he got into this and has become such a venture capital and can't imagine a world where he is poor. And he grew up rich too. This isn't new, but his parents did the thing where they made him get a job as a 16-year-old so he'd get experience in the working world to ground him so he wouldn't grow into a spoiled brat. They tried to do the right thing, but he scooped ice cream at the local ice cream shop, and a bit of that ice cream got onto his thumb because he didn't do it wrong, and that was just so disgusting to him. To get that ice cream on his thumb, fucking he shuddered, and he quit, took the apron off, and said, "I will never work again with my hands. Never again." Now he's on Shark Tank. Dragon's Den before that.
Everything changed. Kevin O'Leary finalized the sale of the learning company to toy giant Mattel for an astonishing $3.8 billion in stock. He would stay on as president of a new software division at the company. Mattel hoped the purchase would add $50 million to its quarterly profits. But Mattel grossly overvalued the learning company, seemingly ignoring its aging games and declining sales. Instead of adding profit,
Well, fuck you,
Mattel lost $105 million in the
Eat
third
the rich,
quarter of
bitch.
1999.
Kevin O'Leary ate
In the
you.
fourth quarter, they lost another $184 million. Kevin O'Leary cashed out his stocks and was subsequently fired.
So he fucking scammed Mattel and was part of that Sam Bankman stuff.
As a result of the financial losses, Mattel permanently closed the mech offices in Minnesota. Later, Businessweek would call Mattel's purchase of the learning company one of the worst business deals of all time. Meanwhile, the people who created the Oregon Trail games went on with their lives. In 1990, Don Rawich left MEC and continued his career in the educational technology sector. He worked for Jostens Learning and McGraw-Hill before finally starting his own consulting business. Paul Dillenberger worked as a math teacher and consultant in the Minneapolis school system for 30 years. Today, he is enjoying retirement.
To see it expand like that and used by so many people, it makes your heart feel warm. Certainly there was no thought of, hey, let's make something that's going to change the world. I guess that's kind of the thing. It's a lot of things happen because they happen rather than being planned.
Bill Heineman followed his passion and worked in Minnesota's bustling computing industry before retiring. And in his spare time, he continues to try to make learning fun.
So I coach math team before and after school, and I coach chess teams. You learn so much from playing games. You know, I learned how to figure out 10% when I was little when I landed on income tax and Monopoly. But you play a game and you got to learn those things.
I learn a lot of things through games as well. I still don't know how to do 10% though. Percentages are difficult. I mean, what?
So I tried to make learning fun then, in 1971. I'm still trying to do that today.
After completing work on Number Munchers in 1986,
I don't like that
Philip
name.
Bouchard left MEC and did some freelance work before joining Bruderbund. After Mattel's disastrous acquisition of the learning company and the subsequent collapse of the educational software industry, Bouchard switched gears and worked with FedEx and Morgan Stanley on web apps.
Did that for another 14 years, and then I retired. Since then, I've been able to do things that I've always wanted to do, like write books, like science books, or do more traveling, do nature photography, things like this. So I'm still busy, still doing creative things, but now they're more, I don't have to worry about the income, I just worry about doing the things that I want to get out there.
Today, the Oregon Trail's journey goes on. New versions of the game continue to come out, and thanks to its prevalence in classrooms across the country, it has become a nostalgic memory for millions, enshrining itself as a permanent fixture in pop culture. There is Oregon Trail merchandise, card games, books, parody games, a musical, and more.
Over and over again, you see t-shirts or other memes on the internet that say, "You have died of dysentery." The interesting thing, though, is that phrase, "you have died of dysentery," doesn't actually appear in the product. Instead, it will say, "Sarah has..."
Whoa! Did you all know common misconception? Common misconception. We were lied to. Beerstein Bears.
Dysentery. And then a little bit later on, you may see another message that says, "Sarah has died." Furthermore, it never says you. Even if you, as the team leader, die, it gives you by your name. So if you're the team leader as Philip, then it says Philip died. So never does it say you have died of dysentery, but that meme does capture the essence of what's happening in the game. So it's a good meme in that regard.
In 2016, the Strong National Museum of Play recognized the importance of the Oregon Trail and inducted it into the World Video Game Hall of Fame. It was the first game inducted that was created.
Where is that?
For educational purposes.
We were very proud of the fact that we're up there with Zelda and Pong and Space Invaders and all those games, and here's the one that was a little different.
I have so many people that when they find out that I helped create the Oregon Trail computer program, that was the highlight of my...
You can go to this museum in Rochester, New York. It's considered the Mecca of gaming history. They have all the arcade classics, console legends, and modern icons all in one place. That was an ad, haha.
Junior high experience. If it weren't for Oregon Trail, I would have hated school, but there's always that to look forward to in history class.
For more than 50 years, the Oregon Trail has taught students about the perilous journey people made in the 1800s for a better life. It's given educators new ways to teach children by incorporating games and technology into the classroom. It helped bring about a whole new software industry, edutainment games. But above all, it taught us that learning could be fun.
Well, that was a really good informative video for our actual video game journeys. Like I said, I think, like Jamestown would be interesting. Or maybe on Rhode Island where all those tobacco farmers died. Maybe some actual Native American history. Everyone's saying, oh, the natives, don't forget about the natives, but no one makes a fucking movie of any of the wars. Do they? Last of the Mohicans, maybe? But yeah, so I'm picking that time period. I'm gonna go on break, refresh this coffee, come back for some more cop slop. While I'm gone, right what time period you would make an Oregon Trail-like game of? The simple one from the 80s, simple pixel art and choices.
I can ride my bike with no handlebars, no handlebars, no handlebars. I I can ride my bike with no handlebars. No handlebars. No handlebars.
Look at me, hands in the air like it's good to be alive. And I'm a famous rapper, even when the paths are all crooked D. I can show you how to do-si-do. I can show you how to scratch a record. I can take apart the remote control, and I can almost put it back together. I can tie a knot in a cherry stem. I can tell you about Leif Erikson. I know all the words to De Colores, and I'm proud to be an American. Me and my friend saw a platypus. Me and my friend made a comic book, and guess how long it took? I can't do anything that I want, cause look, I can keep rhythm with no metronome. No metronome, no metronome. And I can see your face on the telephone, on the telephone, on the telephone. Look at me, just called to say that it's good to be alive in such a small world. I'm all curled up with a book to read. I can make money, open up a thrift store. I can make a living off a magazine. I can design an engine, 64 miles to a gallon of gasoline. I can make new antibiotics. I can make computers survive aquatic conditions. I know how to run the business, and I can make you want to buy a product. Movers, shakers, and producers. Me and my friends understand the future. I see the strings that control the system. I can do anything with no resistance, cause I can lead a nation with a microphone. With a microphone, with a microphone. And I can split the atom of a molecule, of a molecule, of a molecule. Driving and I won't stop. And it feels so good to be alive and on top. My reach is global, my tower secure. My cause is noble, my power is pure. I can hand out 1 million vaccinations, or let them all die in exasperation. Have them all healed from the lacerations, have them all killed by assassination. I can make anybody go to prison just because I don't like them. And I can do anything with no permission. I have it all under my command because I can guide a missile by satellite. By satellite, by satellite. And I can hit a target through a telescope, through a telescope, through a telescope. And I can end the planet in a holocaust, 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 in a holocaust.
With no handlebars, no handlebars, no handlebars. I can ride my bike with no handlebars, no handlebars, no handlebars.
versus the police department. Prosecuting attorneys are MC Ren, Ice Cube, and Easy motherfucking E.
Order, order, order. Ice Cube, take the motherfucking stand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help your black ass?
You goddamn right.
But won't you tell everybody what the fuck you gotta say?
Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. A young nigga got it bad cause I'm brown. And not the other color, so police think they have the authority to kill a minority. Fuck that shit cause I ain't the one for a punk motherfucker with a badge and a gun to be beaten on and thrown in jail. We can go toe to toe in the middle of a sale. Fucking with me cause I'm a teenager with a little bit of gold and a pager. Searching my car, looking for the product, thinking every nigga is selling narcotics. You rather see me in the pen than me and Lorenzo rolling in a benzo. Be the police out of shape, and when I finish, bring the yellow tape to tape off the scene of the slaughter. Still getting swole up bread and water. I don't know if they fags or what. Search a nigga down and grabbing his nuts, and on the other hand, without a gun they can't get none. But don't let it be a black and a white one, cause they'll slam you down to the street top. Black police showing out for the white cop. Ice Cube will swarm on any motherfucker in a blue uniform. Just cause I'm from the CPT, punk police are afraid of me, huh? A young nigga on the warpath, and when I finish, it's gonna be a bloodbath of cops dying in LA. Yo, Dre, I got something to say. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police.
Example of scene one.
Oh shit. Now what the fuck you pull me over for? Cause I feel like it. Just sit your ass on the curb and shut the fuck up. Man, fuck this shit. Alright, smart ass, I'm taking your black ass to jail.
MC Ren, will you please give your testimony to the jury about this fucked up incident?
Fuck the police and Ren said it with authority. Because the niggas on the street is a majority of gang. It's with whoever I'm stepping. And a motherfucking weapon is kept in a stash spot for the so-called law. Wishing Ren was a nigga that they never saw. Lights start flashing behind me, but they're scared of a nigga, so they mace me to blind me. But that shit don't work, I just laugh, because it gives them a hint not to step in my path. For police, I'm saying fuck you, punk. Read my rights and shit, it's all junk. Pulling out a silly club, so you stand with a fake ass badge and a gun in your hand. But take off the gun so you can see what's up, and we'll go at it, punk, and I'ma fuck you up. Make you think I'ma kick your ass, but drop your gat and Red's gonna blast. I'm sneaky as fuck when it comes to crime, but I'ma smoke them now and not next time. Smoke any motherfucker that sweats me, any asshole that threatens me. I'm a sniper with a hell of a scope, taking out a cop or two. They can't cope with me. The motherfucking villain that's mad with potential to get bad as fuck, so I'ma turn it around. Put in my clip, yo, and this is the sound. Yeah, something like that, but it all depends on the size of the gap. Taking out a police would make my day, but a nigga like Ren don't give a fuck to say. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police.
Yo, man, what you need?
Police, open out. We have a warrant for Easy's arrest. Get down and put your hands where I see 'em. What the fuck? Get out there, man. What did I do? Just shut the fuck up and get your motherfucking ass on the floor. Man, just shut the fuck up.
Easy E, won't you step up to the stand and tell the jury how you feel about this bullshit?
I'm tired of the motherfucking jacking. Sweating my gang while I'm chilling in the shacking. Shining the light in my face, and for what? Maybe it's because I kick so much, but I kick ass. Or maybe because I blast on a stupid ass nigga when I'm playing with the trigger of an Uzi or an AK. Cause the police always got something stupid to say. They put out my picture with silence. Cause my identity by itself causes violence. Or E with the criminal behavior. Yeah, I'm a gangster, but still I got flavor. Without a gun and a badge, what do you got? A sucker in a uniform waiting to get shot by me or another nigga. And with a gat, it don't matter if he's smaller or bigger. And as y'all know, E's here the rule. Whenever I'm rolling, keep looking in the mirror, and it's on cue, yo, so I can hear a dumb motherfucker with a gun. And if I'm rolling up the 8, he'll be.
That's a rude song to play considering I'm doing the cop slop stuff. Whoa. We gotta respect the blue line around here. Oh no, I have notifications on Twitter. That's never good. I just won't look at those. Oh, bogus UPS driver. This one looks good. I was actually watching this one on my own, and then I stopped and I said this one would be good for on stream. Start it back from the beginning. Also, finally, we got some cops that aren't taking this person's bullshit. I always love that. Had that in the last one with Queen.
A quiet neighborhood is put on edge after a package carrier is spotted roaming suspiciously from house to house. When deputies are sent to investigate, they discover she's a fraud.
Where'd you get the UPS costume?
My friend had it. We're breaking down how this bogus driver landed herself with years of prison time.
What are you doing? That is the worst fake seizure I have ever seen. Knock it off.
This is Inside the Crime, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Elizabeth Milner. Suspect had everything from
worst fake seizure they've ever seen.
A fake uniform to a fake badge, and she says it was all a joke. But nothing was funny about the burglary tools, the gun, or the bullets. It's February 16, 2025. We're in a local neighborhood in Bonnie Lake, Washington. It's almost 5 in the evening when a resident approaches deputies with the Pierce County Sheriff's Office.
What's up?
Car's been there since 8:30 this morning. I've been keeping an eye on it. I've been kind of sick. I woke up a little bit ago. He's been standing out there fiddling around with something, but he's in the all brown, like, jacket, light brown pants. Got his whole face covered with an American flag face buff, and was walking down that way.
Okay.
According to the incident report, the man said the suspicious person had been in the area for 8 hours. They were even spotted on surveillance video. In this undated clip, you can see the mystery person wearing the brown jacket, light pants with face covering that the resident just described. The person continues walking, and you can see them holding what appears to be a shopping bag. Then the person walks out of frame. The person then is spotted in what appears to be someone's backyard, still carrying the blue shopping bag. But here you can see a little closer the logo on the back of the jacket that reads UPS. In the following clip, the person is spotted sitting down on the wooden patio area chatting on the phone. And here we get a closer look at the hat, which also reads UPS. Yep, the suspect appears to be a UPS delivery driver, but no one in the neighborhood has heard of this person before, nor was there a delivery truck or van parked anywhere in the neighborhood during this incident. Deputies searched for the fake driver, and she was still in the neighborhood.
Hey, bud. Are you associated with that black car over there?
You know what?
Because we got a suspicious person call. Do you live around here?
Oh, that black car right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you live around here?
No, I'm going door to door. I'm doing the photography thing.
How long have you been parked over there?
Like 30 minutes. I was just writing up my story.
Do you have an American flag mask? Is that an American flag mask? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So is that your car?
Yes, sir.
You haven't been parked there for 8 hours?
No, not at all.
Okay. Do you have some ID on you?
Did I do anything wrong?
It's about to get towed. Yeah.
Oh, well, I literally got here. I can show you.
So do you want to give us your? You have your ID or not? So you're being audio video recorded.
Oh, yeah.
Is this your house?
No, I'm going door to door.
Do you see there no soliciting sign? Yeah, come on, step over here. How come you're dressed in a UPS uniform?
It's a joke. It's about.
Yeah, get your ID out. It's very funny. Sit down. This is weird.
Any
guns or weapons on you?
No.
Put your hands on the stoop.
I don't
Put your hands on the truck.
I didn't do anything wrong.
You're being detained. Sit down. Sit down.
The Pierce County Sheriff's Department ID'd her as 37-year-old Heather Bevere. And this is what her arrest report says. At this point, I realized that the brown jacket Bevere was wearing was actually a UPS uniform code. There was an official employee type badge affixed to it. She was clearly not a UPS employee, and there was no UPS truck nearby. I developed a strong suspicion she was engaged in the crime of burglary and was disguising herself to avoid attention. So the UPS badge had the name Mark Simon on it.
The attention unseeker.
Suspicious. But The fake UPS outfit wasn't what got Heather arrested.
Everything you have, we'll put it right there.
Otherwise, you're going into handcuffs. There's two ways to do this. This isn't Seattle.
I
Get your
don't
ID
listen.
out.
My ID is in my car.
Okay, put your hands right here.
Okay, sir, I'm not.
Put your hands on there. I'll tell you what you look like. You look like a prowler.
What is a prowler?
Put your hands on there. You're gonna get dumped on the ground. You understand that?
What is a prowler?
A prowler is someone who goes door to door checking to see if houses are going to be unoccupied.
Daylight?
Yes, you're wearing a UPS uniform. You clearly don't work for UPS. Stop talking. You want me to answer some questions, right? So I'm explaining to you what a prowler is. Okay. That is a prowler.
Sir, I'm sorry.
You're wearing UPS and you're not even UPS.
I'm sorry.
You've been parked there for 8 hours. You're coming from a drug house. So stop.
Where's the drug house?
What's the last name?
Bevier.
Spell it.
Bevier.
First name.
Heather.
What's all this? Is this a weapon?
No.
Put your fucking hands on there.
Okay.
You want to go on the ground?
Sorry,
Knock it off.
I'm sorry.
Middle and name.
L.
First name.
March 20th, 87.
Oh, pardon. Look at this. You're getting detained. Put your hands behind your back.
Is that a gun? What is that?
I don't know. I found it.
She found it. Just laying in its place.
You done with your frisk or no?
No, I'm not. Just felt something hard. It looked like a gun, and then apparently it was a gun. Are you a felon?
No, yes. I didn't know that.
Oh, look
No,
at that.
yes.
A felon in possession of a firearm.
I wonder if is it an extra charge if you lie about that? They'll probably tell us. I don't know why I asked these questions that get answered. But I mean, it's just strange how quick she turned on that one. Like she just remembered that she can't do that.
It's like a real gun. I've never seen a gun that small. I just found it, sir.
Deputies found a number of evidence on Heather, like, of course, the UPS jacket had an ID badge, but also a .22 Derringer as well as bullet rounds, plus burglary tools consisting of bolt cutters, side-cutting pliers, miniature pry bay, window punch, and random keys. Now, that was just scratching the surface on the evidence deputies found on Heather, but it also might explain why she did this next.
What are you doing?
That is the worst fake seizure I have ever seen. Knock it off.
Snap out of it. You're having a seizure. I want to make sure you're okay.
Stop!
Breathe. Breathe. Oh,
Stop pretending to have
you don't have a seizure. Here you go.
I can't breathe, sir. I promise. I have seizures. I have seizures.
You kick me again, I'm gonna arrest you for assault third degree. You're kicking me. Stop. Oh, pardon, I found some dope too.
Shocking.
They've had a day, these cops.
This.
They don't seem pleased.
Guys, I'm not kidding. I promise.
What's the problem with you?
I can't breathe.
Well, now your car's gonna get towed.
Some slow, deep breaths. Did you get a good frisk? Make sure.
No, I'm still working on it because I don't want to get poked or stuck or shot. Stop.
Drugs today?
Listen, if you continue playing this game, I will tow your car. So stop. Stop faking seizures.
I can't breathe.
There's nothing obstructing your airway.
I know. Not that.
Then what is it?
Snap out of it.
What is it?
Trying to.
What's the matter?
Turn on the side. There you go.
Trying to recover from it.
Yep, that's what we are. Stop. Hey, partner, I think we should need Narcan. It looks like she's playing dead now.
I'm not dead.
Oh, you're not dead? Now you can speak, okay? Continue playing these games. I will take you to jail. So are you gonna stop being stupid or what? Are you?
I'm going to jail anyway.
Are you gonna be stuck? No, you're not. You want to go to jail? Me tow your car and completely screw you over? So can you stop faking seizures? Can you stop faking medical? So were you faking a seizure? Yes or no? It's not illegal to. Just tell me the truth.
No, I do have spasms.
Were you just faking a seizure or not?
It's anxiety.
Were you just faking a seizure? Okay, then we're gonna see you the up.
So do you use this Narcan or not?
No, sir. Okay.
So I won't waste my life-saving medical supplies on this book.
Can I talk to you, please?
You are talking to me.
I mean,
you're pissing me the off.
Okay,
number one.
insinuating.
Number two, this isn't my first day on the job.
I know. Okay.
Obviously.
I'm
I don't know where the heck you
Sir,
think you are. We're not in Seattle. Just let me talk.
She kind of deserves it. Because she's running around with a UPS jacket, burglary tools, all of that, just going from door to door, you know, making sure no one's home so she can rob them and shit. And she thinks she's slick. She has like a billion excuses for every little fucking thing.
Let me talk. Stop. I'm working on it, partner.
I'm sorry.
Hey, sit up.
I can't stand up.
You're going to stand up because you had one gun on you. We're going to make sure you don't have another one. Now spread your feet apart and stand there and stop playing games.
I'm sorry. I don't have another gun. I'm sorry.
Do you have anything else on you other than a gun?
No, sir. I found that.
Everyone got their own experiences. I've never really met a dick cop for the most part. But I also am not around the police much.
Guys, like, I didn't know it was a real gun. Sir, I did 11 years in prison.
And you think I should be like, wow, you did 11 years in prison. That's amazing. That's great.
What is he saying that's
Obviously,
wrong?
11 years wasn't long enough for you to learn.
Listen, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to speak to an attorney and to have an attorney present with you while you're being questioned. You can't afford to hire one. One will be appointed personally. Having your rights in mind, do you want to make a statement?
Talk to you about being hostile.
You're the one that had a gun. You're the one that's been fake. So listen, this is your time to be honest and be straightforward with my partner. I don't want to talk to you. You pissed me the off. You had a gun, you're a felon, and you're faking stuff. Now the fire department's gonna come over here. These people are taxpayers. You're wasting their time and money. So how about you talk to my partner, be honest, with your rights in mind.
Deputies say in addition to the gun, the bullets, the fake costume, burglary supplies, and alleged drugs, there was also a notebook with people's debit card numbers inside Heather's car. So things were definitely
I kind of actually think he does a good job between anger, getting it out, but not going too far. Just, you know, just fucking, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore. Go talk to these deputies with your rights in mind. That's a good summary.
not looking good for her.
Let's start with question one. You don't live here. Why are you walking around on people's houses dressed like a UPS driver?
I went to go check out and see what that burnt house looked like.
The burnt house.
I was just looking at the burnt house.
Okay.
I didn't break in.
You were going into the burnt house?
I didn't go in.
Is it your house?
No, I just heard about it. They said it was super fried, and I just wanted to look at it.
How long have you been here?
Literally, I promise you, like an hour and a half, tops.
Okay. So the people that said you've been here for 8 hours are lying to me.
I promise on everything. Like, I'm not going to lie to you again.
Where'd you get the UPS costume?
My friend had it.
Why are you wearing it?
I just feel like people won't, like, look at me. I just wanted to
So
see
to
the
conceal
house.
your presence in the neighborhood, you're dressed like a UPS driver.
Well, yeah, but
So
I
what are
wasn't
you
trying
doing
to
that you're not
steal
supposed to
anything.
be doing if you need to dress in a disguise?
Well, I just didn't want it to draw any attention when I was looking at the house.
Where did you get this gun?
I promise you, I didn't know it was real, sir.
Where'd you get it?
Over there.
Over where?
By Brady Park, over by, do you know where Barry, and he's an older guy, is there like a trap house over there?
Where, in what city?
Prairie Ridge.
And where did you find it?
It was like hidden, like over by one of the There's like 4 tall trees over there, and I mean, there's drug addicts. I did not know that that was real food.
Okay.
I'm a felon, and
Yeah, it's real. It's loaded.
I
So why are you carrying it around on you?
I was just gonna sell it or something. I thought it was like an ivory antique or something. I didn't even know how to open it.
Okay, it's obviously a firearm.
I've never seen you use that, dude. I'm not lying to you. Like,
I don't believe that you found this out in the elements. It's not rusty enough to have been left out in the forest.
I mean, I don't know how
Where
long
did you
it was
find
there. I promise you, that's how long. I promise you, there's drug addicts and stuff there all the time. Like, I don't know if someone stole it or what.
Okay, so this is clearly labeled as a firearm. It says high standard Derringer 22 Magnum.
I didn't look at it.
You didn't, but you put it in your pocket, right?
Look,
Why do you have handcuffs?
Because I'm a guys.
No, that doesn't make any sense. Why do you have handcuffs? It's not because you're a up. Why are you carrying a pair of handcuffs?
It's obviously because she's done time in Fallujah and knows what it takes. She probably does funeral things on the side, I'm sure. She's definitely up to no fucking good.
Handcuffs around, in disguise, wearing gloves, carrying a gun.
Oh,
It doesn't look good, does it?
No,
What is this?
It's a pipe thing. Me and my girlfriend do stuff. Look.
You got anything else on
I've
you?
been trying to get into rehab.
Okay.
I have. I just went to DSHS 2 days ago, and I got my insurance put back together. I don't want to go back to prison, sir.
You gotta imagine them like Caleb Hammer as well. It'd be like, okay, cool. You're thinking about going to rehab. You went to rehab yesterday? Well, cool. Why couldn't you have done it 6 months ago so you're not robbing motherfuckers? Not being cringe and faking seizures.
That's not up to me, whether you go back to prison or not.
Can you not send me to jail? Like, I'll do anything. Like, anything. I'll do anything. I can't.
So here's the problem we have, okay, is you're in a neighborhood you don't live in, dressed in disguise, with a loaded gun in your pocket, wearing gloves, with a face mask on, dressed like a UPS driver. What the are you doing?
I don't know. I'm bored. I don't have any
You're
friends.
bored?
I don't do anything.
It looks like you're fixing to kidnap somebody.
Sir, I promise. I promise. I just don't know how to be normal in this world. There's so much things.
I just don't know to be normal in this neighborhood. I want to make friends. You make friends by capturing them with handcuffs, right? Like, you know how back in the day you could just take a mate by knocking them over with a club and dragging them to your cave and whatnot? Like, obviously times have changed and women and there's rights now and you can't do that. But friendship? That's less worse, so that's gotta be okay.
I don't want to go back there. I did not know that was a drug. If I go to jail right now, they're going to send me back to
That's not my problem. I'm not the one that was doing what you're doing. That's you. No, absolutely not.
Tonto's not the sage of crash outs.
I've been 8 months and I went to prison
Okay,
for
well
10
then you
years.
shouldn't be running around with a loaded gun in your pocket if you're a convicted felon. She's acknowledged that she was faking the seizure. If you're good with that verbal, then there doesn't need to be any evaluation.
Okay, you don't want your blood pressure taken or anything like that? Okay, all right.
Okay, you're gonna have a seat in the back of the car, and just so you're aware, there's a camera back there that's gonna be recording you.
Andrew, listen, can you talk to me real quick? I literally was doing drugs for 6 months, but I went to prison for 11 years. 11 years.
Okay, 11 years prison, doing dope for 6 months. So you weren't gonna go to rehab. No.
What has that to do with this?
I've been trying to get into rehab, and I'm sorry. I did not know that gun was loaded.
Okay.
Send me to
Well,
jail right
that
now.
doesn't matter to the fact that you're also lying to me. You're out here stealing burglarizing a house. I'm not an idiot.
I would never
Then
do
why
that
are you
during
dressed
the
like a
day.
UPS driver in the middle of the day wearing gloves?
Why would I?
I don't know why you would do the things you do. I'm not you. Yeah, I know. A birdhouse has been broken into 8,000 times. Sit down in the car. There's a camera back there filming you. You're under arrest for felon in possession of a firearm.
Heather's pleas were almost as real as her seizure because she might have gotten caught in another lie.
She's on camera knocking down one of the cameras at the burned down house. Oh. And she did admit to being at the burned down house.
So this is, so I see this.
Yeah.
So she's going all the way, right? Going there, and then there.
I'll go talk to her. I thought you told me you didn't go in that burned down house.
I didn't. I just walked into
Homeowner's got video of you.
I didn't go inside
There's
of it.
cameras there.
I did not
What are you
go
doing on the
inside of it.
property?
Now, are we gonna talk about this or no? So she does 11 years in prison and she comes out and gets this. I think she didn't get this in prison. She wouldn't know during the 11 years that this is a thing a person would do.
I was just looking at it.
Why? Is it your house?
No, sir.
Then why are you looking at it?
I didn't go inside.
You went on the property? For what?
I was just looking at the burnt stuff. I
For
didn't
what?
go inside.
Why?
I don't know. I was bored.
All right. I'm done with this. I'll come talk to you. I'm gonna see if UPS had this stolen. That's clearly not UPS. Yeah. Not her. We'll ask her if she can identify. I researched her with most of this. This is burglar's tools. Yeah. You want to just tow the car to the precinct for a warrant? I'll take her down to the jail. And then see what we can figure out. All right, here. Let me give you the gun. Can you do a pre-book? Yeah. Or no, I can do the pre-book. I'll do the pre-book. You puff for now? You puff and possibly burglary. I mean, if she went in the house. Okay. But if you take the property, I'll take her down. Okay.
Heather Bouvier was booked on a few charges, including burglary, unlawful possession of a weapon, possession of burglary tools, plus criminal impersonation in the first degree. According to a report by Fox 13 in Seattle, Heather had 11 previous felony convictions, including armed robbery and identity theft. She was taken to jail and her bail was set at $25,000. According to an August 2025 post made on a prison relationships group on Facebook, a person named H.B. Vivier, the same name she uses for Instagram, wrote, "This will be one of my last posts before I'm sentenced on October 3rd to 64 months with prison-based DOSA. Pleading guilty today for something that the media and cameras misconstrued so terribly was hard to do. But I can't stand here today and say I did nothing. It wasn't my fault, blah, blah, blah. I won't make excuses for my poor judgment or lack thereof."
I believe this would be a random crackhead coming your way while you're doing your whole politics thing, trying to blend in with the people, but really they want to pickpocket you and do crack. That's the vibe I get from this person. So I believe you.
Honestly, no matter if it was the first time in my life where I turned around and made the right decision, no matter the fact that I had moved myself out of the trap house and into a sober living situation, no matter that I actually was in the middle of getting a...
Which failed interrogation? The one that just led to... And then, did that happen when you were stabbing her? What? I would never stab my stepdaughter. This interrogation is over. You know, he tried so hard and got so far. But as they say, in the end, it didn't really matter. Oh, did you go feed the homeless? That's so nice of you.
For a dual diagnosis treatment scholarship to a treatment center in Florida, none of that matters. What matters is my actions on that day. I chose to have a gun when I knew I couldn't have one, should not have. Point blank, period. I knew the consequences of my actions and still failed to be a grown adult and follow the guidelines set forth by the law. I took responsibility for that and all the horrible, dumb things I've done in my march to hell in a handbasket. No high was high enough. No low was deep enough. This last run brought me to a place I've never been. Online records show Heather Bouvier is an inmate within the Washington...
Ain't no drugs expensive enough. Ain't no valley low enough. I can't sing. I'll stop my ways. Alright, I saw that one and I thought that looked pretty good. Okay, we did the Oregon Trail. Let's see Water Park Creep get in trouble. Midwest Safety. I've been liking that channel. Yeah, Washington. Oh, the one, okay, let me get that, actually. Video share. This is Tonto's people, his friends. This is we're truly gonna see a crime here. Everybody get set for this.
Solidarity from the Libertarian Socialist Caucus of DSA.
Solidarity from Demand Utopia. Solidarity with the revolution in Rojava from members of the industrial workers of the world. Solidarity from Olympia Assembly.
My name is May. I stand in solidarity with the women's revolution in Rojava. Biji Rojava.
My name is Trevor Newhart. I work with the Libertarian Socialist Caucus of the Democratic Socialists of America, and I stand in solidarity with the women's revolution in Rojava. Biji Biji.
My name is Dave Bizers. I work with the Democratic Socialists of America and the Libertarian.
Do you know that Hassan Piker went to Cuba with the Democratic Socialist of America? That's why he's been wearing that hat. He's really been pimping them. I guess that is really his group. These are his people. Where the fuck... is Kekistan isn't around at this point? Kekistan couldn't have still stood in solidarity.
Socialist Caucus.
What did your parents do to you?
I stand in solidarity with the women's revolution in Rojava. BG.
My name is Kirsten. I work with the Libertarian Socialist Caucus of the DSA as well as Symbiosis. I stand with the women's revolution in Rojava. BG.
From the Pacific Northwest Social Ecology Retreat to Rojava, we send revolutionary greetings.
I mean, those green ski masks makes me think of it, so like... Kek is here in spirit, you know.
BG, Rojava, free, Kobani. BG, Rojava, free, Kobani.
That was beautiful. All right, Midwest safety. I really hope all the goals all those people had that year got fucking done. Surely. Because why would you pose for such a thing and look such a way unless you're really serious and those things are getting the fuck done? Now, was points of privilege used during the photo shoot? I don't know.
Officers are called to a water park about a male reported to be exposing his private parts with children around in the public showers, as well as yelling and screaming about random things. The investigation proceeding, however, wouldn't go according to plan.
It's hard to know. At first, we thought he was like a family member or a friend.
But if it looks not right to you guys, just call us. We'll come and figure it out. So then you guys don't have to be worried about it. And he said he jumped in this thing?
Yeah, he was lying in it full on with a kid. And the mom was there watching. But we finally realized he was probably not right.
What I think it's going to make little girls get very uncomfortable.
He was what?
Making the little girls at the play at the water park feel very uncomfortable.
Can you tell me what happened? We were told that he was over here exposing himself and
I didn't see that part, but I know that all of a sudden he's calling my daughter by her first name, which means he's listening to their conversations enough.
What did you see him doing?
Running through the water, acting like a complete turkey. I mean,
like he appeared to be intoxicated or something like that.
Oh yeah. No.
I think she meant to say.
Let's get retarded in here.
I'm not glad anyone's converting to Christianity. Imagine, if you will, being an adult and believing in fairy tales.
All there.
Okay. I'll talk to you over here. Hello. What did you receive today?
He's coming over here to go to the States, and I just go, let's act.
Okay.
The kiddie pool.
He was where?
In the kiddie pool.
He was in the kiddie pool.
Yeah, totally in it. And I thought, okay, my first opinion was, well, it's just my opinion, I thought he was going to go to the bathroom. So I went over to him and asked him kindly if he would get out of the kiddie pool. He said, what? You want me out? And he did get out, and he didn't give me any effort to get out.
Okay. And then
if accusation is true, there is a turkey man exposing himself to children at the water park. He woke up and decided to do that day. No amount of TV or societal rules stop that shit from happening that day. And you all want to tell me there's a God.
Ma'am, what's your last name?
Am I allowed to decline?
It just helps us, right? It helps our case.
Okay.
So, because that's not right. And the more people that we have to do, like go say, hey, yeah, he was doing this.
Okay.
It's because she doesn't want to be in the YouTube video. She knows it'll come from it. I think she's onto it.
Right.
I am going out of town very soon, so I won't be contactable.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
What's your last name? And same with her, you saw him jumping in that little kiddie pool there.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have a good trip. Enjoy your vacation.
Besides the kiddie pool, did you see him taking off clothing? Did you see him taking off anything?
I did not, but they had been watching him before I got here.
Okay.
So I would check this down.
And birthday. Oh, look at day over 20.
Thank you so much. And my hair color does not come out of a jar.
I can't even grow hair anymore, so you got me there. I appreciate you.
But the fact that he called her Nikki, which is her nickname.
Okay.
Did she just get a humble brag in?
And we were here yesterday, so was he, I don't know, was he here yesterday and overheard? Yeah, right, and I don't know if he was or not. I just know that, like I said, today, her little radar went off and...
Ooh, new Iwu, we'll watch that right after the fucking mystery of that woman's hair is solved.
She's like, Mom, he just called me by my name.
Okay, did she stop playing and everything?
Yeah, she immediately. They didn't want to go back over there without me.
Okay.
Or one of us parents being right there. And even then they were hesitant.
We're going to get him out of here.
Officers now have enough evidence to detain the male suspect. 2 officers now approach him on their bikes. Right.
Everything's different states, but they got this motherfucker out of here faster than that creep in the, stealing kids' paperwork so he can pretend to be their parents and creepy shit.
As he attempts to leave the water park.
Let's go put it in the handcuffs. You do this for me. Yep. What is this thing? Right now you're under arrest for disorderly conduct. That cuffs? You got it. You're under arrest if you were wondering. You injured at all? Yes. Where are you injured at? Your what? Your left thigh? Straight your leg.
I told you not to do this, you said you weren't, and now you're doing it anyway. In front of kids. In front of kids, too.
You're the one taking showers in front of kids.
No, I'm not. You I have my clothes on, you piece of shit.
Just right there. Stay right there. You have ID with you?
Yes, I do.
Where's it at?
In my bag. You know it. You know it's in my backpack.
No, I don't. Okay, where at in your backpack?
Get it out. You do this in front of children.
What's your first name, man? What's your first name?
Relax your hands, so I'm gonna take your watch off. Okay? There we go.
I was gonna stay home. You in front of these kids.
Man, he doesn't want this person's YouTube video to get monetized at all. Vicious, vicious snake man.
Kids, you
Oh, that's not very nice. Where's your ID?
It's in my bag.
Where at in your bag?
Open up it. Well, why don't you go find it, you piece of shit? And open my bag. handcuffs off. No. Too scared of me?
No. No.
Yeah, you I'll you up, you piece of shit. No. You can't do it, can you?
Just so you know, you're being audio and video recorded.
I know I am.
Okay.
In front of children, you.
Hey, he is.
Is this like the pedophile version of Patrick Tomlinson?
Now in custody. We were just gonna have him leave, and he decided to tense up on us. And then after we put him down, he was like, "I should have punched you," and he was just swearing around and all that stuff. So
you better let me walk. You better walk home.
Why don't you just take a deep breath and relax? Then we can have a conversation. All I'm trying to do is have a conversation with you. That's it.
Then take the handcuffs off.
Nope.
Oh no, don't want to do that.
Yeah,
take the handcuffs off and I'll talk to you.
No, probably not.
Probably not. I think I can't handle it. You take me out of here and put me in jail. We're over. We're done. I had it.
Hey, Kent, how we doing? All right.
we need someone to transport this guy. Okay, I'll call him. Hey, do any of you guys over there have a car to transport this guy that we just fought? Thank you. Bye.
Do you want fire to come take a look at you?
No.
Okay.
I want to walk home.
Where's home?
Right there, and you know it.
I don't know. I don't know who you even are. That's why I'm asking you all these questions. This is Officer Brennan. He's going to take your fingerprint.
All right, start with your right finger here, okay? Right pointer finger. All right, now we're going to go to your left one. That'll work.
If you just update his information.
We're on the call for you?
Yeah, please.
Yep, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are you going to relax? I am relaxed. Okay.
Stand up for me, man. We'll walk around the stage.
I'll watch the bikes.
You got it.
Give him that.
Grab his bag.
You're the one pushing him down. I thought you said you weren't taking me out of here. Well, I tell you what. Oh, God. Don't put me in that car.
Sir, go ahead and take a seat, please. Thank you. Oh, this is Teddy? That's Teddy?
Yeah.
No. His warrants are mine from pulling fire alarms.
Yeah.
No. I didn't even recognize him. Yeah, I didn't even recognize the guy. He looks bad. He looks really bad, yeah. Thanks, dude.
Yep. Is he fighty?
He immediately tensed up, said he should have punched us, and we put him on the ground.
Okay.
Nothing crazy. Nothing you can't handle.
This incident took place on July 15, 2023 in Kent, Washington. While officers weren't able to get information that matched the initial call for service, the multiple stories about the suspect's misconduct in the kiddie pool as well as his resistance gave them probable cause to charge him with public nuisance and obstructing a law enforcement officer. The suspect, Theodore, also had a warrant for his arrest out of the Kent Police Department for tampering with a fire alarm. While the legal proceedings of this case aren't available, court records indicate Theodore has a history of complications with his competency to stand trial in other incidents he's been involved in, which has possibly resulted in delaying the case or shifting it toward mental evaluation rather than immediate prosecution. Theodore is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Now, I had to take a second to sit with this one because nothing about it felt like.
Okay, Officer John. I'm very curious to see what you got to say about this individual. Tonto, stop it! I like it over here in the Midwest. I don't leave because it's scary in other places, don't you know?
Or chaotic, but it should make all of us think a little deeper. Now, you're watching a situation here where the actual arrest is almost secondary because what stands out is the behavior before the cuffs even go on. The yelling and the way he's moving through a space filled with kids like there were no boundaries at all. When someone starts ignoring basic social limits in a public space, especially around children, that's usually not a one-off moment. In my patrolling days, I learned that disorderly or escalating behavior in public spaces is often tied to impaired judgment or an inability to control your actions under stress. Now, drop that kind of behavior into a place full of families. You don't need a report or a charge to feel something's off. And something else, it's subtle but worth our attention. He's worried about being arrested in front of kids that aren't even his. Think about that for a second, because that kind of concern usually comes from knowing how your behavior is being perceived, not just what you're doing. And that's where this changes, not just an arrest.
Is it like the Life is Strange? Is there a bunch of beautiful trees and wildlife and rivers and park benches where you can sit and discuss your teenage girl problems? Is it like that? Or is there a lot of crackheads?
But awareness, because places like this feel controlled until they're not. So question, when you're out with your family, are you just there or are you actually paying attention to what's happening around you?
Maryland Police Department search warrant!
Oh, here we are. Teen uses AI to do the unthinkable. Thank you, YouTube. You got me.
Keep your hands up and come outside! What are you doing? What are you doing?
Who else is in the house?
Son, do you have any idea what this could be about? It's something online or something?
What was it? What email?
It was myuncletouchedmywiener@gmail.com.
Just you think to yourself, what was it all for in moments like this?
These kids.
Following an unthinkable discovery, SWAT descends in overwhelming force on the home of an unsuspecting teenager, quickly exposing his damning secret.
I literally have a shirt in my room that says, "Kill your local pedophile," because I don't like that.
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never...
Arrest him too. I don't know what it is. I just don't trust people that wear that shirt. It's like they're trying too hard. Is it right for me to think of those people as red flags? Because it's kind of like what Hassan does. Like, I think genocide is bad. Oh, so brave. Like, what is some low standards you want fucking credit for there? I think pedophilia is bad. What a hero. That is a good, honorable man in our town.
been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged
Fucking
with a
Frank
crime are
Castle.
presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. In April 2025, the Ocala Police Department investigated a cyber tip that included 50 media files allegedly containing child abuse material. After confirming the tip, a detective tracked down the source of the files to the home of 19-year-old David Edgar Joseph Rudder.
Break this up, knock him out. Give me a good knock him out. County Police Department search warrant! Couple more times,
Well, maybe Hassan's response is the same as the Turkish, you know? If America talks about that, they're gonna tell everybody about the Native Americans, and then we say, everybody already knows we don't lie to our citizens, actually, anymore. And they were like, oh. And then I haven't heard about it since.
County Police Department search warrant! Let's get it! Come to the front door! You want to go? Front door! Hold on, open. Come out, come to the front door. Keep your hands up! Huh? Keep your hands up and come outside! What the hell for? What are you doing? What are you doing? Give me a debrief. What are you doing?
Who else is in the house? Who else is in the house?
My son!
Come out, come out. Who else is in the house?
No one. It's just...
Any weapons in there?
No, no.
All right.
What is that? What is going on? Somebody needs
There's
to
a
tell
search
me.
warrant for your residence, sir.
Huh?
There's a search warrant for
A
your residence.
search warrant?
Yes,
for
sir.
what?
We'll explain to you in a second, all right?
Yes, it's like immigration or something you see on TV. Is that what this is? No. You guys are acting
Getting
like I'm
deported,
some country.
motherfucker. Out of here.
The country or something.
My tax-paying dollars going to use.
Huh?
It's officer safety, okay?
Oh, for safety? You guys act like we're some kind of terrorists. Baby, what the hell is going on?
We're going to get swatted.
What's swatted?
An illegal and often dangerous prank. Swatting involves the use of a hoax emergency call to send SWAT teams to the homes of online personalities, like streamers, as a form of harassment. Unfortunately for David, this is no prank.
Do you have any idea what this could be about?
No.
It does worry me that there could be some streamers out there being serial killers and getting away with it because the cops would never look at their house because they'd be like, oh, that person's big, and everyone tries to dox them and swat them.
Something? Did you do something online or something?
Detective Blaine is going to... Every question you have, she'll have an answer for you, okay?
Well, how about let's get to it?
She's pulling her car up right now. She's going to get you out of cuffs and talk to you, okay?
Forensic detectives begin locating devices inside the Rutter household to confirm the origin of the child abuse material. Meanwhile, David's father finally learns about the horrifying details of the investigation that led officers to his doorstep.
So I investigate what's called internet crimes against children. And I received a tip that ultimately led me to your...
It's gonna be a CP thing. Oh no.
...residence regarding the possession of what we refer to as child abuse material, also known as child served any child abuse material on any devices inside your home.
No, nothing with child. I mean,
okay.
I watch who doesn't?
Sure.
But nothing with kids. I would never do nothing like that.
Ultimately, the initial tip came in from that address with your son's name, date of birth, and like I stated, the child abuse material, those images were coming from your IP address.
What was it? What email?
It was myuncletouchedmywiener@gmail.com.
These kids.
Yeah. And you've never seen anything on his device or anything like that was concerning of any nature?
Never. I mean, he sleeps most of the day.
Does he? Okay. Because I'll be honest with you, obviously all of it's bad. This material is all under the age of 9. It's pretty significant. There's a lot.
Oh gee, I wonder why he sleeps all day. Almost like he's doing a fucking night shift. You gotta probably dig deep on the fucking dark web for this shit. And as per usual, I'm sure it wasn't just a couple photos or like maybe even 200. I'm sure it was 700 trilobytes.
Out of it.
And why would you need, even if he's looking at kitty or something like that, why would you need to roll up with all those cars?
Like I said, it's our agency protocol. It's what we do.
Can't people put stuff on your, like, people's internet and stuff? I mean, I don't know. It's a mistake.
While his father remains convinced it's all just a misunderstanding, David offers his own explanation for how such material could have ended up on the devices he uses.
What kind of cell phone do you have?
An iPhone.
Is it password protected?
It is.
What is that password?
Do I have to give that to you?
You don't have to give it to me. Kind of like I explained to your dad, ultimately today we're here, we're going to seize all electronic devices. We're going to examine those devices. The longer we're here, the longer it takes to get in, the longer we're here.
I mean, I have pictures of myself in them.
Okay.
Naked.
And we're not looking for that,
It's
so.
just embarrassing.
Ultimately, it's completely up to you.
Okay. It's just
okay.
the first 6 months.
It makes it easier to remember, right?
Yeah.
And I've received actually multiple tips from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children referring to what we call child abuse material, also known as child. So have you ever seen any of that?
Unfortunately, there's a lot, online.
Okay. Have you seen it on any of your devices?
Yeah.
Okay. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Well, because I go on these sites that have, like, a lot of videos that aren't allowed to be posted on, like, regular social media.
Okay.
Whatever the reason may be. And a lot of times that slips through. That includes, I literally have a shirt in my room that says, and this is a little counterintuitive, but it says, kill your local pedophile, because I don't like that.
Is it counterintuitive because they have to shoot you?
It's I work at Spencer's. We sold it there.
You sold the shirt? I'm hoping you meant, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, not like child abuse material. Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
But again,
okay.
A lot of that is seen online now, and it slips through the cracks easily. It's very prevalent.
So let me ask you this: a Gmail account. Do you recognize my Uncle Touch?
Is that the stupid one? I knew that would be a stupid one. Yeah, that's the one that got hacked. All of a sudden, I couldn't get back into it, so I don't know.
Okay, that's something that a lot of these platforms will do when they locate accounts that are linked to child abuse material. So that could be ultimately why he couldn't get back in. Talk to me about that account being hacked.
A lot of my accounts have been just hacked for no reason.
Okay.
I don't even want to use the word hacked,
reason.
but
Well, this
compromise, I
case
guess, is the word I want to use. But yeah, no, it happens a lot. I have to make new emails a lot.
Okay. So you don't recall ever searching out this material or having a conversation with someone and someone sharing it with you?
No.
Some of our tips included reverse image searches using the Bing reverse search engine from this residence. So
if I've ever reverse searched anything, it would have been like, I don't know, of myself to see if I was on Google. Half the time reverse image searches don't work for me. I've tried it.
Yeah. So you don't recall ever taking an image of child abuse material and putting it into Bing to try to locate images or anything like that? Okay.
So will we be here until the whole thing's done?
Pretty much, yes, sir. Yeah. We take these investigations very seriously.
His day's ruined. You know, he would never do this because he has a kill-all pedophile shirt that he got from Spencer's where he works.
Because they deal with the exploitation of children, because all this material is somebody's real baby somewhere, and it comes from somewhere.
As David continues to deny the evidence presented to him by the detective, the forensics team on site begins examining all the devices recovered from the Rudder home. David and his father, seated on the street in full view of their neighborhood, slowly come to terms with a reality they've been trying to ignore.
What's the procedure afterwards?
So if we locate any child abuse material, depending on whose device it's located on, that individual obviously will be placed under arrest.
What's the usual thing that happens? I'm just trying. I mean, he obviously needs to get some therapy or something like that. He's not violent. He's never been in trouble before.
And a lot of
I'm just asking, why would you even do this? He didn't even know. He's just curious.
Yeah.
Kids.
While David's father claims he's never been in trouble before,
It's so fucked up. I also call 30-year-olds kids, and I'm the same age.
teen has had a few brushes with the law, the most recent being a petty theft charge following a shoplifting incident at a Walmart. His father doesn't appear to believe that today's situation is much more serious.
Well, I know people who've got registered a sex offender for grabbing someone's butt. And unfortunately, and you know what? Here's a kicker. I see that stuff. And when I was in high school, we had it was like a big game. Like kids would run around, the girls would grab the boys' butt, and the boys would grab the girls' butt. Now,
you can't do that.
It's taboo. You
Thank
do
God.
That now. It's one thing to have
Glad I didn't live in that era.
something on your computer because you were curious and you made a stupid mistake between
he was just researching,
doing it and sending it out, or being the cause of it, or being involved in it. It's a bigger thing now because now you got all these cartels and trafficking kids. That's probably why SWAT pulls up here, right? Hey, you're 19 years old and you made a mistake. If you need therapy, you get into therapy. That's probably what they're going to have you do anyway, I would guess. He's worried about getting in fights and being attacked or something like that.
Like I said, the jail setting is completely different than what you see on TV and all that stuff.
As David and his father ponder his fate,
Is it, guys? I've never seen it. Will I be safe? Will someone like me make it behind bars? I don't think I will. I think they'll have differences in opinions on the Harry Potter books. I don't know if I can abide by that.
the forensic team manages to locate 20 videos containing child abuse material on a phone recovered from David's room. The discovery makes it harder for either of them to claim he accidentally downloaded the material.
Okay. So I can tell you from looking at it, it wasn't where he was spammed or it was sent to him. It was accessed by him, reviewed by him.
No, he told me that it popped up on the dark web and then he clicked on it and started looking at it. He said he don't even know why he did.
Well, I can tell you from the volume and the different time frames that it was viewed and collected, it wasn't a one-time thing. So there's an issue here.
Dad, can I give you a hug before I go? I don't know.
I love you too. I don't ever change. All right. I'll talk to you soon.
Following his arrest, David was charged with 20 counts of possession of child. He pled not guilty and was allowed out on bond on the condition that he refrained from unsupervised contact with anyone under the age of 18. Had he refrained from committing any new crimes before his trial, David would have stayed out on bond. Unfortunately, meeting these conditions would prove to be difficult.
Whoa. After this, I don't have one lined up, but I kind of want to watch an interrogation. Been a lot of body cams today. I need to see someone's lies.
For him.
This is the Marion County Sheriff's Office. We have a search warrant for the residence. Come to the front door with your hands up.
In November 2025, detectives began tracking over 250 images and videos containing child abuse material, including AI-generated content involving child actors and animals, linked to David's IP address. They also made contact with the father of a 13-year-old girl who expressed concern over David's interactions with her.
Are we sure this isn't fucking Shadman?
Come out! Come out! Hold on.
SWAT units descended on the Rudder residence once again and collected several devices, including a phone hidden in a bag of cat food in the garage. They soon learned that while out on bond, David had amassed a collection of...
He can't stop. Why can't he stop? The therapy's obviously not working on this one. Something went wrong with this one.
Child abuse material that included...
Man, and he just be running loose in this trailer park. People know about this, presumably. They've seen the arrest go down.
Videos of the 13-year-old girl generated using her Facebook profile picture, a questionable number of produced videos of young girls, and printed photos of children and babies.
Come out.
This is the Sheriff's Office. Come to the front door with your hands up.
Come out. Hey, Al, sir. Get back. Somebody.
Can we take a moment, though, to appreciate something that, at least with things like this in AI, they were very quick to make laws on this and are clearly enforcing them, is a good thing this video shows. Now, Grok needs to get its fucking shit together. I'm kind of scared that the guardrails didn't work there. But, or maybe it was done on purpose to be a fucking honeypot. I don't know. But this is good news.
Since he violated the conditions of his pretrial release from his previous arrest, David's bond was revoked. Alongside the original 20 charges, David was charged with an additional 5 counts of possession of child, as well as 13 counts of possession of 10 or more child images. Though he admitted to possessing child abuse material, David pled not guilty once again. This time, he was denied a pretrial release on bond. According to an official release from the Marion County Sheriff's Office, due to the nature and volume of the material,
Every time I hear Marion, just gonna fucking sigh.
found in David's possession, police have reason to suspect that he may have had access to live victims, indicating he potentially produced some of the content himself. He remains in custody awaiting trial, and the investigation is ongoing.
So, today Iwu taught us the society is finally thrown away, but he should have never been out on fucking bond. Well, no, out on bond. So, he hadn't even gone to fucking trial yet, and he couldn't stop his AI porn ways. Do you think the parents knew or didn't know? I mean, he is hiding it in cat food, and all he does is sleep all day. Alright. They said, I want to find an interrogation. Something something to relax and vibe to. Even though I do have some home math and Sneeko news. You think by the third time they'll catch on? Okay. It was put in the video share before. It's called Natural Selection one. Now this is a hard one to watch. But we can handle it because they're such losers. Like, and this will be like the final countdown of finding all the things for child abuse bingo. Because I believe they use every single one of them. Except for we have the cope about the healthcare system. If you want to suggest some of those, I'll look at that. We gotta get through this evil one, though. And by that, I mean we don't have to. I actually enjoy it. For, you know, it's got a finale. It's got a good ending.
And even I can look at this photo and I can say, whoa. It put tears in our eyes when we walked in there. It was that obvious.
That is a charge called homicide, felony murder. It is life without parole.
And you said when you found her, she was already believed to be deceased, right? Yeah. So you found the child an hour and a half ago? Yeah. And called your lawyer first, correct? Yeah. Okay.
What you just heard and are about to hear is some of the most extreme, bizarre, and baffling thinking ever caught on camera. A child's life taken in the most sickening way, and for one reason so unthinkable, you'll have a hard time believing it was actually said out loud.
I called my lawyer first thing to ask, what's the next thing I could do. And they said, wait till they're here to call, the police and get that going. Basically, it got to the point where I was waiting so long, I just kind of went ahead and did it anyway. We will send someone out and we're going to investigate.
After placing the call to emergency services, Seth and
I gotta say, Seth here, his child is dead, to clarify. Seth here would be at one of those fucking DSA meetings, fucking point of privilege, I don't like the chatter, point of privilege, there's too much going on, too much activity, like, this person thinks they're entitled to shit. I don't know how that happens.
his wife, Tatiana Fasari, were escorted to the police station in Kent County, Michigan, to answer some questions about what happened to their child. It's important to know that both were there voluntarily and not under arrest at the time of these interviews that have never been seen before. The interrogation room is stark with bare walls, only outfitted with uncomfortable chairs and a table. There are no distractions. All of this is intended to make the person in the room uncomfortable and uneasy. That way, they're dependent on the interrogator to provide them comfort with things such as food and water, or even other favors such as cigarettes or compliments. This gives the interrogator leverage. Seth appears to be nervous as he sits and fidgets. Most people are nervous in an interrogation room, so none of this is really surprising. However, given the situation, his behavior is a bit odd.
Some water if you want.
is notable that Seth barely looks up to make eye contact with the detective. This is unusual, as most people would at least glance up when someone enters a room or hands them something. This short interaction could be a sign of contempt towards the detective, or even an antisocial personality. The detectives decide to speak first with Tatiana about Mary's death, leaving Seth to wait in his own interrogation room.
Really, what I kind of would like to do is just to get a better understanding of how we are here today and kind of go back a few years even, just to get to know you and your family a little bit. So, do you go by Tatiana, or do you have a nickname?
Tatiana.
Tatiana? Okay. How many children do you have?
Five.
Three?
Three.
Okay, yep. Right. And how old is your oldest?
4.
Now, if you've seen this one before, you can start debating to yourself. Maybe innocent, ? Or terrible person go die in a fire.
The officer shifts to talk about the other 2 children. This is a tough interview to do. They need to dance the line between talking about the kids and what happened, and also keep her from breaking down completely to the point where any conversation is impossible.
Does she have a primary doctor?
Not anymore. We only go if there's an issue, and there just hasn't been.
Oh, good.
Though Tatiana states that she and Seth would in fact take their children to the doctor if they're sick, as you'll see, there will be a discrepancy when Seth speaks to detectives. This is exactly why the couple is being interviewed separately, so that the detectives can expose areas where they may be lying or covering for the other person. She also discusses how her older daughter was recommended by a doctor to wear a head-shaping helmet. This is a rather common occurrence and is sometimes done if a baby's skull is an abnormal shape. However, Tatiana also begins to expose her skepticism with the medical profession.
I found out that it's commission-based with these products that they try and push, but we think that they're trying to push the helmet. It's a $3,000 helmet. It looks quite invasive, and I'm heavy, and I just didn't want her to get neck problems or back problems. She didn't need it.
Right.
And called CPS and said that we were being aggressive or something out there.
Okay.
As Tatiana just stated, CPS, Child Protective Services, was called on the couple when they refused to get the head-shaping helmet for their eldest daughter. Soon after, the child was diagnosed with failure to thrive. This diagnosis is often when a baby isn't gaining weight as they should. It can be from an illness, poor eating habits, or even neglect by the parents. Given that one of their other children has died, this is extremely relevant. Tatiana further shows her mistrust with medical practices as she shares a story with detectives about how after the birth of one of her children, they were kept at the hospital for 3 days, something which Tatiana makes clear she thought was unnecessary and a way to force the couple to pay more in medical bills. To avoid this with Mary, she had a home birth.
And having a home birth right after I gave birth, Seth went out and bought me a pizza, and I ate that whole pizza. Right after I gave birth.
Bonus.
Right on my couch. So.
And does she in any kind of daycare? Does she go?
No.
Does she have preschool?
No, I homeschool. I have my degree in early childhood education.
Okay.
So
Good for you.
This shows that she or Seth were home with the children all day, and this fact will become integral later on. He is glaring directly into the camera. Remember, Seth is here because his child has just passed away. You might expect him to look sad and grief-stricken, and yet Seth displays neither of these emotions and appears almost frustrated to be there. There's no doubt about it. He's upset that he's been left waiting. Seth appears to be both annoyed and bored. People with antisocial personality disorder, ASPD, are grandiose and entitled, so they don't believe that anyone has a right to question them, or worse, keep them waiting. One of the reasons Seth may seem so frustrated with being left alone so long is because he could be wondering what Tatiana is telling detectives about Mary's death. Continuing to gather background information, the detectives ask Tatiana about how she and Seth fed Mary, information that will soon be very important.
Did you bottle feed, breastfeed, pump, while you were at work? Did you leave work to breastfeed, or did you leave pumped bottles at home for Seth to feed?
I work pumped bottles at home.
Okay.
It depends on my shift, but usually I pump fresh every day, and I will leave one out on the counter, leave some in the fridge, and then there will be some in the freezer.
Finally, after being in the interrogation room alone for 2 hours, the detectives enter. This is a rather long time and may have been unintentional. However, they may have strategically decided to speak with Seth's wife first and intentionally made him wait. In comparison, Tatiana seems like the easier person to get information from, and her statements could potentially be useful in getting Seth to talk. The more the police have on a suspect going in, the more advantageous.
Man, sorry about that.
Immediately, Seth leans back in his chair with his fingers interlocked over his stomach, which is a protective and defensive posture. Once again, he barely acknowledges.
This guy be thinking he's street when he can't even sidewalk. Like, I just don't understand. It's so unearned. It's so fucking Ethan Ralph, to be honest. If Ethan Ralph actually had custody of a child on his own, unsupervised, it wouldn't be any different than this situation. He would fucking handle the interrogation like an internet blood sport. Be like, oh yeah, buddy, that way you think. That's what he'd be telling the fucking detective, and then say some slurs.
Acknowledges the detectives, indicating that he'll probably not be cooperative and could be defiant.
I'm sorry you're going through this. I told you that earlier, but how long have you, is it Tatiana, right? I can keep it. Tatiana. How long have you guys been married?
I don't know how long we've been married for, like 3 years. March 2015, I think.
Right off the bat, Seth is evasive and uses a qualifier, I think, on a very basic question. He would have no reason to lie, and so this might indicate that he's not making an attempt to be helpful. Almost as soon as the detective asks Seth for some background information about his children, just as they did with Tatiana, he shares his beliefs about the medical field.
I am very anti-medical industry is because of what happened with she coughed one time, and so they said that they had to keep her.
Probably got a problem with the medical industry because they fucking told him to lay off the McDonald's.
Under observation for 72 hours to make sure she didn't have a breathing problem. The bill was about $15,000. So, they even got to the point where they, the first time we changed doctors, they called CPS on us just for changing doctors. Because the doctor we were seeing was all the way in Byron Center from Cedar Springs.
This is the first inconsistency between Tatiana and Seth. She stated CPS was called because they refused the head-shaping helmet, while he says it was because they changed doctors.
I'm done with medical stuff. We're home birthing. It's
the way to go anyways, isn't it?
Yeah.
After establishing that both Tatiana and Seth have a mistrust of the medical field, the detective asks him about feeding Mary, and his answer is the second discrepancy between him and his wife.
Did she leave you bottles of breast milk to nurse her, or did you not nurse?
Notice Seth's behavior as the detective asks this question. His hand goes from open on the table to using an adapter behavior to closed on his lap. Adapter behaviors often indicate that an individual is trying to alleviate stress. In addition, when someone's hands are open, this typically indicates that the person is feeling relaxed. However, as stress increases, one's fingers may curl up, as Seth's are doing now.
No, we just had, that's when I would give her solid food.
Okay. While you were at work, did you leave work to breastfeed, or did you leave pumped bottles at home for Seth to feed?
I worked pumped bottles at home.
Okay. Feeding the children has never been a real part of your responsibility.
A little bit. I've been feeding like her dinner. I feed her tons of solid food. I feed her 3 or 4 of those, those Gerber cups. Yeah. She just wolfs them right down, no problem.
When did you guys start with her on solid foods?
It's been a couple months
ding,
now.
Ding, ding,
ding. Maybe.
Ding, ding, ding. There it is. She eats all the time. We feed her all the time. We hear that all the time here.
Since April, because that's when Tatiana started working at her job.
Despite seeming relaxed and at ease, Seth is shaking his legs and tapping his fingers, which is a sign that he's anxious and stressed. People are often unaware when they do this. It's another stress adapter to release nervous energy. His baseline throughout the first 2 hours when he was alone in the room showed that he bounces or shakes his legs. But his adapter behaviors are happening at a higher rate now that the questioning has started, which is a sign of his increased stress.
Yeah.
And then she moved up to, now she's working
basically full time.
Seth tells the detectives that for the first 4 months of Mary's life, Tatiana breastfed her. Then, when she was 6 months old, Tatiana began working more and Seth became responsible for most of the feeding. Still, he says that Tatiana continued to breastfeed Mary in the morning and the middle of the night. And then, when Tatiana was away, he fed the baby 4 cups of solid food. This seems like an excessive amount of food for a 10-month-old. Making her eating habits sound extreme in the other direction is even more suspicious and could mean that he's lying. The question is, if he is lying, why lie about something like this?
Suspicious.
The detective has done a good job of getting him calmed down a bit. He's mirroring the body language of the detective, hands in front, leaning forward towards each other, which is a much more open stance than when they started speaking.
How did your kids develop? Every child's different, I know that, but...
They all were very engaging and active. And yeah, roly-poly is a great way to describe all of them, actually.
Okay.
The only thing they were late on was walking.
Was she always thinner?
She was always petite.
Always petite.
Yeah, she was never, nothing chunky about her.
So at 6 months, did your hours change? Is that why these habits changed, or did they change because or a combination of both?
It could have been a combination of both. I know because she was growing, she was eating more, and you're encouraging solid food so she can gain more weight.
Tatiana glances in the direction of the camera when she says Mary was growing. It's clear she knows she's being recorded, and this quick movement could be an indication of dishonesty. People don't like to be recorded when lying.
And how do you feel about weight size? Was she okay, or was she...
I was a tad concerned, but then I remembered, I'm a mom, so I'll just worry about anything.
Sure.
But then I remembered Elizabeth and how petite she was then, and how she would fill in lengthwise, but not widthwise until she was about a year.
She may be including this to explain why the victim was underweight, pointing to the older daughter's growth pattern as their norm.
So what was your tad concern? What was that? Was she just not gaining enough weight, or was that the concern?
I think what got to me was seeing like other babies just so chunky and always saying like, oh, she's so small. And I was like, yes, she's premature, she's petite.
Mm-hmm.
Leave alone,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
And then also I forget like all these babies are formula fed, and there's nothing against formula. Sometimes mothers need to do it, but the formula is what chunks up the baby quickly.
Sure.
There is a conflict here, as in the pictures from their house. There are empty formula bottles.
So at 6 months, other than a little bit underweight, you considered her to be appropriate size?
Yes, and developmentally as well. I mean, she was
doing real well developmentally.
Yeah, she was already putting her hands on the floor and just looking around.
And you're educated in this area, so if there's anyone that should know, it would be you. I mean, probably better than us two.
I'd like to think so. Paid for all that education, it should help, right?
So, because you're educated in early childhood development, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Her education will not bode well for her if she continues to claim ignorance to her child's condition.
At what point did you guys become concerned about her weight?
Let's put it this way. She never was sickly in any way, slow, lethargic.
Though delivered casually, this is actually an integral question, as it implies that they were concerned about Mary's weight. This is a leading question, and in some sense a question that has no good answer. Seth, whether he recognized it or not, did a good job evading it. With the way Seth is talking, Mary's death is entirely impossible, and he's downplaying the situation to a degree that is not believable.
No health indicators that said anything was wrong other than that she was skinny, which she started putting on weight recently. We really started pounding the solid food down in the last like month or so. But I kind of was like, because my mom's always been honest about it. Always.
She's always on it. Get some food in this kid.
Yeah, she always like, oh, wait, you guys feed now. Come on, go look at the garbage. I mean, there's like,
What a
I
nag.
can't feed the kid enough.
What a nag telling him to feed his own kid. Fuck.
The last time my mom said something about it, she said it's like,
oh, okay.
So that's why.
So you thought you were in the right direction, and she thought that she was gaining weight.
She remarked that her cheeks seemed a lot fuller.
Seth is trying to provide references to back up his story, similar to the check my garbage comment. This is an attempt to appear honest and make his claims believable. The claim that they put her on a high-protein diet contradicts the statement that they had no concerns about her weight or health, as does the admitted concerns his mother expressed about her weight. Seth is minimizing all of the clear indicators that there was a problem.
So Tatiana, correct me if this is wrong, Tatiana said that, and kind of you said that, especially about the last month, you guys became concerned that you started very consistently and regularly, heartily praying over, Lord, help her gain weight. Does that sound right?
I don't, she may have. I haven't really been so much. But I'm glad to hear she was.
Yeah.
Seth takes a little pause here before answering and is fidgeting with his fingers, showing an adaptive response to the stress he's likely feeling. He's attempting to blow it all off and insinuate that the baby didn't even need to be prayed for. He appears to believe that he is smart enough that he can just make the officers believe what he wants.
I think maybe 3 times in the last week where she slept so long I had to like nudge Tatiana and make some jokes now that I was.
Yeah.
But you don't really think too much of it at the time. So, sorry.
That's all right.
Seth is getting tripped up on his words and appears to be having an emotional reaction to this part of the conversation. He may feel somewhat guilty about jokes he made, or he may just be concerned he will say something incriminating.
So yeah, there's been a couple mornings where she had been sleeping for 15, 16 hours straight.
She got up at 9 o'clock and you were so tired, weren't you?
And she went to bed when? The night before that?
7 o'clock.
Okay.
Then she would eat like crazy, and then she would doze off again. Like she was ready for bed immediately after eating.
See, just that giggle and then she'll eat like crazy. Like, I know, that's the problem is okay, let's say she did feed it twice a day because her worthless husband won't feed the child, right? So, we wouldn't be here if this were all true.
Did she have a routine the last 3 days? Or
No, it was a bit erratic. I would try and keep her up just because I was worried that she was sleeping so much.
Mm-hmm.
But when she wanted to sleep.
Given Tatiana's education in early childhood and the fact that she has other kids, it is quite surprising that she wasn't more concerned about Mary's excessive tiredness. A 10-month-old sleeping for 15 hours straight and then wanting to go back to sleep right after eating in the morning is a red flag and should have prompted Tatiana and Seth to seek out a medical evaluation.
If she's in there and, everything, as far as I know, everything is fine when she's put down, I'm not inclined to wake the kid up.
Sure.
Seth refers to Mary as the kid, creating distance from her. This is also an indication of a lack of emotional connection with her, which is another indication of ASPD.
Was she eating?
Yes, very well. I mean, the Sunday before last, we went to Golden Corral, and she just feasted.
These terms used by Tatiana, such as eat like crazy, eating.
Is she saying Golden Corral to make the person think, oh, buffet, so indeed baby ate a lot? Because it's a baby. I guess mashed potatoes, but I don't think
eating very well and feasted could be examples of qualifiers where Tatiana is trying to emphasize a point, but she's going overboard using extra descriptive language. When a person does this, they may be trying to make themselves sound honest or truthful.
She's so tiny. Was there never a time that you just like, well, there's something really wrong?
There was never a time where I thought there was something really wrong.
As the detective's questions start getting more specific in terms of Seth noticing that Mary was severely underweight, Seth taps his cup on the table. He's using it as a barrier between himself and the officers, as well as something to distract from the conversation. This is a new behavior and definitely an indicator of anxiety. He likely knows that this question could incriminate him and may realize that he can't just manipulate his way through the interrogation at this point.
And when was the last time that you thought she was 20 pounds? Yesterday. Okay.
Finally, after establishing the details of Mary's eating habits, the detectives get to the crux of the issue and the reason they are here: Mary's death.
Tell me about today. I know it's probably.
Yeah, you know, I just kind of like woke up like a regular day. I wasn't feeling very well last night. So I slept in because I didn't sleep very well. I think I rolled out of bed like 8 to 8:30, took care of some chores, and then I laid back down. And then my wife told me she was gonna go right up the street to the neighbor's house to go get some kids. And when she came back, I woke up, you know, told me, and that's that.
It's strange that he seems to show no emotion except irritation, frustration, and maybe a bit of anger. But other than that, it's like he could be talking about losing a book in the same manner as he's talking about the death of his child.
So what did you do when she told you that?
I split out of bed and raced to the room and, you know,
So they're helpless, right? Like, what, you know what to do?
What am I gonna do?
Yeah.
I could tell she was dead from looking at her.
He is very cavalier about looking at his daughter dead and even shrugs. Losing a child is something most parents consider to be their worst nightmare and the worst pain a parent can experience. His demeanor is disturbing and extremely abnormal, especially given the fact that Mary's death was likely preventable.
But Tatiana couldn't.
She's a mom.
Right.
She's good. So,
Yep.
I'm used to dealing with a lot of dead bodies with this farm.
Yeah.
So I know what they look like. That was that.
Saying Tatiana didn't know the baby was dead because she is a mom implies that his role as a father makes him less emotional or attached to the children. He shows zero emotion, and his tone is one of almost indifference. It's important to remember that this happened just hours before this interrogation.
Well, in the great CPS call that was the ricochet bullet after Frogan was fucking unfollowed on Twitter. That terror? This guy. Well, no, Denim said that shit didn't matter. That's not traumatic. These kids don't even have memories till they're 6 or nothing. And the more and more she kept, like, defending the CPS call, the more and more I was like, please don't have fucking kids. You're gonna stick them in the microwave. Big Woke does want you to... Big Woke wants us to believe it's not normal for infants to sleep 24... Yeah. The stereotype is them crying, remember?
And his emotions should still be very fresh. While some parents may not show emotion because of shock, he does not appear to be in shock.
So yesterday morning, when you got her up at 7, she had spit up?
No, this morning.
Oh, this morning.
At 9, when I got her up, when I tried to get her up.
Yeah.
I thought maybe she choked on her spit, and that's why.
What color was her spit up?
It was foamy and and brown.
It's odd that Seth never mentioned anything about Tatiana thinking Mary had choked on her spit up. Parts of their stories aren't aligning, which could mean one or both are intentionally leaving information out.
So where was the spit up at?
On the side of her mouth. The side of her face.
And then that's when you noticed that she was unresponsive. Was this morning when you saw that? And what happened next?
Excuse me. Her eyes were open.
Did anything else look strange other than obviously the spit up and that her eyes were open? Or other than that, did she look as usual?
She's just cold.
Okay.
So I went in to get Seth. It's an emergency, and he's like, and I was just so shocked, and he reminded me I knew CPR.
Tatiana may have added that Seth told her to start CPR to try and protect him and make him appear less detached. One of the things to note is that this may be an indication of abuse, as victims of domestic abuse often protect their abusers.
He told me to start, so I took her from the bed and I put her on her changing table, and I started CPR, and I just...
I know this is tough.
So I did a 2-finger touch on her chest and her back, and I wiped her mouth, and I did, when I was pumping her chest, there was like bubbles coming out of her mouth. So I thought maybe that's why I thought she choked. And then maybe if I kept pumping, maybe it would come out, and then she'd cough and wake up. It was wiping the bubbles, and I was giving her air and giving her, pumping with my fingers, with my 2 fingers. Maybe I should have done more.
Nope, you're doing it right.
And she was still so cold. And
Tatiana is now turned fully away from the detectives, facing sideways. Her response is actually a lot less suspect than Seth's.
it's not just me the whole time, and he just asked me, is she dead? Is she gone? While he's crying, just asking me, is she gone? And it's so hard to say yes. And I just said yes. I had no idea what to do then at all. What do we do?
So what did you do next?
Call my dad. So I just called him and, said, hey, should I call the police or what? I don't know how this works.
Your mom and I are on our way. Call the police. Let them know what happened, and we'll try and get there before they do.
It had been about an hour and some change, and I was starting to get impatient because I did not want to. I know how it looks when people wait to make a police call, so I just.
They may not have called 911 because Seth knew that if they called the police, it would be evident that they had neglected this child and would be arrested. He likely put his concerns for himself over his own.
This is like the light Yagami of letting our child die. It's such low stakes. Well, by low stakes, I mean he acts like he's a fucking criminal mastermind. But this isn't a bank heist. This isn't a serial killing revenge story. This is I neglected my child. And he in here acting tough.
Own child, and called his dad to ask him what to do in reference to himself and his possible legal situation.
So what did you guys do during the 2 hours?
We sat there and cried.
Yeah.
And then we just spent the entire time on the couch, waiting and crying.
Did you clean anything up? Yeah, we cleaned up the house a little bit. Boy, was doesn't match. I knew we were going to have my parents over.
Cleaning during such a horrific moment is definitely odd. It's possible that Seth and Tatiana cleaned the house because they knew police would be arriving. If the home was in a very unclean state, this could be cause for suspicion about the possibility of Mary and the other children being neglected. It's important to note that the crime scene photos show that despite claiming to have cleaned, the house was still quite dirty.
So what all the house cleaning entail?
Wiping up the counter and sweeping the floor. Okay.
I don't know why. Who cares? Why would you?
An indication that Seth may be the dominant, possibly abusive one in their relationship is that the longer Tatiana is away from him, the more rational her thoughts appear to be, such as the outlandishness of cleaning in that moment.
Yeah, because obviously you're an intelligent man, so obviously for us, and you just said yourself, it looks weird.
Before confronting Seth, the detective calls him intelligent to appeal to his ego, but also so he doesn't try to play dumb. Detectives will often say this to suspects they perceive as narcissists.
I wanted to just call you guys first, but not. I was following my legal advice, so
yeah.
I'm sorry if there's a problem at all. I just do what the lawyer told me to do.
No, and well, here's the thing. I'm not saying. I'm just telling you. I'm just confirming what you said. It looks weird.
Tatiana, we're all parents in this room, okay? I mean, we all need to be honest. Remember in the car when I first talked with you, and I told you that at the end of the day, we all need to know exactly. So we need to tell her story, okay?
The detective is letting her know he's not buying her story. He's hoping this will make her lose resolve and begin to tell the truth.
I want you to think about this for a minute. I want you to think for a second and put yourself in our shoes. And then you have to go into that house and you have to look at that precious little angel. Okay? Do you think she was healthy, honestly?
When you look at her size and you can see every single bone in her body, do you think she was healthy?
Tatiana hangs her head, possibly an indication of shame. This body position also allows her to take a break from the intense eye contact from the detectives.
We know this isn't easy, Tatiana, but we need to know what happened to her. What was going on?
So when did she start losing all that weight?
The past 2 days.
But she's lost so much weight that you can't lose that much in 2 days.
Tatiana may be getting closer to telling them the truth. The detectives will likely apply more pressure to keep her feeling insecure.
I've never seen a child that skinny. Never. And here's the thing. You're obviously a very concerned mom. But at what point did you know, what point did you think something was wrong? Because I know that you knew something, or you thought something wrong. You are an intelligent, educated woman.
The detective is leaning in towards her, speaking much more sternly and directly. In response, Tatiana appears closer to breaking down.
She can't even weigh 8 pounds right now. She doesn't weigh 8 pounds. When's the last time that you actually inspected her, that you looked at her? Tell me the truth.
Every time when I change her, and I think I just may have been just so blinded.
What were you blinded by? Because I know, listen, you are an intelligent, articulate, college-educated, early childhood development. You know when you look at someone that something's wrong. I have a picture of her right here. I'm prepared to show you. That tells you no medical treatment. As dumb as I am, I'm not near as intelligent as you. I can't speak the words you can speak. I am not you. And even I can look at this photo and I can say, whoa, something's wrong. It put tears in our eyes when we walked in there. It was that obvious.
Tatiana, I'm going to be quite honest with you right now, okay? One parent to another, right? And I'm going to try and control my emotions, all right? I've been to a child death investigator school, and I've seen photos and images of children that have been malnourished. And I'm telling you right now, this is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Oh, no, really?
Yes.
Oh.
This is the thing that gets her. It's like, she already didn't show this fucking emotion for the death, but we can play it out for, oh my god, I am actually the worst. I'm fucking #1 on the leaderboard of society's not gonna like me, oh fuck.
Covering her face is a clear indication of shame and embarrassment. In contrast to Seth, Tatiana displays what appears to be real emotions and seems to feel some sort of responsibility or remorse. However, it's important to keep in mind that just because a suspect shows big emotions, it doesn't necessarily mean they feel bad about what they did. Those tears could be for themselves. Right now, she may be feeling panicked and worried about how much trouble she is facing, given what the detective just told her. She's still far from appearing like a parent who has nothing to hide.
You clearly need help too, though.
Okay, you know what, this is baggage, this is something that, but all I want to know is what stopped you from seeking help?
Tatiana is clearly having an emotional reaction during this point in the interrogation, but as you'll see, Seth's reaction is much more chilling.
She only 8 pounds.
Okay.
I'm sure 6 pounds. She's tiny. Was that never an alarm for you? She's not where she needs to be. I can see all of her bones.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I just told you in regards to that matter. So yes, there was, which is what I told you. I also generally, I don't trust the medical system so much as other people. I know how they work, and I know they're in business, and that healthy people don't make them any money.
The detective's body language indicates that he was expecting this excuse.
So that can excuse your...
Yeah, it's the way it does. It changes the way that we do things a lot differently than most other people.
His answers are all about what he thinks. As earlier, he appears to believe that no one is smarter than he is.
But looking at your daughter, looking back, you as a parent, as a father, didn't you have any concern for her looking at her?
Yes, I did. I was kind of more in that I have never encountered a health problem where basically if you don't do the right things and be patient, that it works itself out, especially with the kids. I was not happy about how thin she was, but I also, have the belief that, God didn't make us all, the same. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
A parent being defensive in this situation is a huge red flag, as most parents blame themselves when their child is harmed, even in situations where they couldn't be at fault, let alone ones they could be to blame for.
I'm telling you right now, I've been doing this job for a long time, okay? And he'll tell you when I walked in that bedroom today, all right, I started crying. And I looked at her for a millisecond, and I knew that she wasn't right. And I knew that she wasn't right for some time, okay? And you're her father.
Yep. I saw her when she was dead too. She was much more gaunt when she was dead than she ever was when she was alive. I mean, I got pictures on my phone.
Seth is in serious denial, or he's justifying his behavior and refusing to take any responsibility for his actions, which are common behaviors for someone with a personality disorder. It's likely not possible that the baby's physical appearance will change so drastically just hours after her death, when law enforcement arrived.
How did you not, when you looked at her a day and a half ago changing her diaper, and realize that my daughter is skin and bones? When I looked at her belly in the house, okay?
Quick warning, the detective is about to give a graphic description of Mary's body.
And I'm not exaggerating this.
I know.
I could see the outline.
You know
of her
what,
entire...
actually?
She didn't get this malnourished and skinny overnight, okay?
No,
this is a lengthy process, okay? And this has been going on for some time. If you could go back and reset the clock to try to prevent today, how far back do you think you would go?
Seth hesitates again and struggles to respond, which is highly unusual and suspicious because any grieving parent would have an immediate answer to such a question. His hesitation could be because he knows that no matter what he says, it's going to incriminate him. Seth is essentially trapped with this question.
I don't know, because I can't tell you.
Seth clearly doesn't want to give a specific date because he knows very well that any answer he gives here will make it clear that Mary was severely neglected and that her condition was a progressive process. It's also interesting that he doesn't mention that his wife was concerned, showing that he likely didn't take her into consideration.
I didn't think at all that she was going to die.
How could you not think that?
Delusional. I don't have a reason why I couldn't think that. I was just being such a hopeful mom. I suppose I don't have a good reason for you. I'm sorry.
What was your conversations like with Seth?
You said a minute ago that you knew that he didn't want to go to a doctor.
Yeah, because we discussed it before. That we just
discussed her conditions?
Yes.
The detectives clearly think Seth was the one that was making the decisions and are trying to press her to see if she will admit to him preventing her from getting help.
When was the first time you guys discussed that?
Maybe a month ago. And, we talked about it and just have faith and just we'll keep feeding her like we do and keep nursing her and keep her active and she'll get there. It's okay, she'll get there.
How many conversations did you have with Seth about this?
Not very many.
He's not an angry type person?
No.
How is he as far as emotional goes?
He's not afraid to cry. I'll just say that.
Does he cry a lot? Would you say that he wears his emotions on his sleeve?
I suppose. When we were going through our marriage, he was very expressive about about his feelings and how he would like to be treated and how I wasn't treating him well. And he was very intuitive and he was expressive, which is rare, I suppose.
The way Tatiana describes Seth is not at all what he presents like during the interrogation. If Tatiana is being abused and controlled by him, she could be afraid to admit what he is really like.
At what point today did you and or Tatiana think it doesn't look good that we didn't get her the medical treatment or whatever? At what point today did you think that?
I don't know. I guess I haven't really worried about it too much.
Okay.
Seth states this in such an unemotional and heartless manner that it's clear he has no remorse whatsoever and is possibly a sociopath. As well, this is also a direct contradiction to what he said at the beginning of the interrogation. Earlier, he explained that he called his dad for legal advice before calling police, which clearly indicated that he was worried about how it looked. When suspects give statements that are inconsistent, it can be a red flag for possible deception. Liars may have difficulty keeping track of what they've said, which can result in them saying something that contradicts an earlier statement.
The thing is that it's like, yeah, she was skinny, but that would be like the only thing. She was thin.
No, wasn't thin.
Yes, sir. I know. I picked her up. I know how skinny she was. It used to hurt. What am I going to do? Like inject her with liposuction? And what are the doctors going to do? There's more. You know what the leading cause of death in this country is, don't you? Yeah, it's medical malpractice.
It is. I'll give you that.
It's more dangerous. It's more dangerous to take your kid to the doctors and only.
That's not what most people think. Most people think it's common, but
I get what you're saying.
Seth's delusional thinking is becoming increasingly evident. This could be because his level of stress is increasing. Seth is so out of touch with reality and so grandiose that he still doesn't acknowledge that doctors could have acted to save Mary.
Did you ever look at how tiny and sunken and skeletal she looked and say, we're in trouble?
Yeah. I think actually it came across my mind today.
Why did it come across your mind? What were you thinking? Is that why it took so long to call 911? I've never worked a case that's taken that long to call 911.
This is an indication that much of what Tatiana has said throughout the interrogation is her desperate attempt to appear like this was all an accident.
You never once expressed to Seth that, hey, this isn't good. Look at her.
No, I didn't.
Did he ever did he ever even make a comment about her body? You guys looked at her, and he never said anything about it? You know how he described her to us on the phone? I could even listen to the 911. He described her as, nope, she's dead as a doornail.
Do you believe she was beyond help already? Oh, yeah, she was dead as a doornail.
Seth saying this shows that he not only doesn't feel normal emotions, but he may not even be capable of understanding how to act like a person with a conscience. It's also a sign of how detached he may have been as a parent. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder often are unable to form genuine attachments to other people. It's becoming clear that Seth is a sociopath and possibly intentionally starved his child for some benefit for himself or because she was somehow a burden to him. Tatiana's defense of him could be a sign of battered women syndrome, or a sign that she was so emotionally abused and controlled that she doesn't know anything else but to defend him. However,
I don't know about the battered woman syndrome argument for this one, because she, like, just the way that she, like, really is doing the typical, we fed him all the time. It's no different than all the other ones where there isn't anybody controlling them.
Despite what her relationship with Seth may have been like, she still had a responsibility to take care of her child, and she failed to do so.
He can't find out. He's very, very upset. He's just distraught. And I cried, and yeah, he cries, but he tries to be strong for everyone.
Let me ask you an honest answer. Do you feel responsible in any way for what happened today?
I know it's a bit of a trap question, but no, or do you just straight honest?
Or do you think it's just God's will?
Yeah, you go to the bathhouse and chill there for a bit and your energy restores. Isn't that cool?
Well, just because it might be God's will doesn't mean that there's not that it's not his will according to our actions. Or it doesn't mean that we're not responsible in some way for what has come about. And so I take responsibility on myself for anything that goes wrong in my life at all. Even if it's totally not my fault. It's still, what could I have done? You know, for me, do I take some responsibility? Yeah. I'll never forget it.
Referring to this as a trap question further confirms Seth's inability to care about anything but his own preservation. Seth seems to express some semi-remorseful sentiments here, but he's also giving himself a way out. His play with words is his absurd and grandiose way of trying to sound noble, as if he's willing to accept blame or fault no matter what. The truth is really the opposite, because Seth has not genuinely taken responsibility for his daughter's death thus far.
There's a little hole in the door that I put there because I'm not very savvy with tools, and I hit the door with a hammer. So there's a big hammer hole there. So I use it as the peephole.
Good idea.
Tatiana alleges she made the hole in the door to the baby's room so she can check on her. This is extremely unusual. Most people just go in the room or use a baby monitor. As you'll see, Seth tells detectives a conflicting story about the hole in the door.
How did that hole get in the door again? About 5 years ago, when I styled myself a patriot and a gun nut and all that good stuff, all that cool right-wing stuff, I was working on my AK and the gas tube. I was a total idiot, and like the gas tube was stuck, and I was trying to bang it in there, and I went, and the hammer flew out the back of my hand right into the door.
Hey, the AK don't work. Get a hammer.
The contradictory stories here about something that's not particularly important in comparison to the death of a child is actually quite troubling. Obviously, one or both of them is being dishonest, but it's not clear why. The question is the hole in the door a sign of a... Had Seth made it in a moment of anger? There are also holes in the walls around the house that are either at a convenient punching height or a height that would match with someone being pushed into the wall.
Well, why is Tatiana saying she put the hole in the door? That's what I'm confused about.
Because she went through a lot.
I just found out the other day.
She was a kid. Her her memory can sometimes be a little about details and stuff like that. So I don't know why she'd say that.
Seth claims his wife's memory is off because of childhood trauma and that she's not good with details. He may be alleging this about her so that he already has an explanation in place if their stories don't line up. He's made her the unreliable one. Tatiana could also be taking responsibility because what Seth explained was pretty dangerous and could have put the kids at risk, so she's trying to protect him and their family by saying it was her being clumsy. The hole in the door wasn't the only sign that something was wrong in the home. The mattress in Mary's crib was found torn and completely soaked through with urine, so much so that it pooled in a tub under the crib. You'll recall that both Tatiana and Seth said that they would leave Mary in the crib for long periods of time, where she would be lying on the urine-soaked bed.
For 1 second, I don't want you to think that anybody is trying to say that you didn't love your child.
No.
Okay? But I am going to be blatantly honest with you. You didn't provide the necessary care for your daughter. You didn't. Was it embarrassment? Was it fear? Was it... what was it?
I think it was fear of CPS. I think that I just thought that I was overreacting, and it was just all in my head because I tend to overthink things when it's not necessary, and I just thought there was another one of those. And our other two children are just so healthy.
I had work on my mind, making dinner on the table for the other kids on my mind, and and then I thought, but, taking care of my daughter Mary, number one priority. See, she still uses the same lingo as all of them. Her number one priority, though, she just didn't get to it. Because she was overwhelmed by the trauma.
Or am I delusional about that too?
Her comments here, I thought I was overreacting and it was all in my head. I tend to overthink and, or am I delusional about that too, are all giant red flags. These are the words of someone who's been gaslit for a long time. She doesn't trust her own instincts or thoughts anymore. These phrases are likely something she's been accused of before.
I've had this disagreement with Iwu voice before. Or the words of a liar who's trying to set up, oh, I blacked out, oh, I have delusions, oh, I have some mental thing, so I don't go to real prison.
Maybe by Seth.
I don't know.
As far as they appear,
What? But here's the difference, though. You just said it right there. You just said it. As far as they appear. But we know hasn't appeared healthy. So it's not a delusion.
All right, give me 5 minutes, and we're going to get you and Tatiana right home, okay? Great, thanks. Mm-hmm.
At this moment, Seth might be thinking that the whole ordeal was over, since the officer told him that he and Tatiana would be going home. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. In reality, the case against them was just beginning, and Seth would soon share his most shocking and bizarre thoughts yet. Seth lets out a big sigh after the detective leaves the room and begins nervously pacing around. Pacing could be an indication of the real level of anxiety he's actually feeling, rather than the cool-headed persona he's been trying to portray. The detective allows Seth to come in and sit with Tatiana while they wait to be transported home. It's highly unusual to have potential co-defendants wait together in a recorded interrogation room. It's likely the detectives want to observe them together.
So I'll give you just a couple minutes, okay?
Yeah.
Hi, baby.
Hi.
How you doing? Happy that I'm with you now.
Me too.
There have been couples on that fucking personal finance that 1,000% make me think of these two, though.
Seth reaches for her hand. This can be seen as either someone reaching out for emotional support But given his demeanor and suspicions about the relationship dynamic, it's more likely this is him engaging in manipulative actions that seem caring, but are intended to keep Tatiana connected to him. They are also likely aware that they are still being recorded or observed. The affection may just be them putting on a show for detectives.
I just kept reading with that. I wouldn't even let me answer.
So you told me what?
To call the police after.
Oh. I told you like 6 times. I was waiting for the lawyer to be there because we knew that this would happen. Their job is to fill cells. It's their job. So they can fill 2 cells right now. And that's...
To me, they were angry. Like, it sounded like they were trying... I don't know if this is movie mind, but, like, separate us.
Of course, that's what they're doing. And so they came at you first. Because they know nothing. They can tell by looking at me.
Yeah.
They can do shit. So if I'm making them break down and accuse you, me is who they're looking for.
Seth is acting almost like a victim and is unable to acknowledge his fault in what happened. This is typical of people with ASPD. They manage to twist the story to make themselves sound like the ones suffering.
I don't know what's going to happen.
We go home and we get really baked. I really like to not talk about it at all anymore today.
Seth's suggestion to go home and not discuss this sounds like he wants to forget his child just died hours ago and move on. He says it like he wants to de-stress after a long day. This comment matches right up with his overall attitude of indifference throughout his interrogation.
What fast food do you think these two go to before he gets his... Because I'm assuming he needs to get some food in his stomach before he beats the shit out of her.
He notably doesn't consider Tatiana's feelings and that she may want or need to talk about this tragedy. Watch the height differential maintained between them. Tatiana drops her head so that she's looking up at him as he sits straight up. Think about this like wolves in a pack dropping their heads in deference to the alpha. It's a visual representation of a power differential.
I'm sorry. Well, that ends up. That's about. I was counting down. I was thinking, I'll wait till 7:30, but we're not under arrest. I'm being charged. I'm here under my own compulsion. I'm free to go. So.
They clearly are in denial about the gravity of the charges they're facing and seem to think they'll not be jailed for their crimes and will continue raising their other children.
We're doing this as a show. And not even for them, but for probably when we have to go up in front of a judge. Here's all they want. They want a charge. They want somebody. There's got to be money involved. There's got to be a financial transaction somehow.
Isn't this kind of the Nick Rekieta libertarian kind of cope, though, where it's like everything in the government is corrupt, so I did nothing wrong.
Worst case they've ever seen. They were making me feel. And they were like, we know it's not your fault. We know you're a good person. But this is the worst case we've ever seen. Like, what are you doing here, guy?
Tatiana seems unfazed by Seth's delusional comments and is likely used to this type of rhetoric from him. Seth's attitude and remarks are a good example of how abusers keep victims of narcissistic abuse in their place of submission, believing they need their spouse.
I don't know what to say, like it was a junk full of growth hormones and steroids. I'm sorry, you think I'm happy about it?
He makes the confident mini steeple with his hands while minimizing the importance of the death of his child.
You gotta understand with cops, they're not really like... They're just trying to get somebody to confess to a crime. That's all they're trying to do. So you just don't take it personally. You just, whatever. I don't care what you do. They're looking for somebody to say something crazy. They're looking for the crazy. That's what they're looking for. Yeah. They're looking for their way in.
The longer Seth is in there with her, the more Tatiana's demeanor changes. She's much less sympathetic than she was when she was speaking to the officers. It's not unusual for suspects to be different around law enforcement, but she came across as much more naive than she really is.
She looked like she was dead too. She was so gone. No, I'm not trying to get it. I'm just saying that's why reasons why there's such a bad picture of her, dude. She looked so bad.
It didn't look real. I mean, she was dead overnight, and then she was sitting there all day dead, and then they're gonna take that?
Of course.
Their topics of conversation in this interrogation room don't sound like those of grieving parents. It seems they're more focused on talking about the interrogation questions and how horribly they were treated than what happened to their daughter today. People cope with grief in different ways, but their casual discussion still seems unusual. Typical grieving parents would likely be overcome with sadness about their daughter's death. With this in mind, victims of domestic abuse are typically very in tune with their abuser's emotions for survival reasons, so Tatiana may be trying to keep him from getting upset.
Try not to think about it and her and this just for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Just for tonight. Please just try to wipe it away. It's been torture all day.
Well, the torture, as Seth called it, wouldn't end there. The couple was transported home later that day, but they would be back a lot sooner than Seth expected. What exactly happened to Mary and the horrific truth about why would soon be revealed, and it would all come down to Seth finally cracking. If you thought some of the things he said earlier were shocking, just wait, because he's about to give us an alarming glimpse of his true thoughts. The next day, Seth and Tatiana were brought back to the police station. However, this time they were both under arrest.
It sounds like you may have been expecting us to come today and talk to you today. I mean, I expected all of the worst, so yeah, you did. Pretty much. That's pretty much what I come to expect of the U.S. government, so. Separate, if you can do me a favor, don't separate us from the U.S. government, because we're not the U.S. government. Well, I know you guys are part of the machine, though, so yeah, we try to keep ourselves part of the machine, but I think we're pretty decent guys. He's kind of a jerk sometimes, but I'm pretty decent. I'm kidding you.
The detective makes a joke about his colleague to try and build rapport with Seth, who obviously has no desire to get friendly with them. He's in a closed-off position with his hands crossed in front of him.
When you said you kind of expected us to come back, but what made you think we were going to come back? Well, your job is to fill cells. So there's fill cells? Yeah. So, I mean, that's the furthest from the truth. Why would you say that radical? You know, I'm out there. I know that. What makes you think you're out there, though? I think when you say you're out there, what you believe, though, is what you believe. Even though you think others think you're out there, you think what you're just correct, right? Is that fair? Fair to say? Yes. All right. I don't think you're that far out there by any means. The doctor, the video autopsy, yes, says she's been like this for a while. He said she hadn't eaten or drank, and that's the cause of her death. You guys had a search warrant. I'm happy to renew it and have you go through my garbage and see all the baby food. Right. I'm not saying you're not a caring guy, because I think you absolutely are. I think Tatiana's a very caring lady. I think with the kids that you guys have, the farm you're trying to run, with the pressures of providing for your family, I think some meals got missed over the last couple of months. And gradually, she's been losing weight.
The detective presents an alternative theory as to how this happened to make it seem unintentional. Removing intent from the equation may make it easier for Seth to admit. He takes responsibility for doing a lot of the feeding and therefore leaves no room for any explanation for her excessively low body weight.
She always eats all 4 cups. She always eats everything. Yeah. Never. She spit a bunch of it back up. I mean, she spits up a little bit, but not like that. I mean, I got like little dad stains from. See, I mean, I'm not bullshitting you guys. Right. This is from me carrying her. Yeah. And then, sorry, go ahead. No, I know this is tough for you. And we're not, like I said, we're not here to pick on you.
After he points to the stain on his shirt, Seth appears to become fidgety, moving his left leg repeatedly. It's possible that pointing to a stain left by his daughter, who is now dead, may have gotten Seth emotional, But if he's not being truthful, maybe Seth simply got nervous here because he's having to make up stories to try to cover up for this case of severe neglect and abuse.
She cries whenever something's wrong, whenever she's uncomfortable, whenever she's hungry, upset in any way. She'll let you know quick. Like, she's worse than the other kids about crying. But
see, now I don't know who to blame for this, the woke left or the fucking retarded, dare I say, libertarians. It could be either in these matters.
Seth may have unknowingly revealed his feelings about Mary being a burden, leading to a possible motive as to why she was starved to death. He had to care for her for several hours while Tatiana was at work, so he likely had to manage Mary's crying plus caring for the other 2 children on his own. The motive could have been to remove a financial burden as well.
where it's just like, okay, obviously, bone broken. But if it's going to be something where basically some guy in a white coat, no offense, has a graph that says, oh, well, she needs to be this many inches and this much weight. And since she's not, we're going to call CPS and put you on this drug program. And that's that. I don't buy into it. It's a scam. Maybe I'm wrong, or God just has his will and his plan for things, but I did not, I thought she was going to make it. So I kind of just honestly thought that, if I did the right things, if I did fed her right, we made sure to not just love her and love her for who she is and not try to secularly, religiously beat her over the head with.
You see, we went on the internet and saw that Eugenia Cooney, and we said, whoa, it's actually rude to bully anorexic people, according to this Anissa Joma on the subject, except for when she does it. And it was then I said, I'm a worthless piece of shit sociopath.
All different kinds of things because she didn't match up to something on a graph.
Instead of taking responsibility for the lack of care Mary received, he's making it clear that he doesn't believe he's personally at fault.
At some point,
you know that she weighed 1 pound and 4 ounces more than when she was born.
No, I did not.
1 pound and 4 ounces more than a baby. She weighed less than a lot of babies are born at.
The detective repeats this shocking revelation twice in a row to stress how insanely small she was. Seth still has no real reaction.
I have a photograph of her right here on my email, if you'd like to see it, so you can at least see what we're looking at.
Oh, I'm sure it looks terrible. I'm sure you guys are seeing the absolute worst of it. And
do you want to see that?
I don't really want to.
I will not make this. No, I will not.
I saw it, and that was quite enough for me.
Okay, let's say in his perfect world where somehow this was an accident and it's not their fault for proactively deciding to not be proactive in feeding the child, right? Okay, world where he's innocent. Like, the cops still had to look at this and saw the mattress that was, like, pissed through to the tub under it and all that, and you're like, I just want this to be over with so I can go back and play my Xbox,
I'd like you to look at it, but I would never, don't ever confuse that I'm going to demand that you look at it. You're her dad. I'll give you the option.
Well, I already told you, but if you want to show it to me, I'll look at it.
But you don't want to?
Not really.
Okay. I don't even bring it up to try to gross anyone out. I mean, let's just bring it up to see through our lenses and see if that's what you recall. See, is that what you remember?
Why don't you go ahead and show it to me? I can tell you what I remember from the day before. She looked very different when she was dead. I don't know what happened that night.
It is clearly not possible for Mary to lose that much weight overnight. He has his arms crossed over his chest in a protective, defensive posture, and his leg is visibly shaking, showing signs of his stress.
Now this is her size. That's what she looked like when we removed her from here.
This is a telling moment. They're showing him a picture of what everyone agrees to be horrific, and he has very little, if any, physical response to it.
in layman's terms, she died because she was dehydrated and no food.
Starvation and dehydration.
Here's the thing, we're not. I know, I get it. I don't. The thing for me is it's almost like a hellish miracle because I don't know how. I remember going like this. Let me talk to you a minute, okay?
I mean, sometimes that Asmund Gold is based, sometimes he's not. I'm glad he doesn't have a child, or, you know, this would be one of those things that would come out where it's like you're super canceled for, like, super ever, and, like, none of us would be allowed to be surprised, right?
Neither of us is saying that either of you don't love your kids, because it is obvious.
I don't think they love their kids.
You do. Okay?
I don't think they do. But I'm just crazy like that.
It's obvious. But it's also very obvious that you're lying to us right now. By your reckoning. No, hold on. Now, by my reckoning, yes. Because you weren't there. You can't say. And so to say that it's a lie, that's something you're going to have to bring up with God in your own day. Hold on. Okay, I got the evidence, man. Okay, we're not God.
No, I'm saying there is in an alternate universe where he has kids, like a wife who gave birth to them that he can get mad at for fucking crying. Like, we find out he really is mad at the woke stuff because it's a legit inconvenience to him. He hates inconveniences, so like he'll just fucking cancel his own child, make fucking videos saying it's very unreasonable to cry for no motherfucking reason while he's streaming.
What the enemy is saying is that she starved. Okay, that's what they're saying. So if that's the case, we're not interested in this either. But there wasn't enough frequent feedings to sustain her.
The detective uses the Reed technique of offering an alternative theory that over time the feedings become inadequate, and they just didn't realize it. This is making it almost like accidental starvation, so Seth may be more prone to accept some blame.
The ME said, and he does at least 2 autopsies a day, has never seen a case this bad. Looks like she was in a concentration camp. And everything you're saying to me is terrible. It makes me feel like absolutely, but I don't know what to say because I fed her. Do you think people in concentration camps that look like that got that way overnight? No, but they gradually start looking worse like that for a while. So much so that your wife thought a couple of days ago she was probably going to die. And my guess is, I'll say I think you're lying because she would have said her words were gravely ill. And that she thought she was going to die. I also know you guys are trained to lie, so we do from time to time. Are we lying to you now? Absolutely not. Which is also why there's no emotion, because you already knew she was going to die. Now, you sit across from this table and call yourself my brother and say things like that. I think it's possible. You tell me.
They call him out on his lack of emotion, but he shows no change in facial expression and keeps his arms up in a barrier.
I can tell you for a fact, Seth, that she looked like this for at least a week. Something was wrong. I'm not saying you didn't necessarily feed her. Maybe you thought she had a disease or something, like you mentioned earlier. But she looked like that for a while, and you knew. No. The reason why I might deal with it, no emotion, I was crying in my holding cell. What do you think we were doing for the hour before I called you guys? What do you think we were doing all last night? You don't know what I've been through to get me here. I'm not coming out with a victim story. Oh, pity me, but it hasn't been the easiest walk for me. So I can deal with stuff.
Seth is expressing how hard this has been for him, yet he hasn't once expressed any remorse for his child. He appears unable to consider anyone else but himself.
I don't know. My very straight master answer is that, God gives and God takes away. how did she get so skinny and thin? Like I said, I don't know, because I used to feed her. I think we're kind of past the result of why, and I think we're just trying to get a concession of something.
Yes, I'd love a confession of something.
Whether there's criminal liability found or not, I'm still responsible for anything that could have been done different, anything that could be changed. Well, of course, the standard party line answer is, go see the doctor and see what's wrong as to why she's not gaining weight.
This statement says that he knows what they think he should say, but he doesn't actually think that is what they should have done, and he doesn't have any regret. Although he stated earlier that he's responsible for what happened, he's not really taking responsibility.
Let's go the natural answer. We don't let her sleep 15 to 18 hours, and we feed her. No doctor necessary.
I've never encountered that to be a advice medical issue.
Oh, come on.
I have. My heart just breaks for you and her. I mean, not really, otherwise you guys wouldn't be trying to destroy what's left.
You don't understand that. What should we do differently?
Well, I don't think that putting you, to be honest, I don't think putting either one of us in jail is going to do anybody any good.
Seth is actually trying to now blame the detectives for destroying his family because they're holding him and Tatiana accountable.
There's no justice.
They're family.
That's fair. There's no crime. There's no
crime in this.
Look, I know that the American court system will come up with a crime.
Seth then makes a series of shocking statements that show his true thoughts.
The reason why it's hard for me is because this is a very new idea that just every time somebody dies, it has to be like somebody has to go into a box or somebody's got to be convicted. I mean, it used to be common for kids not to make it. That's called natural selection.
Now, this is a stupid argument, of course, but how do we know it wasn't self-defense?
And it's a hard part of real life on Earth. I don't know how you feel bad about this. What do you think?
These callous remarks are further evidence that he, 1, has no remorse, and 2, lacked a true emotional connection with Mary.
There's a difference between, almost sounds to me like you're saying I was weak. Oh, well, I don't care about it. I know that's how you take it, but I'm not really too worried about it when I get up in front of a judge or a jury. So it's a hard thing for me. It's a hard thing for me. Hypothetically, you had $1 million. Would you then send your kids to the doctor? Would I be more asked to seek, medical advice, attention? Yes, I would. If it was something that was more affordable, easier to access, yes, I would. Is there anything I can help clear up, or?
Why did we not get help weeks ago?
Okay.
That's just kind of where we're at. Do
you think you've done anything wrong? Well, like I said, there are certainly some things that I would do differently in hindsight. Nothing is keeping me up at night. Is this something, and we're about done, okay? But is this something you would ask Jesus for forgiveness for?
Y'all, what does the Bible say about leaving your baby to die?
No. I'm still holding out that there's something else going on in her.
He doesn't view this as him taking a life. He may see the police's intervention as a nuisance, and he thinks he should be able to return to his life. This reveals that Mary's life doesn't seem to be worth all this trouble to him.
I'll say, guys, I'm a little surprised at felony murder. I thought maybe, reckless endangerment, child endangerment, something like that.
That's the arrest. That's the arrest, and the prosecutor needs to make the scale.
Okay.
We do not have.
I was going to say, you guys haven't even had time to No court or anything.
Though Seth was offended at the felony murder charge, that is exactly what happened. Seth and Tatiana sit side by side as they wait to
Here we go. Here's what it's all for.
hear the charges against them and the possible sentencing that accompanies each of the charges. Both of their very different reactions speak for themselves.
Okay, wait a minute. Can we talk about that very quick, Tonto? Because it's kind of... The sacrificing of the cow for God was kind of bullshit because that wasn't his cow. That cow just came to him. Maybe God sent it, like ordered it like DoorDash or some shit. But I'm pretty sure that wasn't his.
That you murdered one Mary Welch. That is a charge called homicide felony murder. It is life without parole. It requires a DNA sample.
He is literally shocked. See, maybe, no, there's nothing to blame except for this creature. But is mainstream media, like, convince people we don't have a court system? Where, because he already said he knows that evil American court system will definitely lock him up in a box. And now he's, like, shocked by it. Is he like, oh man, it was just a baby anyway. Like, baby souls are worth less, that one girl said, remember? What?
Sample to be taken upon arrest, which is often like a cotton swab or in the inside of your cheek. The second offense that you're both charged with is called child abuse in the first degree, where they're alleging you knowingly or intentionally caused serious physical harm to a child. They're talking about this Mary Welch. It is a felony, possible penalty of up to life imprisonment or any term of years less than life.
At her trial, Tatiana shared with the court a very different story than the one that she told investigators.
Well, y'all. That's cool. That fucking asshole can flex on these detectives, but guess who got a female judge? That saw those pictures. Yeah, this is why you're all getting life.
Initially, she testified that she was abused, threatened, and tortured by Seth on a daily basis, and that it left her unable to take care of Mary. She was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Seth was also convicted of murder and first-degree child abuse and sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole.
There's been some shitty judgments and shitty rulings, but I'm glad that these two are just thrown away. Society just threw them away, had no time for them. There's no redemption, there's no recovery, there's no Jesus intervention that's gonna fix that mess over there. Anyway, friends, what's up? Been going a bit, but that was kind of dark, so I want to do some funny or interesting things. No more, we're done with cop slop, now it's just for fun things. And we learned about Oregon Trail, but I need to take a break very quick. Actually, if you have anything fun, put it in video share. I'll check that when I come back. BRB.
To clamp down with your iron fist, drugs became conveniently available for all the kids. Following the right's movement to clamp down with your iron fist, drugs became conveniently available for all the kids.
My crack, my smack, my bitch right here in Hollywood.
Nearly 2 million Americans are incarcerated in the prison system of the U.S.
They're trying to build a prison. 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 For you and me to listen. Another prison system. Another prison system. Another prison system. For you and me.
Minor drug offenders, sell your prisons. You don't cringe. All our taxes paying for your wars against the new non-rich. Minor drug offenders fill your prisons, you don't even flinch. All our taxes paying for your wars against the new non-rich.
Mother, my crack, my smack, my bitch, right here in Hollywood.
The percentage of Americans in the prison system has doubled since 1985.
They're trying to build a prison.
They're trying to build a prison. They're trying to build a prison. They're trying to build a prison.
For you and me to live in.
Another prison system. Another prison system. Another prison system.
For you and me to live in.
They're trying to build a prison. They're trying to build a prison. They're trying to build a prison for you and me. Oh baby, you and me. While research and successful drug policy shows that treatment should be increased, and law enforcement decreased while abolishing mandatory minimum sentences. While research and successful drug policy shows that treatment should be increased, and law enforcement decreased while abolishing mandatory minimum sentences. Utilizing drugs to pay for secret wars around the world. Drugs are now your global policy. Now you police the globe.
Mother, my crack, my smack, my bitch, right here in Hollywood.
Drug money's used to rig elections and train brutal corporate-sponsored dictators around the world.
They're trying to build a prison.
They're trying to build a prison. They're trying to build a prison. They're trying to build a prison.
For you and me to live in.
Another prison system. Another prison system. Another prison system.
For you and me to live in.
They're trying to build a prison. They're trying to build a prison. They're trying to build a prison for you and me. Oh, baby.
I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice that sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. I was told when I get older all my fears would shrink, but now I'm insecure and I care what people think.
My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. We're stressed out. Sometimes a certain smell will take me back to when I was young. How come I'm never able to identify where it's coming from? I'd make a candle out of it if I ever found it. Try to sell it, never sell out of it. I'd probably only sell one. Maybe to my brother, cause we have the same nose, same clothes, homegrown, a stone's throw from a creek we used to roam. But it would remind us of when nothing really mattered. Out of student loans and treehouse homes, we all would take the ladder.
My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah. We used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to
pretend, used to play pretend, bunny. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, bunny. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah.
I've never seen the head.
Fuck off, Metallica. Who wants to learn some psychology? What's the problem with 21 Pilots? You got Metallica and System of a Down. We're gonna learn why boomers think you're ungrateful. Important learning.
Baby boomers are absolutely unbearable. They believe every single person who came after them is lazy, entitled, and ungrateful. It can seem completely uncalled for, but there's actually some logic behind their perceived stupidity. Let's say you don't feel particularly excited about being abused by your boss at work. Your boomer uncle will go,
"You kids don't show no respect. You want it all handed out for free. All you care about is listening to that damn rock and roll music and having
Actually, I have a thought about the boomers that do get mad because you're not abused like they were back in the workplace back in the day. I thought hazing was illegal. It's basically they want us to be abused so we're like them into the fucking cult.
marital intercourse."
Yeah, whatever. Boomers are out of touch. Everyone knows that.
Of course, I'm not here to dunk on the man, but I want you to understand exactly how this old man's mind works. I want to dissect his brain and really understand how baby boomers became such boomers. They're not magically born different. They don't have some boomer gene that just automatically makes everything they say unbearable. No, they've simply been shaped by the conditions they grew up in. And how that happened is actually pretty interesting. This is boomer psychology, how baby boomers became the most unbearable generation of all time. Let's get into it. Joe's parents were the silent generation, born between 1928 to 1945. His dad, Sir Joe the Silent, was born during the Great Depression and was raised during World War II. The world the Silents grew up in was completely different from the world the Boomers grew up in. The Silents genuinely had nothing. Like, seriously, they had nothing. I'm not talking about a nostalgic
"Times sure were tough, kiddo."
No, like, shit was hard. And that's true for most Western countries. I'm talking food rationing, widespread poverty, fathers going off to war in Europe and not coming back. Like the type of tough shit that shapes your entire worldview. That's why the silent generation had it hammered into them. Shut the f up. Be grateful for whatever crumbs you have. Obey authority. And most importantly, never, ever.
This would have been the better generation for me, because this is how I was raised.
Step out of line and go your own way. This was Sir Joe the Silent's childhood, and these values were then passed on to his kids, the baby boomers.
My mama always said, life is like a box of firecrackers. You never know when one of them is gonna malfunction and blow your head off. So don't go around whining. That's how a man earns respect in this world.
This is how Boomer Joe's worldview was shaped. Values about hardship were forced down their throats. They were taught to repress emotions and to have a deep suspicion of anyone who asks for anything. Joe was literally conditioned, from childhood, to believe that complaining equals being a weak motherfucker. Saying,
"Hey, can I get some of that?"
equals disrespect. He learned that tolerating bad conditions equals strength and character.
I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. If you lived through the Great Depression...
Look, these values make perfect sense for Sir Joe the Silent. Completely! I have deep respect for him. He's much more resilient and respectable than my sad ass will ever be. But here's the problem. Boomer Joe didn't live through the Great Depression. Joe grew up during one of the most prosperous time periods in all of human history. He had it really easy. He's walking around with the psychology of people whose lives sucked. That's where the issue starts. So Joe takes the shut up and be grateful mentality and steps into the workforce in the late 70s and early 80s. And something happens. It works. The whole shtick. It actually works. You stayed loyal to a company, they gave you a pension, an actual pension. As in, work here long enough and we will literally pay you money every month until you die. That was a thing. That existed. Entry-level jobs paid a living wage. You didn't get paid in exposure. You got a big bag of cold, hard cash. Money you could pay rent with. For the love of St. Alexander of Jerusalem, you could eat. You could even, and I know this sounds insane, eat something other than ramen noodles. For the sweet redemption of St. Luke, you could even buy a house on one salary. One motherfucker.
That sounds fake.
That was the world Boomer Joe came of age in. Boomer Joe did exactly what Sir Joe the Silent told him to do, and it paid off massively.
Yay.
The son of a bitch did it. He actually did it.
Get out. You're not a part of this.
Yeah, I'll leave.
Okay, so his worldview isn't completely pulled out of nowhere then?
It's not. That's exactly the problem. Here's the problem. The world Joe used to live in is gone. It's been wiped off the face of the earth. Entry-level jobs, paying a living wage, or buying a house on one salary is not a thing anymore. If you're Gen Z or a millennial, you already know this. But Boomer Joe can't get it into his head. It's physically beyond the limits of science.
But why? Can't he see the world has changed?
Well, no, he actually can't. And it's not because Joe is stupid. Imagine you go to the gym a lot. You're there every day, surrounded by serious lifters. Your buddies are all benching 400 pounds. All you can do is 225, so you feel pretty weak. Everyone is stronger than you. But if you zoomed out and looked at the general population, like regular people who never go to the gym or do so rarely, benching 225 is very respectable. It's above average. At least that's what I tell myself. The problem is you're in a gym bubble that's skewed your entire sense of what's normal. Psychologists call this in-group bias. That, in turn, shapes your entire worldview. Since everyone you meet is like you, the entire world must be too. That's basically Joe's life story. Joe, just like most people, knows and hangs out with people in his own social cohort, his own age and of similar socioeconomic status. The boomer lives in a boomer bubble. Joe, tell me about your friend Hank.
Hank? Well, he's one of them real fighters. You see, Hank has stayed at the same company for 30 years. And guess what? He's a regional manager now. He did things the right way and got rewarded for it.
And what about the other dude?
Oh, you mean Terry? He's my college roommate. You see, Terry stayed late every day his first 5 years working at his firm, and he's now got the nicest car out of all of us.
My mother lied about the workplace and how fair it is, and if you work hard, you'll get rewarded hard. And I think it's because she used to be a store manager, and that's what those people do. They fucking lie about the workplace all day, every day. But mostly I blame the media for always teaching us there's a happy ending to everything we do. No. Sometimes you just fucking leave when it's time to leave.
Can't argue with that. Period.
I rest my case! Why am I bringing up Hank and Terry? To prove one thing, Joe's entire social circle is made up of people who live in his bubble. People who share the same story. That's nothing odd. It's a perfectly normal human thing. Everyone has a bubble, shaped by their circumstances. It's not something people choose to have consciously. The story of following...
You know that political question I asked you the other day? Like, management would have to, like, they don't have souls. Of course they would lie. How do you think you become a manager? Why the fuck do you think that guy from Dilbert went crazy over a burrito in fucking, some people say is justified, whatever. At the end of the day, you're not allowed to say the things about management that he said. They use satellites to beam crazy into his brain. You can't tell people that it's truly the most incompetent people get those jobs. I'm saying it, but I'm a demon PNG things. Who gives a fuck?
The silent gen mindset and getting results is all Joe has ever known. His entire generation entered the same labor market, followed the same rules, and largely got the same results. So from where Joe is standing, his stuff isn't anecdotal. It's a pattern. He has a
Put it in the video share. I'm gonna watch one of those Blue Jay videos after this. I liked him. He was funny.
Zillion examples of it. That's why his worldview is skewed as fuck.
Everyone I know who put in the work became successful.
And this is why Joe cannot see that the world has changed. His entire evidence base, himself, Hank, Terry, or other old heads, are all confirming the same thing. Until your entitled ass shows up and refuse to follow them. That's when the drama starts.
Dilbert guy, like, made it about himself in politics when when his stepson died, and that stepson was very close to him. So that's what I don't like about him and his actions.
Joe simply cannot fucking process your modern worldview. Remember, Joe was taught the old school silent generation values. Complaining is weakness. Asking for things is disrespect. Going your own way is dangerous. He followed those rules and it paid off. He got everything he could have ever dreamt of. Everyone in his generation and social circle confirms this. It's all he's ever seen. Now your modern ass comes rolling in casually. You set boundaries. You quit jobs if they're making you miserable. You refuse to answer emails at 11 p.m. on a Sunday, especially if they're showing reruns of Dancing with the Stars. In your world, this is perfectly rational. You are living in a world where loyalty doesn't get rewarded, where entry-level jobs don't pay rent, where the old rules simply do not produce the old results. You have correctly assessed your situation, and you are acting accordingly. So Joe experiences something called cognitive dissonance. Basically, his entire lived experience collides with yours. You try to explain to him how f***ed up the world actually is. You show him stats. It just doesn't register, because
I think it's only recently did my grandmother find out that it is normal to pay more than $300 in rent. Before she, like, owned her house that she's lived in ever since she got it, she's never paid over $100 in rent in the 70s. So, like, just casually one day in conversation, my cousin mentioned something about $600 a month for rent in an apartment, which actually sounds cheap because it was like 2 bedrooms, but it was crappy. And my grandmother's like, "What? You pay that much for that? Impossible!" Like, so yes, you do need to explain it to him.
What he's seeing with his own 2 eyes goes against his entire worldview. So he snaps.
You're a lazy little ungrateful rat. You can't ask for a raise till you've proved your worth. You should be damn grateful you got a job in the first place.
The silent generation values, his own accomplishments, 40 years of confirmation bias. It's all created rigid structures in his brain. Those neural pathways are really freaking worn in. Everything he's ever experienced is telling him, this is how it works. Sorry, bruv. His boomer just can't handle it.
So, I guess we should all be a little bit more understanding of those boomers, huh?
I didn't say that. That shit. None of this changes anything. They played the game on easy mode. We're playing the game on impossible mode. That's still the truth. And I'm not gonna just accept their stupidity.
Yeah, but if this current little pendulum in culture is teaching us anything, there's a bunch of whine asses who got a lot of things handed to them. Oh, especially in old lovely Michigan, where a lot of people are living off of trust funds left by Ford and GM's, their mommy's Ford and GM money. And then they want to fucking talk about eat the rich.
I'm just explaining why they are the way that they are.
And there's the cringe I know.
F that boomer bullshit. I hate it.
Alright, that was cool. So, I want to play this Blue Jay video that looks good. How to survive as a court jester. Some people, I've done improv stuff, and they ask, how do I come up with things at the top of my head? And I'm like, I just imagine I'm that bitch from 1001 Arabian Nights, right? She has to come up with a new story, a new bit every night, or she's gonna get her head cut off. So I'm like, and since I have extreme anxiety, I've got to have like an exit strategy for any terrible thing that could happen to me. So I need to be able to tell 1001 fucking stories. That's why I pitch so many plots here. So, this video is titled How to Survive as a Court Jester. Kind of same concept. I remember when the Gacha screwed me over.
Oi, Alex, you coming with us to the pub tonight? Yeah, of course, man. But someone else is driving Henry home this time. Oh, come off it. It was only a wee bit of vomit. Alright then. I can take... Kyle. What's happening? Where did he, Sebastian! Alex, I'm not feeling so good. Whoa! I think I got a little in my mouth there. That's the thing with teleporting, though. Sometimes a person is, you know, standing there. You killed him! You exploded, Henry!
This is aside, can we talk about this fucking bird here for a second? One of these chill, I take care of the birds, I put out the bird feeders, I do that whole thing. Is like, I love them, they're cool. There's a pterodactyl size fucking blue jay, and it's got a mate that's the same size as it. Isn't it just wild that they have these fucking patterns? And they live here, in the Midwest. But they make sure you fucking know that you're unworthy to be upon them. Cardinals do that shit too. They're kinda mean, the Blue Jays, really.
Whoa, hey, don't give it a name, you'll get attached. It was a person! And it has perfectly good organs, getting a light sear on the asphalt right now. So if you could quit your fussing and fetch a cooler, that'd be great. And I assume it was you who gomaged my other friends? Yeah, I accidentally had my telegizmo set to traumatic spontaneous atomization instead of teleport. Dang thing's so fidgety. What are you doing here? I was gonna ask you the same thing, silly. Running off halfway across the globe with nothing but the clothes on your back and the shoes on your feet and the GPS chip in your brain. It's almost like you're trying to hide from me or something. No, of course not. I just thought
I'm just saying, if y'all want to game jam a plot, I think someone could actually make a good Bible game. Not a bullshit haha Noah's Ark one. But, like, just use the lore and make the characters and make it interesting and make, you know, some kind of power system. And then the Catholics will be mad about it. They always are. But that's just free publicity.
I'd get in place early for the next lesson. Good boy. The land of England was a perfect choice, my lad, as you'd be hard-pressed to find a more iconic state to prance and sing, making jokes to bling while swearing bells that ring. What? Oh, dear boy, but of course it is the elusive court jester to whom I refer. The iconic silly goose, famous for gracing royal courts with wit and whimsy. So let us now travel back in time to unwind a profession sublime and learn everything behind the jokester role most refined. Oh no, that's right, Alex. Today, I'm gonna teach you how to survive as a court jester. Do I have to wear this? What is this? The silly court jester, you may believe, a phenomenon very Europe-y. For rulers and tyrants, they dance with flair, a whimsically witty soliloquy. But truth be told, the fool was everywhere. From China to Maya, they're far from rare. Their name may change, but matching jokes they zing. An English fool in Rome would fit in square. Is this gonna be the whole video? Across the world, for each and every king, a prancing gesture 'twas a common thing. Their presence and splendor none bat an eye, as all knew well the merriment fools bring. To European courts let us first spy, their services paid with nothing too shy, acres of land and golden coin to buy, so kick back and relax and hope you don't get drafted. What? Like all good things in life, no idea is truly worth their salt until someone tries to weaponize it. And the beloved jester, ever prancing about the royal courts of the world, was no exception. So if they can dance around on a clothesline, why not the front line? That's right, while your 9 to 5 might sound like some wacky fun, in your new life as a court jester, you may very well find yourself with some mandatory overtime riding in the vanguard of armies. For while telling tales and juggling flails is an art, so too is rage baiting. And jesters for
I mean, not that Game of Thrones is history or nothing, but it is like 15 years old. But we saw that in season 2 when the Siege of Blackwater was happening. The rich people had a jester. It was much like when Hassan Piker and company went to fucking Cuba while a blackout was happening.
From Europe to Japan could be used as a form of psychological warfare. But this isn't really relevant to you unless, oh hey look, the Battle of Hastings. Oh my god, are we safe here? No, I don't want to die here. Me neither, champ. And most jesters didn't either. That's why they did their best to boost troop morale by telling jokes and bringing some levity. So how about you try that instead of bitching? What do you call a monkey that flies?
What's a monkey?
A hot air baboon.
You put water into balloons?
I don't think he's heard of 3 of those things, but that would have killed in a few centuries, so A for effort, Alex. Well, what now? While great at boosting morale, a jester also served to bring down the enemies by taunting the opposing front line. So skip your way on up there and maybe see if you can piss them off real good. Why on earth would I want to do that? Sure, chastising soldiers can be a great life hack for getting your life hacked, but it can also work wonders for breaking enemy formations. Take Typher, a jester for William the Conqueror. Legend says that before one battle, he rode out towards the enemy English troops, sang while juggling his sword, and killed an Englishman who ran out to fight him. He then valiantly charged the enemy line, where he killed 4 more before falling. But despite his untimely demise, the Normans would go on to win the battle. Where's Typher when you need him? Oh, that battle was this one. He's right there, charging towards you with English bloodlust.
I'm going to juggle your organs and pluck me loot with your tooth.
What do I do? I don't know, defeat him with your jester training or something. I don't know how to be a jester! Yeah, maybe we should start with the basics first. Alright, we'll come back to this later. Before you learn the ins and outs of the royal court, we gotta get you there in the first place. Luckily for you, the need for gesturing was practically a universal constant, with almost every major civilization having them in vogue at one point or another. The English, of course, had their fools, the Romans their bellatros, the cowboys their fans. Practically every culture you can think of had their share of stupid people to laugh at. And while it's impossible to generalize the various routes to gesterdom across so many cultures, we're gonna do it anyway, and narrow it down to 3 whimsical paths to snagging your royal cap and bells. Let's say you choose to be an artificial jester, or a person that puts in good old-fashioned elbow grease to perfect their craft. These were your jugglers, humblers, and acrobatic tumblers, employing a wide variety of skills from singing and poetry to magic and jokery. But training your wit and
I could be a jester for tyrant Donald Trump. I'll actually read the Twitter feed so he don't have to. I'd be very good at that. I think I could save him a lot of time and he could do some actual presidenting or more golfing by telling him what the drama of the day is, and then he'll just tell me his reply and I'll type it for him, and I'll tone it down so it's less aggressive. I think I would be excellent at that job. And they can call me a jester. I don't fucking care.
Talent is the easy part. Where things start to get dicey is acquiring that court part of the court jester title. Okay, so I'll just go audition or something. Not quite how it works, Alex. For the most part, recruiting court jesters was a stupendously informal process, quite similar to that of casting Hollywood movies. A film's lead role doesn't go to the most talented actress with the best audition, it goes to Harvey Weinstein's favorite. In a much similar vein, a European court jester can have a wide number of informal origins. They could be a college dropout who refused to conform, or a local blacksmith who jokes up a storm, a thrown-out monk who flirted with nuns, or a jongleur most skilled with puns. Regardless of job, privilege, or class, there be only one test you are to pass. When you see an aristocrat, make 'em laugh and get a hat. What, that's it? Pretty much, yeah. Keep in mind we're talking about a time before stuff like Archer and Nathan Fielder existed. Quality comedy was in rather short supply. One of the most iconic English jesters was a man by the name of Roland the Farter. Take a wild guess what his signature act was. Farting. Alex, this is the English crown we're talking about. They're more sophisticated than that. It was a simultaneous jump, whistle, and fart performed every Christmas to the applause of King Richard and the tears of Jesus. The bar for comedy was pretty low in these times. Okay, so we have 2 candles, a dozen eggs, these onions don't have a price on them. Well then, they must be free.
Die. I worked in retail. Anyway, do you all think I'd make a good court jester? I think I could have come up with jokes back then. And it's always been the same with women in comedy. No one thinks they can do it until they do.
Betty, put him in the trunk! It's important to note that different regions will have different desirable traits in a jester, so make sure you do your homework before pursuing a court position. For example, you might have a harder time being chosen in a place like Russia, where, according to Beatrice Otto, the jesters were typically chosen from the older and uglier peasants. And the older they were, the funnier they were expected to be. What about this one? I don't understand. Is he afraid to touch balls? Well, we know you aren't. Alec, not in public. Jesus, are you alive? Not for long. I have stage 4 colon cancer. That is fucking hilarious. While being picked for the royal court involved a lot of luck, being in the right place at the right time, there were measures you could take to nudge the odds in your favor. To boost your visibility, you could join a fool society, your typical group of traveling entertainers who were hired for events to perform acrobatics and juggling.
I think this is basically where they sent the women, the prostitutes, and the gays.
Or perhaps you could stretch your musical muscles and become a minstrel, people who put on shows for the amusement of the public.
Ew, that's problematic.
All around good fun for the whole family, so long as you don't put the 2 words together. Even with these lessons, this all still seems like a pretty large hurdle to becoming a court jester. To becoming an artificial court jester, Alex. Such a name implies there is another, and in many cultures, a more desirable type of fool, the natural jester. Just like it sounds, a natural jester was a person so intrinsically gifted in the art of foolery, it was as if they were born to be one. A jester whose mere presence in a royal court was all that was needed to flood the halls with laughter, joy, and mirth. Wow, so like Robin Williams, just a very charismatic and funny person? No, come on Alex, you know what kind of channel this is. The kids were actually severely disabled, making them ripe for the picking by wealthy families who could cop them from goose herds for as little as 20 guilders. While it sounds pretty fucked up to purchase a disabled kid to laugh at, in general, there's very little to suggest this wasn't done to be charitable.
We watched The Internet versus Autism. That looks like Daniel Larson almost. People do that, but they don't pay anything. They just enslave them because we're all woke nowadays.
After all, it's rather difficult to meet your goose quota when little Klaus keeps strangling them under his belt, and growing up in the care of wealthy nobles could hardly be called a difficult life. Just be careful if you're a natural in England, as there were numerous cases of them being recruited for nefarious reasons. In a practice called begging a fool, caregivers would abuse the courts to get victims legally declared insane to profit off them, as laws allowed the assets of an idiot, their words, to be transferred to whoever was taking care of them. What? That's terrible. I can't believe that used to exist. Careful with the past tense there, Alex. The practice of manipulating idiots for profit is actually alive and well today. It's just that the term has since changed to subscribing to OnlyFans. But anyway, if you want to pursue the natural jester route, obviously you're gonna have to meet a few prerequisites. So let's go ahead and disable you a bit. Hey, wait! Did that do anything? I don't feel different. Huh. What are you insinuating? As with their artificial counterparts, naturals too were often just plucked off the streets like gumballs from a machine. That is, so long as a passing courtier happens to find themselves with a sweet tooth. I told you the king wouldn't like the last one. Well, how was I to know the man was a one-joke wonder? You heard him, Betty. With no price tag, it must be free. That's genius. Oh, please. If I wanted to spend my days listening to men choke that hard, I'd be a lifeguard. Now, what about this one? No, the king specified he wanted a natural. Hey guys, you seen the new episode of The Big Bang Theory? Honey, we've struck gold. Naturals didn't just mean people with—
hey, it's Anissa and Ian. No, I'm talking about the mentally ill that were bought on the streets. Unless no one find and human traffic me, that's illegal. We live in a society, not Somalia.
Mental deformities, however. It also included the physical as well. Dwarves were a staple of royal courts from the Aztecs to China, with some cultures cherishing them most of all jesters. The Ottoman Empire in particular loved their dwarves, and according to one French travelogue, when a dwarf is found who is also mute, deaf, and a eunuch, he is seen as the most perfect of all creatures, more admired than the most handsome man. So, when in Turkey, the more disabilities you collect like Labubus, the more favored you'll be in the eyes of the Sultan.
Interesting. The more disabilities you collect in the country of Turkey, the more respected you are by the Sultan. You know what user is related to the Turkish? Who's anti-genocide because he's a good person?
You may not like it, but this is what peak male physique looks like. Okay, but why did people tend to prefer natural jesters over artificial ones? Now that is a fantastic question, Alex. Other than the fact that humanity's history of laughing at different looking people is about as dense as Kanye West, there were other theories as to why they were so popular. Dr. Lee Siegel theorizes that corporeal disfiguration provides the comic metaphor for spiritual deformity, intellectual disproportion, psychological rigidity, or emotional awkwardness. In short, keeping a deformed person around could help make sure a king doesn't forget that they're not perfect themselves. Hey king, I'm here for the jester role. Who did they send this time? Oh my god. I should talk to my mother more often. Pardon? Yes! I should have pardoned Timothy. Who cares if our scandalous relationship got out? He was my muse! Whoa, hey, so I'm just gonna juggle. Oh, the men I juggle like succulent toys of pleasure! Whether you go the natural or artificial jester route, each path will have the relative pros and cons. But we haven't even mentioned what this would all be like if you were a woman. Oh god. It must have been terrible. Actually, no. Jestery was one of the few roles in history that was completely untaboo for women to take on, sharing the same respect and responsibilities as their male counterparts without any stigma.
See, I would have made it.
Huh. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I expected worse. Not everything is terrible on this channel, Alex. Sometimes history can be based. Oh, well, that's nice. Yeah. Now let's talk about child bodily disfiguration. Anyone and their mothers could pursue an artificial jester route, but the oft more desirable naturals could only be born, not made. Right? Introducing the artificial natural fool, or someone who artificially passes themselves off as a disabled jester. Now, this could be done one of two ways. You could put on a Class A act of feigning a mental deficiency in public for the rest of your days, or you could take the more convincing path. This here is a child. A child is very squishy, making them excellent Play-Doh for whatever work of art their parents find themselves inspired to make. Soft spot on head? Squeeze it. Young smooth skin? Burn it. Flexible foot bones? Break them. And if you wanted to sell off kids to royal courts for a profit, artificially mutilate their bodies or stunt their growth to create grotesque physical characteristics or manufactured dwarves. That can't be real. And you very well might be right. Much of the information in this section should be taken with a healthy sprinkle of doubt, as while historical documents exist for these practices, evidence is sufficiently scarce that much of it could just be chalked up to folklore. So let's start with the most likely fictitious tales and work our way towards what was undoubtedly real. If you were lucky enough to be born to a poor family in 17th century Spain, you could find yourself being pawned off to the Compra Chicos. Wonder what that means. The folklore goes that the gangs would stunt a child's growth through either physical restraint, muzzling the face, slitting the eyes, dislocating joints, the works. Or it could be done with anointing baby spines with the grease of bats, moles, and dormice, and with drugs like dwarf elder, knotgrass, or daisy juice. All things that sound like someone just threw darts at a dictionary. After some time in the cripple factory, they'd supposedly be sold off for a profit as jesters and court dwarves to meet the growing demand. The term Compra Chicos was coined by Victor Hugo in one of his books, a man who attests to the historical.
Imagine being forced into the entertainment industry against your will. Whoa.
Existence of these gangs. While some of my sources doubt that exact existence, some claim similar practices did take place in different times throughout history. Beatrice Otto also points out that the practice was even known to Shakespeare, who references the Dwarfinator cocktail in A Midsummer Night's Dream. But what if you were born to an impoverished Mexico family living in the Aztec capital at the turn of the 16th century? Well, if mom and pop were in a rather crafty mood, they too could stunt your growth in hopes of improving your chances at life. Dwarves and hunchbacks were very popular additions to Montezuma II's retinue, so much so that they even had their own special quarters complete with constant medical supervision, along with rooms for other men, women, ocelots, bears. What, like a zoo? Your words, Alex. Although, to be fair, it's unclear if the human portion of the royal zoo was truly people in cages to throw peanuts at, or if they were just merely private rooms in the same facility, or in a different building altogether. Aztec history is famously contradictory. But regardless, dwarves were seen as children of the rain god who could act as jesters and trusted servants to the emperor. So if you land yourself in this occupation, really make sure you put your heart into it. Because with your divine connection as a dwarf, yours is first in line to be taken. Of course, physical deformities were only one side of the natural coin. In places like 15th century Scotland, the practice of feigning a folly to try and snag a natural gig became such a profitable hustle that a law had to be passed to put a stop to it. If you were caught red-handed pretending to be mentally disabled, they'd be sure to make you physically disabled, with punishments like ear nailing and—
Bring it back! Bring it back!
Based? Based?
amputation. So at the end of the day, you would become a genuine natural, just one that might not be able to juggle. Surely, I imagine, one could also pretend to have a physical disability to make them stand out more, especially if—
You fake multiple personality disorder, we give you dementia.
They already had one to accompany it, but I'd think such a stunt would be a bit harder to pull off. So what are you offering? How about my deaf natural dwarf for your artificial whistle farter? Is it graded? Mint-9 condition. Excellent. Can't have anyone else hearing about my hemorrhoids. Did that thing just fucking hear me? Now that we've covered the 3 routes to jesterdom, we gotta figure out what your responsibilities will be in your new royal home. Your basics, of course, will be serving as both an entertainer and a trusted advisor, using quips, flips, and magic tricks to amuse the patrons of the court while talking down your king from killing random peasants. What? Oh look, here's your king now. Maybe see if you can plop a smile on that regal mug. So, hey, like, why did the, chicken cross the road? I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him over a beer right after I fucking kill you! While it wasn't common for jesters to be outright killed by their royal patrons, that doesn't mean they weren't threatened, like, all the time. As a fool, you generally have an unparalleled privilege to say whatever you please, being practically the only member of a royal court.
Point of privilege, my king? I don't think that there's enough diversity in this Anglo-Saxon community.
That was able to speak truth to power. But even though you were expected to make jokes at a ruler's expense, that doesn't mean they weren't still, at the end of the day, petty rich assholes. The Chinese jester Jing Xin Mo was once chased by a dog when he cracked a joke that the emperor shouldn't let his kids run around biting people. Taking offense, the emperor aimed his bow at him and only stayed his arrow after the fool's second joke happened to land. Whether it be execution, banishment, or even amputation, there are a plethora of anecdotes throughout history of jesters relying on wit to evade punishments as if their life depended on it. Because it did. But your witticisms won't always revolve around avoiding executions. The they could also serve to enhance them. The Russian jesters for Ivan the Terrible, for instance, were tasked with making the Tsar laugh before and after an execution. This guy's kind of full of himself, isn't he? Well, not anymore. Having a license to be brutally honest, you'll also be tasked with delivering bad news to royalty. So, as a court jester, you're gonna need to juggle, pun intended, accurately informing your king about a terrible event while sprinkling in just enough humor to calm his head and keep yours. After the English routed the French ships in the Battle of Sluys, it was up to the jester of France's King Philip VI to inform His Majesty of his navy's terrible defeat. To do so, he went to the king and shouted, "The English cowards! The lily-livered English!" A sentiment that, of course, we all normally share, but the king asked for an explanation anyway, to which he said, "They don't even have the guts to jump into the water like our brave French." Huh, what? I guess I was just expecting a French people bad joke from you. I can't, Alex. Have you played Expedition 33? That game's incredible. I'm afraid the French are based now. But hey, you've got free reign to joke about them as much as you want. Why would I want to do that? Probably because you're going to tell the king about his wife cheating on him with a French diplomat. What? Good luck. Hey. Know any good ways to store a baguette? Well, your wife sure does. You won't just be delivering information to your royal patron. Being trusted with highly sensitive information means you could also find yourself running messages all across foreign lands. Which also included the battlefield. Which also included the enemy camp. Terms of surrender, huh? Okay, great. Just step into my office. Being a trusted advisor with a sense of humor, you'll also be quite the useful asset for delicate diplomatic missions, and occasionally fistfights. I'm sorry. Having a blunt fool at the negotiating table could prove vital for easing tensions, which was precisely the hopes of Kings Matyas of Hungary and George of Bohemia when they met in a tent for negotiations after a battle. During a meal, a noble thought it'd be funny if each king's jester were to decide between Catholicism and Hussite Protestantism by having a fistfight, because nothing ever bad happens when both religion and violence are involved. The kings gave them the thumbs up so long as they fought in a knightly manner, which didn't last too.
I mean, it solves as much as fucking debate does, I guess.
Too long, as when he started to lose, the Hungarian jester picked up, quote, the monstrous machine and chucked it at the Bohemian. I have no idea what earthly device could prompt a historian to think that the only possible way to describe it would be to call it monstrous, so I can only conclude either the Hungarian had a fiendish patron who granted him access to demonic contraptions from beyond this material plane, or he just threw a dildo or something. Either way, it's said this caused an uproar that began to look like a bloodbath until the king stepped in, and humanity forever learned their lesson about religious conflict. With how close a jester was to his king, you'll have to stick by his side during times of hardship. For example, the dwarf jester Motherine risked her life trapping an assassin who failed to kill her king, Henry IV. In another story, when the Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian I was imprisoned, his jester broke in and pleaded to take his place. So make sure you practice keeping a grip on the soap, because as a jester, you may be expected to take your king's punishment in their stead. The tribune finds you guilty of high treason to your people, for which you are hereby sentenced to flogging, flaying, third-degree burning, first-degree burning, guillotining of every third finger, branding, eye gouging, second-degree burning, and death by rats. Does the defendant have any questions? So is that, like, good with you? And if you found yourself as a jester in Ireland, I hope you're feeling patriotic, because selfless acts were rather iconic of Irish jesters. Stories tell of Irish fools replacing their masters in battle to die in their stead, or even choosing to die by their side to join them in heaven. Whoa, holy, glad that missed us. Yeah, looks like I just hit that Irish king over there. Alex, me boy, it seems this be the end for us. Us? Come, laddie, join us in death's embrace. I'm actually completely fine. No, we must die together, my brother. I order you. Blue Jay, help me. Alex, please. Who am I to deny a king his final wish? Please, you can't torture me if I'm dead. You know me so well. At the end of the day, the most important task a jester has is to humanize their ruler. With your unique insight into the moods and tics of the members of court, and with your license of honesty, novelty, and overall comedy, you and you alone will have the deepest, most profound connection with your king. With this influence comes great responsibility, as unchecked power breeds a blinding rot, a rot that festers and bleeds if not pushed back with the light of empathy. And this light
You know, light of empathy. Hi, what's up?
My dear Alex, shines from a lone jester, standing in the dark void of greed. This position, for all its silly frivolity, is a vital one, as your close-knit bond with the king will be unrivaled by anyone else in his life. So, Alex, can you take up this responsibility? Can you survive as a court jester? I can. I will do what is right. For the good of all people. Excellent! Looks like we can resume our battle then. Huh?
There you are, you English twink!
Go! He'll be just fine. The history of jesters, 20 out of 10 stars.
That was the Blue Jay boy. He's pretty cool. Now we get to watch that video on the dill burrito. It's very important, actually. If we figure out why, when, and how, and how many, like, deaths could have been prevented in the other universe, it'll all make fucking sense, you know? At least that's what I think about the Dilbert situation. I would be a great fucking jester.
We're doing a little cooking today. We're doing
Jesters
a little
also don't
cooking
die, 'cause
stream
that'd
of
be
a
rude.
bygone, long discontinued food item. Today, we're gonna be making the dill burrito. We're gonna be recreating the now obsolete for 23 years dill burrito. And if you're like, hang on, streamer, what the fuck is a dill burrito? Well, my friends, flashback to 1999. Scott Adams is at the top of his career. The Dilbert comics are like everywhere. They were on the tier of like Garfield at the time. And for anyone who hasn't read Dilbert, because some of you guys are Zoomers, maybe this is like after your time. It's a comic strip about a guy in an office cubicle, and they make funny little quips about how much he hates his boss. Anyway, that's basically the entire comic strip. It got super, super popular in the 90s. It was like Garfield, where like, oh, what's Garfield about? Oh, it's like, there's like an orange cat and the jokes aren't very good. Okay, but that's not actually what you know it as. You know it as like a thing that you can get like plushies of and get on calendars and get like notebooks that have little like sarcastic quips in the corner. Similar with Dilbert. He was omnipresent in the 2000s. And so the creator of Dilbert, Scott Adams, in his infinite wisdom, decided that now was the time to launch a product that he was apparently legitimately very into the idea of. It was something that he had like wanted to create before he ever was like doing cartoonists. He really wanted to create what is basically Soylent. If he was around just a little bit longer, he would have gotten on the wave of people drinking Soylent, and that would have been his satisfaction. His entire like thing he wanted to create was something that you could consume in like 5 minutes that contained like an entire day's worth of nutrients. And so his solution in 1999 was to create the dill burrito, which is a frozen burrito that contained allegedly every nutrient you would need for the entire day. So it had an entire days worth of nutrients in one burrito. What a weird thing to get into. It's such a strange obsession. I don't understand the food replacement stuff. Like, the fun part of eating is the taste and like experience of eating. I understand like, oh yeah, this is like a microwave pizza. Oh, what's it do? Oh, you don't have to bake the pizza yourself or call in an order. You can just put it in the toaster oven for 10 minutes and then you get a pizza. Understandable. You're taking out the part
this person gets it.
People don't want to do, which is fuck around with dishes and making the food. And then you're getting to the part where people get to eat tasty food. That makes sense to me. I don't understand the ones where it's like, actually, I hate good flavors and like enjoying eating a meal. That I don't get, but I'm also a fat ass, so you know. Maybe this is just something that doesn't vibe with me, but some other people, they find it something they don't want to fuck with. So yeah, Scott Adams is like, I hate eating. I wish that I could just eat one burrito all day. So he invented this food called the Dill Burrito, which is a Dilbert-themed health burrito line. Frozen burrito line. He got distributed at a number of retail stores. From the very beginning, it had problems. It was like, first of all, it's entirely vegan. There's no meat. There's no real cheese. There's nothing of any pure sustenance in it. Well, I mean, I guess there was, because it was like all your vitamins and shit. But there's no meat or cheese in it. And it had to be kept colder than other things. I was doing some research on this, and I saw some article, and I couldn't find another citation, so maybe this is hearsay, but apparently they had to put the burritos on like the bottom shelf in like the back, because otherwise it wasn't cold enough to keep it safely. So fuck anyone being able to see it and buy it. That was just like that wasn't gonna be easy to happen. And then the other problem with it, so marketing, one, you get a marketing strike on one. Two, a lot of people don't really vibe with vegan food. That kind of caused some rifts in people actually wanting to use it. And three, arguably the most significant, is it tastes like absolute dog shit. Every single review or like forum listing I could find about these things, anyone talking about it described it as human dog food and said that it tasted horrible and was just completely inedibly bad. It just was like super bland, and it tasted like they ground up a multivitamin and mixed it with the ingredients. It was kind of against it from the beginning. Years later, Scott Adams even came back and was like, yeah, you know, it was a big failure. And apparently one of the main problems was also that it's made of like exclusively like bean and grain protein, so it just made you rip ass like crazy. It lasted until 2003 before it got completely discontinued. Scott Adams lost millions of dollars on this. He doesn't going through like it wasn't like another company paid to put his name on a microwave burrito. He founded the company Scott Adams Foods and then distributed it himself, like he owned the company. So when it went defunct, he lost millions of dollars on this, and actually led to losing some of the rights of his character because he had to like sell assets or something. I didn't find as much info on this, but this was like on his peak. This was when he started going downhill, was after the downfall of the Dill Burrito. Now, unfortunately, due to the fact that this was discontinued in 2003, and I was born in 1994, I, as a 9-year-old, was not like, Mom, I love Dilbert, the Office humor strip. Can we please get this vegan burrito made by the crazy writer of the strip? I never had one of these. I never even got the chance to try one. They're so long gone by the time that I was cognizant enough to even know what Dilbert was or that this existed. But I've always wondered, for years, I've been wondering in the back of my head, I wonder if we could recreate this. So I did some digging. We're gonna be taking some artistic liberties because obviously there is not a recipe out there. He didn't distribute, oh, here's exactly how you make my fucking gross burrito. But we have an ingredients list and it is a fucking burrito. So literally all of the shit that goes in the burrito is just in there. We're gonna have to guess proportions, but like we have some photographs we can go off of. We can piece it together is what I'm saying. Some of the stuff has spice blends. I'm gonna be using my turbo advanced cooking knowledge to determine what exactly the proportions of the spices are, but I think we can figure something out. So we're gonna attempt to recreate this. First, I want to show you guys.
I like the El Monterey frozen burritos because, fun fact, I'm too stupid to figure out how to fold the tortilla. I can't work at Taco Bell, it's true.
Is what it actually is, because DillBurrito.com, where Mr. Adams was promoting his product, is still up on the Wayback Machine. So we can go and see what the archive of the site looks like. I got all the ingredients lists printed out here, by the way. There's 4 burritos that they launched. And you can see there's a lot of ingredients. They They crammed every vitamin and mineral they could into this stupid thing. Let's go to the websites that you guys can experience for yourself what it was like to go on dillburrito.com in the 2000s. By the way, these are the only photos I can find. This is what the packaging looked like, which there's a lot to, pun not intended, there's a lot to unpack with this, because this is maybe the most 90s fucking design ever conjured by man. Another thing I wanted to point out, so this photo here, which obviously is doctored up to make it look as appetizing as it could possibly look, this is basically the only photo of this fucking thing that exists. I'm not joking. I cannot find a single photo from anything. Not even a photo of the packaging of the thing. I can't find a single review. I can't find like a segment in like a newspaper or something where somebody talked about it and just took a picture of it. This is effectively like lost photo media. If someone can find a picture of the real, not this promo shot, but the real Dill Burrito, you're a fucking legend, because I couldn't find it. Anyway, they had 4 different flavors. They had Mexican, Indian, barbecue, and garlic and herb. You can kind of imagine what they're going with here. As you can see, they had basically every supplement, vitamin, and mineral possible in this damn thing. This list, I did not get every individual thing in this. This is effectively just a multivitamin. I'm inclined to think that maybe everyone who is associated with this got rid of it, man. We're doing all 4. All of them have the same vitamins and minerals section. There's a couple discrepancies here, and I'll talk about them. But I wanna run you by what the descriptions for each of these are. The Mexican Dill Burrito, an authentic fajita flavor with just the right amount of heat for a Mexican food fan. This south of the border handheld meal is accompanied by a packet of Scott's favorite salsa. See, he's really selling himself in this. It's not like, oh, it's got Dilbert's favorite sauce. All of these are very specifically his, because this is a trend shared in the other ones. So then we also have the Indian Dill Burrito. You can see that this one is in a delightful green wrap instead of the normal tortilla wrap. I'm realizing now I haven't seen the little GIF action on this, but I was wondering, because when I went to save this image to make my thumbnail, the image crops like here. And then this part of the burrito, if you could see my mouse, this part is a different image, and then this part is a different image. And I was wondering why they did that. But now I realize it's so they can make this top part.
1, yeah, vegan. 2, that does not look appetizing at all. It looks like a shitty, rotten tortilla where you're gonna wonder, oh, is that moldy or not? It does not look attractive. And then it looks like Banquet or Michelini's fried rice shoved in there. It looks like vomit. I hate it.
GIF. And you can see it's a little grainier. Anyway, the korma curry seasoning for this Dill Burrito is based on a Bombay Mumbai recipe. An exotic blend of herbs and spices perfectly complements the vegetables and garden spinach tortilla. A 1-ounce packet of traditional mango chutney makes this convenient and wholesome meal complete. I'm realizing now also this whole thing with sauce was only 300 calories, so I'm not really sure how this is supposed to be like a meal replacement. You're getting, it's literally 100% of every vitamin and mineral. So are you having to like, are they expecting you to eat like another 1,000 calories of food that has no vitamins or minerals whatsoever, so you don't go over your recommended daily dose? It's basically just a multivitamin in a burrito, in a gross burrito. 3rd, barbecue flavor. This one is one of the more questionable ones, I'm gonna be real. A classic American flavor with a sweet southern touch. A whole wheat tortilla bursting with veggies and potatoes, topped with hickory smoked non-dairy cheese. A 1-ounce packet of Scott Adams' secret barbecue sauce adds just the right touch to this wholesome meal. It looks to just be normal sauce though, so I am just gonna use normal barbecue sauce. I'm gonna formulate as much inside the burrito as possible. I'm not gonna fuck around with trying to imitate the sauce cost so much. And finally, we have the garlic and herb. Perfect blend of garlic and herbs. With a garden spinach tortilla chock full of roasted potatoes and vegetables. The 1 ounce packet of garlic and herb sauce adds a real treat for the garlic lover. This is supposed to have 100% daily values of all vitamins and minerals, or is this just a burrito with crushed Flintstone vitamins? They added these vitamins to the mix in the burrito, so it is effectively, they crushed up a Flintstone vitamin and mixed it with burrito meat. Sorry, not meat. There's no meat in any of this. Dill burrito is not.
What? No, Tonto, Hoosier food never looks appetizing.
Just fun to eat. It's fun to share. Enjoy this free screensaver and send it to a friend. Look for other fun stuff coming soon. Hang on, wait. Did it ever come soon? Sent me forward to 2001. Oh my gosh, wait. Wait. I haven't done this before. I had not tried skipping the data head on the Wayback Machine. I didn't know this existed. The Dill Burrito game. Please enjoy this free game. Be sure to pass it to your friends. Do I really risk giving myself computer aids with this fucking executable file? Bro! Okay, wait. Hang on. I didn't even know that this was here, dude. Dude, it's Dogbert. It's my favorite. Move Dilbert. Mouse on play area. Jumping jacks. Left mouse click. Push-ups. Left mouse click. The Dill Burrito has the most points because it has 100% of your daily values of 23 vitamins and minerals. Raise your life expectancy to 150. And dance on the grave of the nemesis of your choice. Oh, no. Orange? There we go. Oh, yeah, get the celery. Oh, yeah, rice? Oh, no, not burger. That's bad for you. Oh, get out of there, Dilbert. Oh, no, he ate the nachos. Rice? He gets that mouth gape on him, bro. Wait, was that healthy? Probably not. This shit's like vegan. Dill Burrito bonus! Oh, baby! We got the fucking Dilbo bonus. Oh, no! Oh, shit. You tell me the Dill Burrito game is buggy? Is fish good or bad in his... Oh, shit. I accidentally ate. Oh, baby! Dill Burrito bonus. My life expectancy is almost at 100 years. Dude, he's getting fatter. Look, his weight's going up. Don't you dare eat the fucking donut. Why? My life meter is going down. We're getting hard sidetracked, but I think that this is a valuable footnote in the Dill Burrito history. Oh, baby! It's the most healthy thing on earth. No, not the pizza. No! That literally sent him into a fucking spiral. Oh, wait! I forgot I had to do this. Wait, you're right. I forgot. There's the workout mechanic. You gotta work him out.
All I really have to add is Dogbert truly is the best character, though. Is anyone denying that? Don't. It'll offend me greatly.
Or he starts getting too fat. It's not enough to just eat healthy. You also have to be healthy. I see. Not the bread. That's not good. That's empty carbs. Dill Burrito bonus. Yes! Enter the name of your nemesis. Chat. Yeah! R.I.P. Chat ate too much fat. Yeah, fuck you, chat. If your schedule is as busy as mine, you know how hard it is to get a balanced diet. That's why I created the Dill Burrito. I've waffled around for 40 minutes talking about this damn burrito. Don't worry, we're gonna get started here soon. Check Discord right now. Did you find a picture of it? Oh my gosh, you did. No picture of the actual thing inside, but that's fine. I literally just wanted to know what the box... if the box actually looked like this. Dude, he has his signature on the box. Why is he jerking himself off so much with this damn burrito? Hey man, this gives me a little more insight because now we know that these actually were sold in stores. Scott Adams is dead? Yeah, he died last month. I guess I'm realizing a lot of you guys might not know that. If you're not, like, really online. He thought he was the second coming of American newspaper comics. We certainly meme on it now, for sure, right? In the hindsight. But, like, legitimately, in the 90s, this shit was everywhere, dog. The media acted like he was the second coming of newspaper comics. I've been waffling around. We're like an hour into the project part. We haven't fucking made any food. Okay, hang on. Shamu got the quote for me here. 3 bites of the Dill Burrito made you fart so hard your intestines formed a tail. This was said by the guy who created it, by the way, just in case you're wondering. So there's a couple things that I just couldn't get substitutions for, or like I couldn't find. One is that the Mexican Dill Burrito specifically calls for a jalapeno cilantro tortilla. I couldn't find anything like this. I looked tortillas, I looked wraps. Two of the other ones, one has just a normal tortilla, which I've got here, and two of them have these spinach wraps. So I got these Mission Garden Spinach Herb wraps. I figure that's probably pretty close to the Garden Spinach Tortilla, if I had to guess, given that it has the same name.
I don't mind that Impossible meat, but screw all this other crap. I don't like. Is it supposed to be good? It's a bit too rabbit food for me.
But the jalapeno cilantro, no dice. Couldn't find that shit anywhere. I do have some cilantro that I can add to the center mix to kind of balance the flavor, and a jalapeno for that matter. So we can add some of that to the center mix to like balance it out, but it's not exactly right. The other thing, obviously all of these are vegan, so I had to get fake meat. I got this ground, I haven't bought anything like this ever. I have this plant-based ground beef, fake ground beef. They call for textured wheat gluten. This is
No, I don't like all the plant-based, like, substitute things, like the fake cheese, and, like, I don't like that Guardian brand.
textured soy protein. So, I don't know. They weren't as, it seems like from these old ingredients, looking at them, they weren't as soy crazy back then. But don't worry, all of these have just straight up soybeans in them. So if you're worried about getting your fucking soy boy intake, don't worry, we've got you covered. I think that this will be close enough for flavor purposes, though. The other thing that's an issue, all of these have cheddar almond Rella TM cheese. Trademarked, that was a brand name. Looked up the brand, apparently Rella was a pretty good brand of vegan cheese, which I'm kind of surprised to see, because that means he was using like a brand name cheese substitute in this, which is probably pretty expensive for the marketing they were going for. Unfortunately, that company apparently went defunct in 2015, so I didn't want to find a 10-year-old bag of fake cheese, so I just got this plant-based cheddar, which does not... The other one was almond-based, this one is cashew-based. I don't really know how this works. They can't call it cashew milk on the back, they call it cashew beverage. This shit is literally nothing but cashew milk, coconut oil, and starch. Every starch ever conceived. The one that was in the original recipe apparently did melt like real cheese, which was a big selling point, and probably why he used it in his burrito, if I had to guess, because that's probably gonna make it taste a little better. Let's start off with the Mexican one. This one takes broccoli florets, black beans, corn, brown rice, soybeans, red pepper, green pepper, onion, fake meat, fake cheese, salt, spices, natural flavors. For spices, I have to assume it's probably gonna be chili powder. This is not supposed to be an authentic Mexican flavor. They literally advertise it as
fucking chili pea, bro. Just like Jesse Pinkman.
An authentic fajita flavor with the right amount of heat for a Mexican food fan. And a Mexican food fan is probably not a guy who lives in Mexico. It's probably a guy who likes Taco Bell, right? I think that's what they're going for. So I'm gonna assume just standard chili powder, maybe like a little cumin in there. They didn't call it out. In the garlic and herb one, it says spice blend, and it tells you what the spice blend is. But in this one, it just says spices. Whatever, man. I don't think it's that much of a mystery. Every time I say cumin, you guys act like you've just heard the funniest thing alive. It's literally like school children, dog. How funny can it possibly be this many times around, bro? No rice in this, which is crazy to me. I'm gonna give them this. It's a lot of vegetables. Only one of these, if I'm remembering right, has rice in it. Rice is like the thing that you want to put in your... When Chipotle makes the burrito, they're told, like, make sure that motherfucker over 50% rice by weight. Because it's a cheap, easy, like, filler for everything. But in this one, it's like, no fucking rice, man. It's all beans and veggies. Oh no, this one does have brown rice. My bad. Maybe I should go, yeah, hang on. The other ones don't have rice. I need to cook some shit. I want to kind of cook down most of these ingredients. Because, like, okay, at the end of the day, we're going to be popping it in a microwave. It doesn't need to be super
I'm continuing to work on making preserve things because I want to make a jelly farm where we turn all of our fruits into jellies. And then, like I said, I also worked on animal products is what's going to get my stuff up. So I need to work on a farm. Basically making sure there's jobs to help serve, you know, the Lord.
Cooks down like crazy. Why the broccoli so light and looks like plastic and not like real broccoli, which is a darker green and looks real? It looks completely fine. Is the camera color grading off, or are you like going insane? We can't be using that much of this green pepper. I hate raw green peppers and shit. I hate raw bell pepper in general. Really, I'm just not a fan of bell pepper even when it is cooked, if I'm being real. I'll eat stuff with it in there though. So like a paprikash, that goes well. I guess that uses like Hungarian hot peppers, at least the one that I make. I'll be honest though, I think it was because when I was a kid, mom would be putting this shit in like pasta sauce. It's a very specific abomination, I feel like. It's a very American abomination. Still maintain, I still have my bounty out. If any of you guys can find a picture of the burrito from the early 2000s. No one had phone cameras back then, but I don't know. I was thinking maybe because it was like early internet forum days and like people online liked Dilbert, so like I don't know, maybe there's some connection where there's someone on a forum will be like trying out the new Dilburrito. I don't know, man. it's a chance. There's a chance out there. It's hard to cut this little onion, but I didn't want to cut a bunch because I know I'm gonna need this. I want the proportions to be right. Alright, broccoli, black beans, corn. This is a fuckload of burrito slop. I'm realizing now, I might have gone a little too crazy in places here. Soybeans in a burrito? Okay. Given how, like, manosphere-coded Scott Adams became later in life, it's actually crazy that his giga-obsessive idea was this fucking soy boy-ass vegan burrito. Like, what the hell is he doing, man? How big is this burrito? Not all of this is going in it, I fear. How much longer do you think we got on this rice? It's gotta be getting down there. Let me go get some oil. Let's get the rest of this cooking. I don't want to be waiting too long. Cook this down as much as we can, at least. Give me real power. Give me real power to add flavor. Add the fucking taco flavor pack, bro. I'll be doing my best to make this taste as good as I can. Something that's frozen is going to innately be at a disadvantage because it has to be mass manufactured. Here I am, cooking this up with fresh veggies. Mostly fresh. Some of the shit's frozen. Oh, the broccoli looks fine. I just had you on the shit monitor. You got me taking heat for this? Absolute buffoons, a lot of you. Unironically, this looks pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not saying that I have high hopes, but I have higher hopes than I would have thought I would, that's for sure. We have to add our fake beef. I don't know what this is even. Like, does it actually look like this? It smells like beef. You know what? I don't know what they cooking this shit out of, but like, I'll give them this. That shit do be smelling like beef. Here, let's not use too much. We need this for, like, literally every burrito. This is, like, colorful and nice looking. I don't know, man. If I end up liking the fucking Dilbert soy boy burrito, I'm gonna be, I'm never gonna hear the end of it. But you guys know me. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I like it, then I'm gonna say I like it. It's a little bit. It actually kind of smells good, too. People always make fun of, oh, white people tacos, Lamau. Sorry, bro. That shit kind of rocks. Yeah, I know it's not authentic. But, like, in its own way, it's really good. Alright, I'm gonna wrap this one in the green wrap. Mostly because it's bigger than the other one. Is it bad that, like, this doesn't look like it's gonna be too fucking bad, man? Oh, that fake cheese smells funny. I don't know about this. I don't know about this vegan cheddar, bro. Why does that smell like that? What is it made of? Oh, wait, this is the one that's made of cashews. God, how do you do I think you do it like this. Motherfucker, it all blew out the bottom. Can this thing not take a load of beans? I feel like I wasn't even pushing that hard. Also, these wraps are like $1 each. This fucking healthy shit is too expensive. Thinking of blowing out my bottom. What do I do with this now, man? Alright, I'm just starting over. I'm starting over. I'll do the best I can. I guess that a wrap can't be flexed like a damn burrito, I guess. Alright, well, I've got to be more careful with this one then. I'm not gonna press it out the bottom. Listen, hold the dill burrito at its own culinary merits and not my burrito folding skills. That's a pretty bad wrap. you know what? Yeah, okay, the wrap isn't that good. Okay. But also, I think this is also a more crumbly burrito because it's made from this fucking green. It's the green. Okay, this shit is hot, like a fresh microwave burrito. Let's see, we've recreated the Mexican dill burrito from First Principles. Let's see how this shit stacks up. Okay, I see the contention now. Keep in mind, this has more chance to be good than the actual one because this is not some shitty-ass microwave burrito. This is what I sat and handcrafted. It doesn't taste horrible. Hang on, let me give it a few more bites. Wait, Scott Adams himself has his drowned in sauce on the only picture that exists. Wait, did you find a picture of it? It's certainly not one of the worst things I've ever had on this stream. I would rank it about on par with that Somalian bean dish that I made a while ago. For anyone who remembers when I made the Somalian bean dish, this ranks about on the same tier. Maybe like one step up from that, because there is a little more going on than just bean. Also, hang on, what the fuck? He says that this has a little heat. From what, brother? There's no peppers in this besides bell peppers. This is the burrito. Hang on. This is unironically the only known photo of this thing. There he is. That's the only photo we have. Wow, he fucking slathered that in sauce. You're right. It was supposedly coming with sauce. Yeah, this one came with a salsa. Let me go get my salsa, because I feel like that would make it more palatable. For sure. Did he forget the vitamin mix? Yes, I did! Shut the fuck up! That's not gonna affect it, dog! Do you really think that slight amount of powder is gonna affect the flavor of this to that strong of a degree? You want me to write a fucking apology? You're right, I forgot! I did forget! Sorry! Fuck off! Let's try this with salsa, actually. I think that, the salsa might bring it back. Maybe. No. No, not really. Yeah, I'd say that doesn't raise the ranking that I gave it at all. I would give that the exact same ranking. Man, even made fresh. I'm gonna be real. When I originally planned this stream, I did not have high hopes for these at all. But when I cooked this burrito up and I smell it on the stove, I was like, that's probably gonna be like pretty good, you know?
Not vegan, but here's another hot, healthy recipe I got for the folks. Okay, brown rice, because that's healthier than white rice, right? Mango salsa. This is where you get to bring in the funky salsas, right? The ones where you're like, they don't taste good in chips, but it's a bit sweet, so that's gonna curve your sweet tooth for the day and you won't eat a dessert. Ground chicken, ground turkey, that type of stuff. Black beans, and you're gonna use that salsa like a chili. And then you put your chicken, and then you put some sharp cheddar in there to balance out the sweet, like, mango type stuff. And then you just put it all together with your rice, soak it in there, you make a curry, delicious. You can make it yourself, you can buy some mangoes and make it.
Actually, like I was like, oh shit, this is probably gonna be pretty good because it's actually made fresh. It's kind of like mega mid. It's kind of incredibly mid. The corn is nice. The corn adds a little bit of sweetness. The bell peppers I'm not fond of, but they go with the theme of like the Mexican food. Broccoli is baffling. I don't know why that's in there. The broccoli actually like throws it a bit. This wrap is pretty good that I used, but this is supposed to be, oh wait, is that where the heat is supposed to come from? Is the heat supposed to come from the wrap because it's supposed to be a jalapeno cilantro wrap? That's crazy, actually. Soybeans, also the edamame beans, is fucking weird. Like these have a flavor. They aren't like neutral, and they taste like they don't belong. The brown rice is more like coarse and grainy, but some people like that. I'm not a huge fan. You know what's surprisingly not that bad? The fake meat. I feel like you could really pass this off as real ground beef in the right dish, because the only thing that gives it away when you're cooking it is that it doesn't exude any fat. Normally, ground beef puts off fat while you cook it because there's fat in the meat. $1 million or never eat a dill burrito again. Could you do it? No, man, I'm gonna have to double it and give it to the next guy. How much would you sell this for? $5. Take it or leave it. No. Apparently, adjusted for inflation, these shits were like $6, which is crazy. The next one, I want to actually remember to mix the multivitamin in. Did I buy multivitamins for this stream? No. One of those dick pills that I got, dick pills, is literally just a men's multivitamin that has all the, like, almost all the shit that's in this fucking burrito. So luckily, I was saved a few bucks on having to buy more multivitamins. All right, let's cook up our next concoction. Also, let's get rid of this failed dill burrito. There is not one, there is not two, but there are 3 dill burritos left. We poked around too much at the beginning. Let's chop here. We got some burritos to make. Let's do the Indian dill burrito. Diced onion on this one. Okay. I forgot to get my my spices, but we won't need those until we actually start putting everything in place. cumin and turmeric in it? Yes, spices and turmeric. Spices, I'm assuming. I'm gonna use a blend that I've made for other stuff. Cumin and, like, red chili powder, like a hint of, like, cardamom and clove. It's a good Indian spice mix. Probably better than what they included in the dill burrito, but I gotta go with what I can here. Oh, I need a tomato paste for this. That's something I'll need to run and get. Diced onion. You want some cauliflower in here? I don't eat too much cauliflower, I'm gonna be real. Gonna be real. Not something that gets a lot of representation in my diet. Broccoli? Sure. Cauliflower? Not really. Alright, maybe let's not go as hard on the quantity here. That last one, you know, you don't really need a lot of each item because there's so much at the end of it all. This calls for normal rice and not brown rice. Do I dare? Well, I mean, I got the rice cooker right here, so sure, bro, why not? Let me go get a scoop of rice in this thing. We gotta add potato and shit to this. Fake meat, red pepper, green pepper, peas, carrots. Honestly, I think I'll just use the brown rice. It really isn't gonna make that much of a difference. There's not gonna be hardly any rice in this compared to everything else. All right, peas. We're gonna dice this guy up. All right, let's dice up these red potatoes real small. Potatoes can take a while if they're not diced real fine. I'm using these mini potatoes just because, I don't know, I like them. I wanted the leftovers. That should be plenty for this. This shit has like 20 vegetables in it, man. Green beans, also formerly frozen. I'm not gonna be using too much of this. The last one tasted way too much like bell pepper. Why does the Indian one also have fucking bell pepper in it? Use the soy. Green beans, soybeans, fake meat. Fuck, I forgot tomato paste. Also, this calls for cashews, carrots, then water, tomato paste. Tomato paste probably at least adds, like, a decent base. I have a feeling, unlike on the last one where the rice was separate, I feel like on this one the rice should be, like, in the main mix when I cook it. Look how full this fucking pot is already, man. Here we go. Let's get this guy going. This one specifically called for canola oil instead of olive oil. There's potato that needs cooked down as well. This had made even more. Look how much there is in this pan, or in this pot, rather. Tomatoes come in a can. They was put there by a man. Put peppers in there. I don't know why you guys are asking me to improvise. The entire point is supposed to be to recreate these as accurately to their original compositions as possible. Why would I fuck around and add ingredients that are just straight up not even on the manifest, bro? This is fenugreek, which is actually pretty authentic spice. Also quite a good one. I quite like fenugreek. This is my Indian spice mixture. This has pretty high potential. I'm putting a lot of spices in there too. I want this shit to be tasty. That smells really good, man. That smells super tasty. Get that, oh, it has a little water in it. I forgot. Specifies that they added water to it. This is like burrito slop for sure. Lime juice as well. They specified concentrate, but I mean, they're adding concentrate because they're making like 100 gallons of it at once or whatever. And so I've got to invent a smell-o-vision so I can smell the foods he cooks. If you want to smell the authentic basement smell, take a long...
I hope I'm not letting you all down. I am just kind of watching his burrito and thinking of recipes in my mind. Don't make fun of the brown rice. He used it.
Like, you want like, what is it, PVC? No, the vinyl hoses that are about that far in diameter, and then shove one end up your ass and put the other one right under your nose, and then you'll have a pretty good basement smell-o-vision experience, I feel like. Hang on, wait. Almost forgot. We need our multivitamins. That's an important thing that all Mr. Adams foods have is a whole ass multivitamin in them. This is smelling pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. All those
he only had the one.
Insane. It doesn't smell at all like a fucking burrito, I can tell you that. It's not a boner pill. It's literally just a multivitamin. When I was buying the Temu pills, not the boner pills, the other ones, big brain supplements, this was being sold as like a brain boost, but it's literally just a multivitamin. Oh wait, shit, I did forget something. Cashews. All right, hang on a second. 3 out of 4 of these use these fucking green tortillas. Just FYI. He loves this green tortilla slop. Oh wait, I'm realizing last time I did it wrong. I folded it in the wrong order. Ow, fuck, that's hot. Ow. All right, look how much better that one is wrapped. Look how much better that one's wrapped. You guys were giving me such shit last time. Classic, traditional Indian burrito. All right, this smells really good. I have some high hopes. Let me try this. Let me see how in need of sauce it is. That is, that's actually just bad. Oh, no, man. It smells so good. The spices taste Like, the spices are right. It's not a spice. What ingredient in there is throwing this so hard? There's bitterness. Why is that so bitter? Is that a fucking vitamin? No. That's not the vitamin. How do we even go through this? Okay, so first of all, the texture is fucking horrible. Maybe I'm like autistic or something. I don't like nasty mixed textures. I don't know. So I don't know how to describe it. Certain textures are gross. The texture of this is gross. It's got big ol' pieces of green bean and the hard like edamame beans, but then a lot of like mush. You're going through like the mush. You hit like random crunchy part. It's the fucking cashews are crunchy. The edamame really throws it. Beans and all that, carrots, those all blend in. I cooked it long enough to make everything soften. Yeah, one more bite. It's actually crazy how not good that is. But I'm gonna be real, the taste is also bad. So, first put it in your mouth, you taste that good Indian spice. That's pretty good. Not gonna lie, the spice goes pretty well. Fenugreek with the Indian spice I used, I think I maybe went a little too hard on the fenugreek. I should have dialed that back a bit. I think that might be what's contributing to the bitterness, but I can't really give too much of that to the original here. Can I taste like just one component? See if the bitterness is spice, basically. No, that alone. Hang on, yeah. One piece, so just one piece. It's just a piece of some cauliflower. Oh, the cauliflower is not soft as I want it to be. Dude, it's not the spice blend. It actually doesn't taste bitter if you just eat one singular. So wait, what's the bitterness in this? Is it the fenugreek? Oh, yeah, it's the fenugreek. Wow, this is like a 2 out of 10. This is really bad. The texture of the cashews in there is so fucking awful. I hate this one. This one sucks. This is so much worse. Like, hang on. Try this one again. Oh. Okay, that's not that good either. Alright, you know what? Yeah, the Mexican one isn't that good either. You know what? Maybe this is literally just like fat ass experiences vegetables is disgusted. This one is fine. This one's like, okay, it's mid. It's fine. This one is bitter and horrible. And tastes like you're eating grass. I don't know how to describe it. The textures are so off. The edamame beans, the soybeans are so hard. And the little cashew pieces compared to everything else, and it throws it so off. This is more of a slop tube than like a Taco Bell burrito, man. This is worse than the prison loaf. This is very comparable to the prison loaf. Honestly, now that you mention that,
I'm kind of
these
interested in the prison loaf
pretty similar
now.
to the prison loaf. Also, sorry, but because I'm not 100% sure that it wasn't the multivitamin that made this taste like absolute dog shit, I am not adding it to the other ones. I want a more fair and balanced shot at these being good. That said, when I was doing research, a lot of the original reviews did say that it tasted like they added vitamins. So there was something that was fucking with the flavor regarding adding vitamins to the mix. Like, there's no way that shit tasted like that. This had to be me fucking it up slightly, or the ratios.
In Scott Adams' defense, though, there was a lot of fucking trends. Like, you had the Atkins shit taking off and being a whole food brand in the store. That whole paleo thing. Then veganism's always a thing, and this is just pure vegetables, no meat at all. So, I mean, he shot his shot.
Are off. Because, like, it being mid and bad, okay, I can, like this probably tastes pretty accurate to what the actual one did. Because it's not good, but it's like prison loaf. It's not, like, foul. It's not, like, disgusting. This is, like, disgusting. Like, I'm not eating any more of this. This is actually so bad, it's too bad to consume. For the next setup, we have 2 left. For the next one, though, we're gonna do the barbecue dill burrito. Description: a classic American flavor with a sweet southern touch. A whole wheat tortilla bursting with veggies and potatoes. Topped with smoked non-dairy cheese. Okay, our cheddar isn't smoked, but we'll do with what we can. And it comes with barbecue sauce, which I have barbecue sauce, so we can actually test it with sauce. This has a couple red roasting potatoes. Sorry, red roasted. I'm gonna get those started early, because this shit is gonna cook for anything else. I'm realizing now, okay, use the rest of the rice in this, because the final one doesn't use rice at all. My wraps are smaller on this one. The tortillas are not as big, so let's not make as much of it. The other ones, I think the potatoes were still a little too hard at the end. The smallest quantity of potatoes, maybe imaginable in this pot. Red pepper, green pepper, tomato paste. They love their red pepper, green pepper. That's literally the worst shit. Why do they keep using it? We got that nice sizzle going. This shit is fucking up every burrito, dude. Yo, these shits are expensive, so at least I'm getting to use them all. There we go. Also, I want to give credit. When I was doing research for this, there was another YouTuber that has tried to recreate the dill burrito, but they only did one. I think they only did the Mexican one, and it was a really small guy. but I gotta link him forward in the description or whatever if this gets edited to a video. I gotta give him credit, he was the innovator. I'm giving this one all the shots I can, bro. I had to run up and get some barbecue sauce at the end. So I was the palate of a 9-year-old. Actually, insane thing to say if you watched any of the other streams. I eat so much weird shit on this stream, you're really gonna be like, you know, he doesn't prefer bell pepper. The one thing you've ever heard that I'm like, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. Yeah, it must be because he's like a fucking toddler, Lamau. I mean, weird shit every single stream that I cook anything, man. What the hell are you talking about? This is a fucking legume disaster. Soybeans again, man. They want me to ruin every one of these damn burritos with soybeans. This is looking pretty good for a second. There isn't even any seasonings in this besides this. This is it. This is the whole thing. Sorry, I just realized that there's carrot in this as well. I'm not adding much. Carrot will fuck this up. It doesn't go with this flavor profile at all. Have more canola oil. Bring out the oil. I missed it earlier and I wish that I hadn't because that is gonna affect, having like crunchy carrot in there is not gonna be as good as a nice caramelized carrot. This is starting to stick. No! Alright, fake cheese. The cheese smells so weird. It doesn't smell bad. I should clarify. It doesn't smell like cheese. I think that's the thing here. Pay no attention to how I rolled this. I didn't roll this one the same way because it's a smaller tortilla. I have some pretty good hopes for this. Smells good. Well, smells fine. Hang on, let me go get my barbecue sauce. There we go. This one's in a nice, tasty tortilla as well. No funny business, no weird stuff, not even like spices that could be misconstrued. Let's see how this turns out. Okay. So this is the best one, I think. This one is the best of all of them. Because like I remember, like the other one, the Mexican one had the weird, like the broccoli in there that was going off. This one is almost a correct arrangement of stuff. The only thing that's throwing it off is why are the edamame? Why are soybeans in this? Did they like mince? Did they like grind up the soybeans in the original? The taste doesn't match. The texture doesn't go with it. Like nothing about that works. I'm not a fan of the peppers in there either, but they're fine. They work with the other flavors more. Try what happens. See what happens when we dip it in the barbecue sauce. Black beans in there. Black beans and corn they belong in a burrito, especially like one like this. That does not compliment this. Like it should. This would be better dipping like sour cream. Of all of them, this is the most palatable. I'll try it with the sauce again, maybe a little less. The soybeans so don't belong. This one, honestly, this is completely palatable. This tortilla, I was underestimating how good a normal tortilla is. Try like off this, like this green spinach wrap. Yeah, no, the spinach wrap tastes like spinach and makes the whole thing taste more like just a wall of vegetable. Wait, actually, hang on a second. That's the flavor. That's what I was trying to figure out. That's why the filling of this one isn't as bad. It's the wrap that doesn't pair well with this. I didn't even think of that. I actually didn't even think the wrap would like fuck with the flavor that much. Unironically, I was complaining about the peppers being in there. I was like, I don't really like that as a primary flavor, but the bell peppers actually pair pretty well with this, but this like Indian spice mix does not work at all with this spinach wrap. And on the official thing, the spinach wrap is what you're supposed to use. That was the one that was paired with this filling. Dude, this one's so much better just because it's in a normal fucking tortilla. All right, boys, this one also calls for a spinach wrap by name without even any simplification. So I feel like it's probably fucked from the get-go, but we're gonna give it our best shot regardless. Garlic and herb dill burrito. A perfect blend of garlic and herbs with a garden spinach tortilla. Down to bring out the potatoes. I'm gonna try to pair the herb mix that they've given. I'm gonna taste it and try to pair it to the spinach wrap. That said, salt, black pepper, dill seed, coriander, lemon, garlic, and natural flavors. We shall see. Natural flavors. This is our final burrito. This is the final dill burrito. What else do we need in this? Oh, okay, hang on. Mushrooms, broccoli, white beans, soybeans fucking again, green and red pepper again. Every single one of these has green and red pepper in it, man. I need to go get a head of garlic too. Trying to hold on to the little giblet of onion. It's only wrong if you cut yourself. Well, see, here's another thing, and this is Redditor alert if you get on to me for this. Whatever I cut like this. Redditors love fucking, my safety, no! You have to hold it like this with your knuckles against the knife so you can't cut yourself. I've only ever cut myself cutting once ever in my entire life, and it was because I literally looked away like an idiot while chopping. So shut the fuck up about that if that's what you're gonna autistically fixate on. People that are bad at something really hyper fixating on these little like pre-made rules that they've been led to believe are like a sign of competence. Everyone who's like, oh.
So is this guy like gonna get a show on Food Network? Because I'd watch it. Going off on the autistics while cooking.
Yes, you know, I'm a good cook. I can put the egg in the
brown wishes.
They're always the ones that are like, actually, your knife has to be held at a 40-degree angle when you're doing this, and then, actually, your thumb isn't supposed to be on the blade, and, you're not putting your knuckle up. I saw a Reddit thread that said that, real chefs know how to put their knuckle up. And this is, like, true in basically every field. Anytime you get nitpicked, anyone who's good at anything knows this. Anytime you get nitpicked by someone over some pedantic little detail, it's always because they don't know shit. They have like entry to intermediate level knowledge and they don't know what they're doing, so they're insecure about it. So they but they know these little rules. They know these little quick tips and tricks that they can get you with. So they love bringing those up because that's their one little thing that they can be like, this is the thing I know. You can ask your mom where my knuckle was. Shut the actual. What are you? I feel like impassioned and true rant followed by a your mom joke from chat. That's what makes the streams shine, baby. Stream has been amazing. The food and drink chefs came in mass. Speaking of things they came in, I got back from your mother's last night. Cut us, Mike. You're actually a professional chef. I guess you would have significantly more opportunity to slice your finger open since you're like cooking every damn day. The spinach wrap with garlic, I feel like will probably work pretty well. I also like the mushroom. The mushrooms, I feel like this one has good potential is what I'm saying. Lime peel.
Whoa, 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 leftist chud alert. A lot of I feel like with food. No, you taste like.
This is not how you're supposed to do this, but I don't want to run up and get my grater, so. You know, that's kind of working, bro. Let me get red pepper, green pepper actually going. I don't want to leave this on the burner too long. This shit gonna burn and stick, and then I'll be like. This one has a lot of promise, I'm not gonna lie. I could see this one actually being quite good. A little bit of coriander. Forgot, this also uses fake meat. Don't add your garlic earlier, it's gonna get burnt. Garlic is very sensitive. Onions cook in minutes, garlic cooks in seconds. If you're gonna add it earlier because you need it to like meld with the flavors, you gotta like account for it and make sure that you don't, that you add enough other stuff that it's not in like contact with high heat anymore. I have high promise on this one, bro. This is the one that embraces its veggie identity the most. All the other ones are trying too hard to not be veggies. This one is just like, this is veggies. Which is why.
Now that might not sound like anything, but I think this is like some whistleblowing stuff because, as we all know, vegetables are quite Christian, but they're more on the Judaism side because I still haven't seen Jesus represented in the tales of veggie. But this is just fucking, this is sacrilege.
I think I have to add white beans. This is why I think this one will work. Do I have to add soybeans to this? Motherfucker, I do! Are you kidding me, man? Oh, come on, dude. Stop making me add soybeans to otherwise good food. Gherkins? No, you idiot. I opened a can and I put them in a pickle jar. Yeah, baby, that's it. Sorry, one more spice. Dill seed, which I'm a little iffy on. This has such high potential to fuck up this whole recipe. I'm not gonna add very much. Dill is a very bright flavor. It's kind of like celery. In moderation, it can do great things. You add too much and it fucks up everything. It has to have dill in it because it's a fucking dill burrito. No fucking rice in this. This is pure veg. I know I've said this about other ones. This one smells really good, just FYI. It's pretty banging, I'm not gonna lie. All right, look, I'm getting better at my burrito folding. The final dill burrito. The barbecue one was okay, but this is our last hope for one that's like actually decent. And once again, we're giving it way more odds than the actual microwave one because of the fact that it's not used in a fucking microwave. Let's try this. This is probably the only one that is like decent and also tastes like it's full of veggies. Because like the mushrooms, hang on, I'll take another bite. Honestly, this is not bad. This is the best one by a considerable... The spinach wrap actually goes with the flavor they're going for here. The garlic goes great with it. The mushroom, broccoli, beans, it all works. The edamame, once again, does not belong, but it's got other stronger flavors and textures that are like working here. This is like good, healthy food. This is the only one that's actually like pretty solid. The garlic is pulling its weight. We accidentally saved the best for last. No serious texture abominations like some of the others. Final ranking, Mexican dill burrito. I dumped the pot out next to these so they have a big pile of slop. Don't worry about it. Mexican dill burrito. 5 out of 10. It's basically human dog food. It's not offensive or bad. It's just like not very good. And also keep in mind for all these rankings, probably knock 1 or 2 stars off for a frozen version because I have the strong advantage of fresh vegetables on these. Indian dill burrito, 2 out of 10. This shit sucks. It does not work at all. None of the flavors, what the seasoning is, does not go with what the vegetables are. The vegetables do not go with the flavor profile at all. It's like, it's so arbitrarily decided. This is subhuman dog food. This is worse. American, or whatever it's called, barbecue dill burrito. Not bad. Honestly, the cheese is pretty, like, tying it together. I would say this is a 6 or 6.5 out of 10. Edamame should not be in this at all. Cut out the carrots, cut out the edamame. Basically have none of that, but the corn and the beans and the rice, the meat, the peppers, that all works excellently. I don't know why they paired it with barbecue sauce. Honestly, knocking it from 6.5 down to a 6 out of 10 for that one. I think maybe I should bump this one down to a 4, honestly. And then finally, the garlic herb. This one tastes like vegetables. It tastes healthy, but it doesn't taste bad. It tastes like a veggie stir fry. Anyway, this one is a 7 out of 10. You wouldn't get it from fast food or like even a real restaurant. Maybe like a Panera Bread. I'd be like, that's fine. That's what I ordered. It's exactly what it says it is. It doesn't try to be anything else. It's not amazing, but it's like decent. This is the best one. This and the barbecue ones are the only ones that I want to eat again. Theory, the garlic herb is the original and the others are weird themes meant to add variety to the line. I think the thing that makes it work, and this is a gripe that I have about a lot of vegetarian cuisine, because I am not opposed to vegetarian cuisine. I dislike that all of it is just like, oh yeah, we made a brick out of soybean, and it's like, I don't want to eat that. I want to eat like rice dishes with a bunch of vegetables in it, not this weird shit where you've like composited something that is kind of like meat, but not. That's an issue I have with a lot of vegetarian stuff. I don't want like, oh, here's a burger. Dude, doesn't it taste like a burger? But it's vegan. It's fake meat and cheese. Like, no. Embrace what you are. Give me the fucking salad or something.
That's fair.
Give me a veggie dish. Don't give me something that's supposed to be something else. And I feel like that's a problem with these. This is trying to be something else. Now, was the frozen one that you bought for $6 adjusted for inflation in 2001 as good as a homemade concoction? I doubt it. And given that these went defunct in a couple years, I'm willing to bet they were all pretty bad. Even vegans who are used to eating bad food. No offense to the vegans, but I've had some of your food. It's fucking disgusting. Even vegans were like, this is not good. So by like fake meat standards, this shit was slipping down the totem pole. Anyway, my point is, that's my ranking. So, you know, if you're thinking about what's the point of doing a food ranking as if you're gonna buy it? This shit has been extinct for 23 years. The guy that made it is not even on this earth anymore. It's not even like the thing that his legacy is most known for. Anyway, I don't know why. I don't know what the point of this was. But now you know. We're doing a little cook.
Well, unfortunately for Mike, I had lined up the Willie Mack video on the Manosphere since it was brought up. See, you know, the state of Andrew Tate, Sneeko, that whole crew, because, you know, talking about lefties a lot, I don't even know what the fuck's going on over on Red Pill. But, like, that could be interesting. But give that another day, because I got some stuff to do tomorrow. And I don't want to stay up too late. I had a fun time on my village. I'm preparing the jelly. Like I said, we're going to sell jellies like the people in King of the Hill. Please join me soon for our jelly enterprising idea on this fake Grand Order stream.